Wow, is it that time again already, everybody? Hello and welcome to the stream. We're going to have some fun and playing some awesome games. There's some awesome games behind me. Wow, again, look at that timing, everybody. I don't time it on purpose. We're going to play some Satisfactory right over there. It just magically happens. There's literally hundreds of games there behind me that I played here on stream. Let's get all of you in here. Put a one in the chat if you can see and hear me right in there. We're, of course, going to play some mighty Satisfactory. Look at that awesome shot right there. Some serious spaghetti. We're going to eat up that spaghetti today, and we're going to try to get it sorted out. We got a lot of fun stuff going on. Of course, our goal today is to work on our center pillar, and we're going to work a lot with blueprinting as well, one of the greater new features of the game. We got to get our stuff turned around the right way. We got to get ourselves lined up. We're going to try out some different variations of ways of kind of fixing up our base at this tier that we're at now. And of course, we've gone through a bunch of different stages. Now, of course, I'm trying to use the minimum amount of resources necessary to progress the quickest through the game, so you can get to the point where, boom, you're good to go, right? You're good to go. You don't have to do your space elevator anymore. You don't have to do your hub anymore, and you're all ready to go at that max level, and then you can massively scale up. Now, the thing I always wonder whenever I'm playing this game, and I try to play different ways each time and try different variations to try to learn new techniques. And one of those things is obsoleting your own power. So, you start off with your biofuel, then you obsolete that power by using, of course, your coal. Your coal is perpetual power, so it just nonstop runs 24/7. So you can just let the game run like I've been doing all night long and all day long. It's just been running over here, and that's cool, everybody. That's one of my favorite parts of Satisfactory. It's just you can just get in, set up a bunch of stuff, let it run, then do a ton of other stuff that you got to get done in your day. I love games that you can either be an active participant in it, where you're just constantly doing it, or you can be kind of active at some point and then be more passive, where you just let it run and it does its thing, which is pretty cool. Speaking of doing my things here, I got to wash my glasses off. I see I touched them with my thumb there. Let's wash those off while we're getting this going. So we're going to have some fun today, everybody. We're going to revamp how we're doing our base. Now, I have a tendency to revamp every time I kind of upgrade my my space elevator and go to that next phase, because there's three different phases. You have first phase, second phase, and the third phase. Now, the third phase is when you're doing your really high-end stuff. And of course, in the beginning, you're just doing your basic stuff. You're doing your plates and your rods and all of those things. But there's a lot of pieces and parts that you don't have, that you haven't unlocked yet. Maybe you're not doing as much exploring as you are doing building, like me. I don't do as much exploring. Some people go right to, exploring, getting all their stuff unlocked, using their MAM, doing all of that stuff. Very early game, and hey, it's how you like to play. More power to you. Me, I'm all about minimum effort, minimum amount of time for maximum return, right? Be efficient. The mandate, buy, fix it, which tells you to be efficient. Now, of course, you could be cool like me, way over here, very far away from my desk for some reason. I don't know why. You could even have a cool fix-it cup like I do. That's right. I actually have the actual cup. I couldn't resist it, but I don't use the cup. It actually holds a picture of my daughter in there right now. But it was too cool to pass up, everybody. Very rarely do I get, knickknacks and things like that. But that's cool. I don't care who you are. And it supports them over there as well. So very, very cool. We're going to get into that for sure today. Now, I'm super excited, everybody. Rested up a little bit. I was so tired. We've been playing a lot lately. But rested up, feeling good now, and I'm ready to get in there and work on this factory. And you know how you get re-energized by certain games? And Satisfactory is one of those games. Every time there's an update, every time they kind of push the game forward, I get re-energized to get in there and really see what's new and see how I can use all those new tools to make the factory better. Now, one of the things you don't want to do is what I'm doing right here, and I do it on purpose, everybody. It didn't happen by an accident. I do it on purpose, where you create this kind of spaghetti mess where you just have stuff running everywhere in the moment in which you need them. Now, that's great for progression. That's a fast way to progress from here to there and go from one thing to another. I'm very much about using the minimum amount of nodes and then basically having to run less lines, and it takes less time. Your time is your most valuable asset. And I'm also using time to my advantage. And that is basically letting the game run. So that's my time not spent sitting there making the things and waiting for it to build and all that stuff. The less waiting I have to do, the more efficient my time is overall. So if I'm just letting the factory run, then it's just doing its thing. I'm busy doing something else. And of course, I'm multitasking at that same time. Now, anytime I'm talking to you here on stream, everybody, I am multitasking to an incredible degree because it's just me, everybody. I'm the only one who runs this thing. Other than my mods who watch my chat from time to time, and I appreciate them. But I'm the one running out all the videos and all the shorts and posting the stuff on, on social media and all of that stuff. And just managing all that stuff and upgrading the stream and, trying to figure out what I'm doing next week and all of that stuff and bringing in sponsors and giveaways and all of that stuff. And so if you're going to do stuff at that level, you're going to do that many things as just one person, you got to learn to multitask. And right now when I'm talking to you, there's videos uploading to YouTube. I'm processing videos over here. I'm copying stuff in the background while I'm talking to you guys, which I need to look at my space over there. Speaking of watching out that over there, because I have to constantly be backing stuff up and moving it. Otherwise, my computer gets full, and it is getting full right now. So I need to think about doing that. Now, again, no matter how much stuff you get done in a day, I always feel it's never enough. It's never enough stuff. I knew there was something I was trying to do. Now, this is why I have a startup. I used to have a 10-minute startup, but I went to a 5-minute startup to see if I could do that instead. And holy mackerel, that's not enough time. It's usually not enough time to get things done. And one of those things is to make sure to clear my streaming computer like that. There we go. And again, multitasking, very important because I actually am recording and I record every single stream and I post every single one up onto YouTube and they roll out every single day. That's right, every single day, and I have them queued up until September. So if I die now, you still got like 3 or 4 months of videos that'll roll out onto YouTube. I'm that hardcore, everybody. I don't know of anybody else who does it at that level. But I don't like to be down here, everybody. I like to be as high quality and as high level as possible. So that's why I'm always multitasking, and that's why I love games like this, where you can multitask and do a bunch of things at the same time. And I try to think of kind of milestones that you want to hit and moments in which you want to shift from what you're doing and then shift to something else. And those are usually when you're done with the different phases in the game like we are now. So let's go ahead and say hello to everybody in the chat and we'll go ahead and get deep into it. We got so much to do. I wrote down a bunch of notes of all the things I want to try to get going on today. So we're going to have a great time tonight. So settle in, everybody. Put your feet up, relax, take it easy, because you know what? You earned it. Get yourself a snack and a drink and enjoy an awesome stream tonight. Hey, Rotisserie G, what up? Thanks for that one as well. Appreciate that. Alpha coming in, throwing that one in there. My fave, Kismet gameplay. Yes, we're going to get very deep into some Satisfactory today and have some fun. Hello to you, Foggy. Thank you for the one as well. Appreciate that big time. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm super excited to play. I mean, you ever get re-energized in a game? I'm totally re-energized for some Satisfactory up in here, everybody, especially the blueprinting. Let's get to it. Here we go. Oh, I hear the Kismet love train coming through. The mighty Big JP going whoop whoop. Getting that Kismet love train going on, everybody. That's 73 months of sub love. That's as long as you can be subbed, everybody. Go over there and show some love in that chat. Come on. Come on, let's blow up that chat right there for the mighty Big JP. That's a massive amount of support, everybody. Appreciate everybody that keeps supporting the Kismet love train. Appreciate it big time. I'm working so hard on so many cool things that are coming up, everybody. So many awesome things coming up here in the stream. Can't reveal them yet, but we got a lot of cool stuff all lined up. And when I can reveal them, I will let you know. So make sure to stick around. Make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already done so. Now, again, look at my spaghetti mess over here, everybody. And I do this on purpose because this is mostly how most people play when they first start the game, is they just start running lines wherever they go, right? Now, me, I, of course, am, Kismet Love Train coming in again. Also, 17 months in a row, Unforgiven. Showing some love, show him some love as well. But one of the things that I do is I progress through the game in its fastest, and in what I consider the fastest route. Now, a lot of times I will skip certain parts of the manufacturing until I need those things. I don't make stuff unless I need it or unless I want to backlog it, so because I know I'm going to need it for the next tier. Now, you might have noticed if you were watching last time that I cut all the lines right here and over on this side. I cut all those lines off. Now, the reason why I cut those lines off is because it actually finished the phase. So we got it all ready last time. I let it run. I came back in, bada bing, bada boom, phase 3 done. That's because we had worked so well on all the stuff beforehand that we had backlogged a bunch of stuff, and then we ran it in there. GG's, you let it run for an hour, 2, 4 hours, or whatever, and boom, it's got that next phase done. And then once that phase is done, you want to cut those lines. The reason why is because it's making a bunch of stuff that you no longer need. You don't need a bunch of those engines right now, and I don't need a bunch of those control units over here as well. Plus, it's burning up some of my power, and I don't like it to do that. Like active, adaptive control units, I don't need those right now because I've already maxed it out, and I actually have some extras over here. You can see of the modular engines, 50 there, a bunch on the belt here as well, into the space elevator. Now, also a bunch of stuff that we're doing back here is a bunch of other resources. And usually at this point, I have about 4 manufacturers. At least I do. I don't make 10 manufacturers or a whole bunch of stuff. 1, they take a lot of power. 2, it takes a lot of effort and time to run all the lines for a whole bunch of different ones. And they're a little hard to also to use in the blueprint, but we're going to go ahead and look at blueprinting today. We're going to fix some of our blueprints because we got them turned around the wrong way and stuff. We're going to be working on a bunch of that, and we're also going to start doing what I call the center pillar, right? Or the transport pillar, where you actually find the center of your base, and then you utilize that center of your base for storing all the resources so that you could use them. Not just so that the actual factory could use them, but for you to walk over there and say, I need some modular frames. Okay, I need some, I need some rods. Okay, I get some rods there as well, right? So have that ability to just have it for you, because most of the time, that's what you're doing. You're using it for upgrading to get to this new patterns. Now, I have used the minimum amount of time. I'd say maybe 20 to 30 hours out of the, say, 90 hours that I've let it run. And actually, let's look. Let's see. 100 hours is I've let it run. Now, it was 90 before. I let it run about another 10 hours, about 5 hours before and 5 hours today. So it basically, it's like a 100-hour playthrough, but it's only like 20 or 30 hours of my time. Which is not a lot, and most of those hours is just me running back and forth anyway. But most of the time is spent just letting the game run. So I didn't have to spend 100 hours of my time going and clicking and flipping and do the thing and waiting for the resources and whatnot. Waiting for the resources, I could be doing something else, everybody. In fact, I should be doing something else while I'm waiting, because I can also just set my character in here. Tell them to make 61 stators, press that space bar there, look, and then hands free, and then I can walk away. Even better is to load your inventory with enough stuff to make the maximum amount of that thing that you want to make, say in this case stators, where I don't need that many, and you can go ahead and just let that run. Or you can go ahead and set up a process where it's just doing it itself. And then you can just walk over here and say, man, I sure wish I had a whole bunch of pipes. Well, guess what? We fixed pipes last time. So now we have a massive backlog of those pipes as well. You can see they're moving in there, which means they're working. And over here, of course, we're now starting to get a bunch of heavy modular frames in this lower box. And you're like, okay, that's not that many. Well, it's a lot if you consider that the whole entire upper box is filled already. That's a lot, everybody. And then over there, of course, we have a bunch of computers, at least for this stage. Later on, of course, we're going to scale this up to an obscene degree. And blueprinting really helps a lot with that. I feel like it's one of the greatest new features of the game, something I have been enjoying, but really haven't dove deep into it yet, right? Really deep into it. And that's because we've unlocked everything that we can unlock now until we go to Tier 7 and Tier 8. And that is phase 3. So you have like phase 1, which is your tier 3 and 4, phase 2, 5, and 6, and then your space elevator over here, which is phase 3. Now, also, you've got, your trains now unlocked at this point. You got your pipes, which are your 600 pipes, even a jetpack, which I haven't got around to making yet, the fuel generators, and, of course, the thing that I like the most, of course, is the faster belts. Now, there's a reason why I don't go build a gigantic amount of power and a gigantic amount of resources and machines and whatnot, because I know I'm going to change them all later. When you know you're going to fix something later, it's really not worth the time, at least I don't think so, to go and build out a gigantic thing and get every single node and build, 50,000 power and all of that stuff when I know that I'm going to replace that power, or I'm going to upgrade that power, or I'm going to upgrade those lines or do all those things. So just making enough to get to the next stage is the most efficient way time-wise, and I feel like the best progression path in the game. And that's how I play. Now, of course, if you love building stuff, which I do too, and if I had more time, I would go crazy. But efficiency-wise, that's my style of play. So you're going to see that today as I progress through. Now, again, I've spent about 20 or 30 hours of my time. It's spent about 100 hours of it just running off stream. Well, I just let it run overnight or let it run during the day, and it just makes resources for me because that's his job. It's a factory. It makes me resources. And then, of course, I get all of those resources, and I can then backlog those resources and then run all of those resources into a manufacturer over here and then let it run. Oh, I just dawned on me. I forgot to do my Discord. So everybody who's on my Discord will know that I am live. Hold on a second. Let me pull this up. I'm always doing 100 things, everybody. That's why I'm so scatterbrained all the time. That's why I forget stuff. Let me jump on my Discord real quick here. While it's loading. There we go. All right. Jump on the Discord.
Hello.
Hello. What's up? There we go. Live on Twitch. There we go. Now, the reason why I moved my Discord, by the way, over to this machine is so you guys can see what game I'm playing. Because the other one always says, like, stream avatars or whatever else. Yes. Okay, so then what we did is we, of course, backlogged all those resources, and we went from kind of the stage 1, stage 2, which is different from phases. Stage 1 is like you're working on plates, you're working on rods, right? It's the very beginning of the game. Right about now, by the way, I always feel like I could do it better, and I feel like I want to start over. That's always the way that I am. Everybody's like, man, I could do that better. I could make that faster. I could cut out a few steps along the way and make that go. That's the way I am, but we're not going to do that. We're going to keep on rocking. So what we're going to do is take all of the things now that we made, these high-end resources, and we're going to go ahead and seal those. Right there. And then we're going to go ahead and send them up the space elevator. And off they went. Okay. You don't have anything to say, Ada? Apparently not. So Ada is like your little assistant, kind of like Suri, but better. I really love Ada, unless she gets really creepy and like, collect this thing. You will collect this thing. That's when she creeps me out. But other than that, I feel like she's pretty benevolent. Maybe. I don't know. All right. So now we're in Tier 7 and Tier 8. These are the two highest tiers in the game, and they've been revamped like 50 times since I started playing. One of those things, of course, is one of my favorite stages in the game, which really proves that you have understood the game. And again, hello, Kyro Doctor, that you've really understood the game along the way, right? That you've understood about, inputs and outputs and how to function, use water, use oil, those kind of things. This is where you're really going to get tested in Tier 7, especially with basically refining aluminum. Now, aluminum sheets is what you use for the highest tier of the belts. And so once you get your Logistics 5 done, now you have the highest tier belts, and now you can crank everything up to max level speed when it comes to belts. You also get a hazmat suit, which you're going to definitely need at some point. And we'll get into that later. We also can get our aeronautical engineering, which is pretty cool. We get drones and supercomputers and all of that. It's been quite a while since I've actually done that tier right there. I love the hover pack of all the things, everybody. The hover pack is so incredibly fun. And of course, you've got your nuclear power that we're going to get to. And of course, that power could replace your other power, your oil power and stuff like that. So you could use your oil for producing, say, plastic instead of using it for power. Or you could go and tap every single node, and then you can make whatever you want. Now, I've never gone in and tapped every node. I haven't seen every single location in the game on purpose because I don't want to burn myself out on the game. If I really like a game, I will take my time, and I will not, especially in early access, I will not play it to the nth degree on purpose. And then when it releases, that's a whole different story. That's when we fire up a mega server, we go in here and we tear down every single plant, we tap every single node, and so on and so forth. Now, I've also got some advanced aluminum production down here where we're going to be making fused modular frames, heat sinks, and all sorts of cool scanner stuff for getting water wells and crude wells and nitrogen gas wells. This is some of the stuff is newer that you might not have seen before. We're going to get into that leading edge production where we got our MK3s. Oh, those are going to be awesome. But we definitely need a bunch of fused modular frames to get those going. And I always find, I don't know what it is, that the turbo motor just seems to be the bottleneck in this game every time. And then the thing that I've actually never done. I've never done this in the game on purpose, and that is the particle accelerator. We might do it in this playthrough, we might not. And you're like, well, Kismet, why you never did that? Because I like to leave something for me to do in future playthroughs in games. And again, right now, I feel like, you know what, I want to restart, and I want to do that beginning just that much better, right? But that's okay, because one of the cool things about the game is I feel like there's different phases of playing Satisfactory. The first phase, learning the basics, and that's usually why I do commentating as I'm going through, to give you a bit of the basics, some tips along the way, some ideas on how to make your progression a little smoother, a little easier along the way. And then we get into more of how to make it beautiful, because there's a beauty to how factories work. If you've never really looked at it with those kind of eyes, that's how it is. It's how you run your lines. Do you do 90 degrees, or do you do wonky angles? Are you just running stuff everywhere, or are you kind of planning it out, running your lines all in tandem? Are you running them through walls? Are you running them through the floors? Are you just lifting everything up, or are you leaving it all on the ground? Right? Those are all factors in what you do that actually lead to a better, more efficient factory. And that's what you want. Efficiency first, right? That's what you want your thing to be efficient. But the most important thing that you want to be efficient is your time. You've only got so much time to play, or maybe you got every day, all day to play. Hey, more power to you if you've got that time. I wish I did. But in the case of this, this is actually one of my favorite parts of the game. And the reason why is because you're no longer chasing that bigger, better, faster, right? You're no longer chasing that faster belt or that faster pipe or that faster thing, because you've reached the max level. You've reached that max level of your pipes are never going to be any faster, and your belts are never going to be any faster. So how do you get around those limitations, right? Well, I can tell you, trains. That's exactly how you get around it. We're going to talk all about that as well. But right now, of course, we need to produce some aluminum. Now, there's a couple other resources that I haven't got to yet that we're going to get to a little bit today, and that is sulfur and also quartz, because that allows you to progress your game. So now we've got a whole bunch of progression to do there. We've got some MAM progression to do over here as well, and some people go right to the MAM at the very beginning and they try to unlock it right away. Hey, more power to you if that's your jam. The things that I like to do is like hand slots over here, like right here. That's a good one. And try to research that, but of course we need the alien DNA capsules to do that. But that's no problem, because guess what? We just happen to have a bunch of alien DNA laying around right over here, and there's a little bit of this too. So we'll go ahead and grab all that stuff on us here, and we'll do a little bit of research to get the day started. And of course I went and ran into a few spiders there. That was off stream right there. And then they were nearby, by the way. They were down the hill. And then some things when I was trying to upgrade my lines. And there we go. So we've done all of that. We've researched that. And again, the thing I would work toward is expansions of your inventory, a nuclear protection, exactly. And also the expansion of your inventory. Those are vital, important things that I suggest you do. Now, scannable objects that I could scan all those guys, well, that might help if you're trying to get some more stuff. Over here is structural analysis, so you can get to the rebar gun. Do I really use the rebar gun? No. I find it to be completely useless. Caterium, actually one of the most useful lines in the game. Right here, we can start that research because we have that quick wire. And then you have, of course, the rebar. And, of course, now you're moving your way down into the level 2 poles. And eventually, very soon, we're going to need the AI limiter. We're going to need some high-speed connectors and, of course, the power switch. And also the priority power switch. Now, that is the thing that we really want to get going. Now, of course, we could have got that going way earlier in the game. I could have done it right away, got over there, got the Caterium, got it started, and then of course went in and started doing all of this research down the line. Now, of course, you can make these some of these things yourself, and you don't have to necessarily have to do it. Now, one of my favorite things, of course, is the Smart Splitter, especially good for when you want to have a mega sorter, so it sorts all the loot back into your boxes for you automatically, so you don't have to do it. That's pretty awesome. I really like that. And then, of course, bullet guidance system, which is going to help us in the lower tiers down here. Now, to get down here, we've got to, of course, get some more quick wire. Now, right now, one of the greatest things I suggest you do is to take your quick wire and run it directly into the awesome sink right away. Run it in there and let that sucker run until the end of time, basically. But right here, you can see I have 78 coupons in here, everybody, because quick wire is one of those things that gives you a lot of points, but doesn't require a lot of time and effort. So basically, 78 coupons is like winning the lotto, everybody. We can go in and have a nice little shopping spree today. But I do need some quick wire, so one of the things that I can do is go in my hypertube apparently. We're going to fix that, by the way. We're going to fix that today so I don't keep getting sucked in there. That's why I hate that, everybody. That's because I put it down too low. We're going to fix that. But what we can do is just go ahead and cut this off now and say, okay, we got enough. Oh, it's dropping on ground right there. We've got enough of that in the thing. Go ahead and just start to backlog that for me in here. Right, and this will actually build up very, very quickly, I find. At least I think it does. And so on. So we want to go ahead and keep that rocking. We'll come back for that. And basically keep our MAM going. Again, it's really how much time you want to spend in the beginning on this kind of stuff. I find that I would rather wait till the later game to do all the MAM stuff, because that's when it actually makes a bigger difference for me anyway in the game. So let's go ahead and go in here, and what are we trying to do here? We're trying to make some bio stuff here. I probably have that locked. Yes, right there. Okay. Now, of course, our inventory is full, so we need to find a place to put some of this stuff. I've got some of these things over here, but oh, that's full. I love to see boxes that are full of loot. That's pretty sweet. But that's okay. I also put another box here in the front of my thing here just for this reason. So I can go ahead and throw some extra stuff in there. You can see I've got some extra quick wire in there as well. Lots of modular frames there. Maybe a little bit more quick wire. And so I don't really necessarily need to throw the quick wire in the thing anymore, because I went and got a bunch of tickets, pretty much all the tickets that I'm going to need anyway for the stuff that I want to unlock. But let's go ahead and unlock another hand slot here by basically making some of this alien capsule stuff over here. I forget how many I need, because I've already forgotten 10 seconds later, because that's my brain. How many need? We need 5, of course. One more than what I've got. Let's go ahead and make a little bit of hog there, and then we convert the raw protein from like the animals that you kill, and you take that, put it in the alien DNA capsule, and then of course we can go ahead and progress and get ourselves another hand slot. So very awesome. So again, working this in the beginning also very useful. Go around and take out a lot of animals, and then utilize that to progress your way. Now over here, this is one of those kind of factory stoppers, which is your quartz that you're going to need, right? So you definitely need to get your quartz going, your sulfur going, so that could be progressed over there. Over here, I could progress this pretty easily to get to the rebar gun. And then, of course, the rebar gun also unlocks the iron rebar, which is also used for other things later on, as well as, of course, you can get the medical inhaler, which heals you. I very rarely ever need to be healed. It also automatically heals yourself all the way up now, instead of just up by 3, which is what it used to do. So I find you just stay out of battle for a little while and you're fine. And then over here you can see that we also need an item from the other one, right? From the alien one where the rebar gun is, we need to have that lower level stuff to do the higher level stuff, which is the stun rebar. So you can stun the mobs if you want. And there's actually a lot of really cool weapons they added to the game, which I really like. But again, we want to go ahead and unlock the easy stuff first, like this pole here. So we have the Mark II poles. There we go. And then over here, we can also unlock the Mark III if we go ahead and make some high-speed connectors and whatnot. But we can unlock those too because we have quick wire and we also have this. So right about this stage, everybody, I have a ton of resources. I have an absolute ton of resources backlogged. And so I can very easily just walk through here and make the zip line thing. I can go ahead and unlock the AI limiter, and I could have done this already. I could have done it very early game. But I absolutely love the fact that this is where you're starting to kick butt, right? Now you need some AI limiters, and over here you're going to need your circuit boards, which I have a ton of now, and then of course your high-speed connectors as well. Now over here we need those two things, so that's probably our next bottleneck, is we need those two things so that we can go ahead and get our priority power switch, and that we can get our power switch in itself. Now, I love the idea of the priority power switch. Now, if you're not familiar with this is a new thing in the new update. And the priority power switch basically sets a tiered thing for your base, right? Because if you play Satisfactory at all, you've heard that noise, which basically means your factory went off, which sucks big time, especially if you're way out in the middle of nowhere and that goes and goes off. Well, you have no power to get back to the front. You can't just get in there and get in the hypertube and just fly back because you have no power. So the priority power switch, what it does is it allows you to say, look, my power is the most important thing. Always keep that on. Now, anything below that, like I would put transport below that, and then say maybe plates way at the bottom, all your lower end stuff way at the bottom, and that stuff gets turned off automatically when you run out of power. Because you might have been adding stuff and you weren't watching your power or whatever. Now, I always suggest add power, then add stuff. Add power, add stuff. And then you don't have that problem with your power going off. Now, there's a bunch of transitions in the game in which you're scaling up your power to match what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to make more resources or whatnot. And I find the scaling of your power, which using the minimum amount of power to help you get to the next level. And then use that minimum amount of power to get you to the next level, and so on and so forth, because then it makes you less time. There's less power you got to build, less resources you got to make, less time that you have to invest to progress to that next level. And that's how I play the game. I play it in that way. Now, I can build big, gigantic, extravagant stuff. That's awesome. I can tap every single node just like anybody else can and say, look at me, I'm producing 50,000 plates or whatever. If I don't need 50,000 plates, I don't produce 50,000 plates. That's highly inefficient. That's the kind of thinking that I have anyway over here. Now, we also have a programmable splitter, which is also very cool. We'll get into all of that as well. But this stuff over here takes a lot of power. So you're going to definitely have to scale up your power when you get into, really getting into more advanced, higher level stuff. Now, this stuff individually doesn't take a lot of power, but the resources that you need to make this stuff takes a lot of power. Yes, and we also have this one over here, Marsilia, which is pretty great. Now, over here, we can get another hand slot over here in the extended pool bay. Now, I don't do stuff I don't need. I don't make toxic cellular modification. It's basically a gas one, which is pretty cool. But I don't make stuff I don't need. That's just the way I am. But I will progress that over time. And let's see if we have any Marsilia left in here. We probably used it up, I would think. Oh, yeah, we used a bunch of it up. So what we need to do is we need to find some more of that. Now, I happen to know where that stuff is. It's basically like fungus that you want to find, like mushrooms and things of that nature. That's going to help you find that Marsilia, and that will allow us to make some cloth, and then we can, of course, get another hand slot, which is always useful, as well as more inventory slots. Then over here under nutrients, we need to go ahead and put some stuff in here in our neural processor to get that going. Now, of course, we've got tons of that stuff laying around because we've been backlogging a bunch of that. Oh, actually, I used that up. But that's okay because I put some back here for me to use just in case. Yes, right there. Very nice. And then I think I need more wire. See, I kind of keep it separate because at some point I know I'm going to tear this whole factory down, and what I try to do is burn up the resources. I try to burn up all the excess to actually make the higher end resources, so that when I tear it down, I don't have 15 boxes that I have to manage of just random loot that I could just make again very, very quickly in the higher stages of the game, in which I will do, because you'll see me start to overclock everything and really, really go to town on it big time. Like that. There you go. I know, right? When your power goes off, you're like, ah. Well, there's no one to blame but to you, because like me, you probably were not watching your power close enough when you were adding stuff. I've done it many, many a time. There we go. And now over here we can go ahead and make this medical inhaler. And since we already have, I think we have those resources, let's go ahead and just finish out that tier. Or I didn't get him out of the thing. Oh, I didn't get him out of the thing. There we go. I know I had a bunch of those around. Let's see if we have enough. And I just finished this tier out, even though I rarely ever use those things. I don't know. I probably should, but I don't. There we go. So we got that one done. We never have to look at that one again. We also need to find ourselves a nice purple power shard. There's one around somewhere, I'm sure. And then, of course, we want to start doing our quartz and sulfur. Now, you can see I've done just a little bit of sulfur and not done a lot. What you really want to do is work on your sulfur for sure. Because there's certain parts of the game that are that having those nobilis, which is basically like TNT or explosives, that you can throw down, and they're really fun at some point too. You just run around and throw them on mobs or throw them on trees that are in your way or whatnot, so you don't have to go chop down the trees anymore. You just throw a bomb down there at the base of it, boom, it blows up the tree, and it's no longer in your foundations or whatnot. So as you can see at the beginning of the game, or as I was running around, I collected a little bit of it, but we haven't really gotten it going. And again, I usually wait till the later part of the game to get into all of this, because then I have an abundance of resources and I can run my way out there. Now, one of the things that I do like to do very early game is to get these blade runners, because they allow you to run back and forth faster, and I could have done it right at the very beginning of the game. And I suggest, if you really want to progress quickly, you try to tap every node that you feel like you're going to use in the long run right away. And I'll probably do that in a future playthrough as well, where we go in and we tap every single node that we know we're going to need in the long run, especially at this particular location, because I have just about every single node nearby. And by nearby, I mean close enough to where it doesn't feel like I'm going to a whole other side of the map to get it. And this is actually one of the greatest places in the game to build your base, because you have everything nearby, including oil, you have coal nearby, you have sulfur, you have quartz, you have your quick wire stuff, cadmium as well, or deuterium, as well as you have your uranium nearby as well. So you have everything that you're going to need for every single tier of the game, pretty much in this area, including the thing we're going to work on today, which is bauxite, and working on your aluminum. So we're going to go ahead and try to get all of that stuff going on. Now, I suggest that you don't look it up online, everybody, where all the nodes are. I suggest you go out and you search it in-game and try to learn it in your head where those nodes are, because that's part of the game, is that exploration. I always suggest not to look stuff up, not to cheat or shortcut yourself out of that adventure that you're going to have in the game. I don't look stuff up online unless it's something that's really super obscure and I don't want to spend 100 hours looking it up. But most of the time, I just like to do it and then learn it and say, okay, I remember where that node is. Oh, okay, I remember there's another pure node for concrete or limestone is what it is from original nearby. And there is one. There's a concrete node nearby, but I haven't tapped it yet, but it's over there, and eventually we're going to need to get it. But for right now, I don't need it, so I don't go and do it, right? And I go get 50 other nodes right now if I want to, but I'm not going to do that either. But here's another good one here. I'm always going toward inventory slots and also going toward unlocking more hand items that I can switch between and utilize when I'm running along. This is just less switching that I have to do all the time. I wish your vehicle, when you picked it up, would automatically go back in your hand slot. That would be an awesome change as well. So definitely need to work our way down the thing. And over here again, another hand slot right there if we went and made a bunch of black powder. Now, what does black powder take? Well, it also takes coal. Well, one of the reasons why I upgraded my coal was to work on my steel, but also secretly, I've also upgraded my coal to work on black powder. So that's another thing that we'll have to work on. And there's so many things to work on in the game. You're just like, what do I work on first? Whatever you feel like working on. That's what's so great about it, right? There is no wrong way to play the game. There's the way to play the game that you enjoy. If you enjoy playing the game, however you play it, whether you're doing Spaghetti City like I'm doing it here just for fun, where you're just running your lines like willy-nilly everywhere, or if you're making it beautifully pristine and doing your 90-degree angles and lining it up and building it out of glass and putting in cool angles and building separate factories for everything, more power to you. But I only have so much time to play. So my goal is progression, right? As opposed to mega building, where you're doing something super fancy like a, what do they call that, a dam, or a giant, power factory or whatever kind of cool thing that you think of. As well. But we definitely want to go ahead and get this one unlocked next, which is our bauxite refinement. Now, I just happen to have a little bit of resources on me here, that we're going to drop in there. You're like, ah, Kismet, you're out of resources. Not really. Not really. I have a lot of resources backlogged because, again, I've been letting it run just enough so I have enough resources to basically go in here and do that. And then I go, okay, well, now I need some of the other stuff over here. I need to get some of this plastic here. Let's go ahead and just grab all that we can. And then we'll go ahead and basically just run that in there. Boom, there we go, 500 in. We also need some computers. Well, guess what? I made a bunch of those, and they're sitting right over here where I can go ahead and run to those. And, of course, pick a bunch of those up and run them back as well. And to see, this is why I let it run and just let it backlog, because it's just super easy after that point to just let it run. And I only make what I need in the moment. So if I need some heavy modular frames...
Reached. Quartz and bauxite scanning unlocked. A new generation of basic aluminum parts is now available, which can be constructed from bauxite after a complex process of refinement. The blender will be used in future processes.
Okay. So, we just updated and unlock our bauxite refinement. Now, I suggest you're going to need your logistics right away. Right? Now, the thing is if you go ahead and select this as your next milestone, you can't do it for another 10 minutes because there's like a cooldown because it's got to fly up there, drop off the stuff, and come back as well. But what we need to do is we needed the ability to scan for it. Of course, I actually already know where it is because I've done this a bunch of times, but we can go ahead and scan for it, and we can see how far away it is from my current base. Just wait for it. Now that's 1,286 directly in that direction. And nearby it, there's a couple other nodes as well. And you're like, well, Kismet, that's not nearby. Oh, that's nearby, everybody. If you've never seen the size of this map, everybody, that's nearby. The map goes way the heck over here, because it could be over here, and then you'll really be in trouble. But this is actually nearby in the fact that I could run over there and run lines, or I could run over there and I could run a train there to get it, right? I love doing trains. Trains one of my favorite things. But you can see that not only do I have one node, but I have 3 nodes in that direction. I can take all 3 nodes and connect them together and run them back to my primary base. Now, again, one of my suggestions is to basically get all of your stuff going, or at least progressing through until you get to the highest level. And then when you get to that highest level, then you can go ahead and really start to build out your big, gigantic mega factory. Because otherwise, you just don't have the tools. Now, speaking of tools, we're going to go ahead and unlock some more tools here, wherever I did with my thing. Actually, I'm going to put it over here. Not that. We want this, the awesome shop. I need some screws. All right, let's go over here and get some screws. I got a couple of them over here. I got a couple screws in this box. Maybe more than a couple. Oh, let's finish our MAM first so we can put the stuff away. We'll finish our MAM first and then we'll come back. All right, anything else that we really want to make down here? Not really. Cadmium, we're going to need to make some of that stuff, which means we're going to need some Marsilia to get that hand slot. Nutrients done. Power slugs almost done. We need to get some quartz and we need to get some sulfur. So we can get all that going. So we have 3 different types of resources that we need. And so I'm going to go ahead and put this back in here. I'm going to keep my tickets. And again, you notice that I keep this box. This is kind of like my random box. Random other resources that I'm either going to use eventually or don't really care about in the moment in which I'm working. And basically what this does also eliminate my visual clutter. If I go into another box and it has my resources and a bunch of this stuff, that I don't use all that often, it basically just wastes my time because I have to look through it every single time to see what I've got in there. And I like to keep a sample of a bunch of different stuff, whatever random stuff I have, like copper ignites, of course some biofuel, a little bit of grass here, a little bit of this, that, and the other thing. We're also going to take the rest of those tickets out, and now we have 82 tickets. So let's go ahead and put our awesome shop. Did I not? Oh, I didn't get it out because my inventory was full. And let's go over here, grab a few things of screws, and get this going. Now, in the awesome sink, you run a bunch of quick wire in there, and before you know it, you'll have 60, 70 of these tickets. In my case, I have 82. And then you can go ahead and start making your base a little bit more fancy. Now, I'm the type of person that if I don't need it, I don't unlock it. I can unlock all of this stuff if I want to, lights, panels, different boxes, and all that stuff, but I don't want to see it in my thing, so I don't unlock it. Now, signs actually are fairly useful for marking all of your stuff, really especially good for when you're doing transport stuff. Now, over here you can see I've purchased some of these things in the early game, pipe wall attachments, hypertubes, lifts here. Now, this is one of the only categories where I will actually unlock everything. Because this is super useful when you are running your lines, especially floor ones there. You got floor ones for pipes and other pipes here. And of course, our Mark II power outlets, which are super awesome. Eventually, we'll get our Mark IIIs there. But you can see I put that in there, and that's only 10 tickets. And I have 82. So again, this is why I like to let it run. Now, am I going to use any of these fancier pieces right now, half foundations and whatnot? I actually like the round foundations. This one here, I think is pretty cool, where you can make a round foundation and then put your water pipe on there. That's probably the only one out of all of these I would unlock right now. I also like the quarter pipes, because I feel like the quarter pipes is a great thing where you can kind of set the quarter pipes down in there and then run your lines in there, and then maybe cover it up with some glass or other thing like that so you can see all your pipes running and have it enclosed. That stuff's cool, but am I doing that now? No. Am I going to do rounded things? Maybe. Let's add it in there just for fun. Then also we've got walls, we got gates, we got windows, we got door walls, we got all sorts of cool stuff that we can do. But out of all of this stuff, what is something that's functionally usable for me? What's something that's going to make me be able to be more efficient at what I do? And that's the conveyor walls here. The conveyor walls, you can attach 1, 2, or 3 to there, and then of course you can stack them, and it's very easy to run your conveyors through those walls and utilize that as a central track for all of your resources. So that's super useful in the game. So boom, I add useful things. What is not useful? Windows and angles and ramps and all of those things. That's great for making it look good, but does it really have a functionality that helps me in the long run? And yeah, maybe ramp walls, you can put a ramp in there and then, run your lines on those ramps or whatnot. I actually feel like the way that the lines run up angles is terrible. That's one of the few things I dislike about the game. I also don't like the way when you're going up the ramp on your little vehicle, your little mining cart or your little cart, that it does this thing. I don't like that. They made it a little bit better. It doesn't do it as much, but it does get a little unwieldy sometimes when you're going up an angle. It should be nice and smooth up that angle every single time like it used to be. I think anyway. Now, gates are actually pretty cool, so we're going to go ahead and get some gates. And then, of course, door walls. Those are going to help us get in and out so we can enclose stuff in. Another thing you want to think about is your frame rate, right? Your frame rate of your actual computer. And, of course, your ability to see all that stuff. Now, you don't need to watch all your plates being made at some point. At some point, enclose that sucker in. Increase your frames per second, especially if you got a lower-end machine. Just enclose that stuff in, which we're going to work on a bit today. As well. So we'll get a bit of that. Again, it's like a shopping spree, everybody. Now, what about pillars and foundations and all of that stuff? I have actually played through where I put the pillars down, and it took me 10 times longer to build out what I was building out, and then I didn't like it, and I had to take the pillars out and redo all the pillars, and it just cost me lots and lots of time. But if you want to build it and make sure that it's structurally sound every time, more power to you. They've had a lot of cool things like structural beams here, which are pretty cool. You can really fancy out your base. But does it really have a function that I need right now? You know what kind of function I need right now is not falling down into stuff. Like railings right here. Make sure that the safety inspector doesn't cite my building here. There's also a modern railing there, which I don't think I've ever used. Road barriers are cool. You've got, of course, different frame walls and angle frames, which looks pretty cool just for structural stuff. You like building a bridge or something cool like that. Factory ladder, which is one of the most useful things in the entire game. Instead of just having to use your stacker poles for ladders or having to use that thing for a ladder, you can actually just make a ladder anywhere you want, including in front of your storage units as well. The stairs suck unless you put a metal pillar down the middle, because you just usually fall off the stairs. You fall all the way to the bottom, and then you have to run up the stairs again. A hypertube's way better. Catwalks, awesome. Definitely get those. Walkways, also awesome. Definitely get those. Again, those are actually going to help us as the player. Now, there's also a bunch of cool different materials. There's asphalt, there's steel, In here, you've got tar roofs. You got a whole bunch of other cool foundation patterns here where you can make arrows, you can make dotted lines, factory zones, pathways, numbers, all sorts of fun stuff. Are we going to do any of that kind of embellishment of our factory? Absolutely not. That is not efficient. That is fancy. So we're going to come back to that later. Very efficient, the factory cart. That you definitely want. Do we want to listen to the boombox? Do we want to get ourselves some awards? We don't need awards. We already know that we're awesome. Now, of course, we must get the coffee cup at this point because if you don't own your own coffee cup, like I do, you're bumming. Oh, and here it is coming back. Another one also, gas filters. We can get the schematic for the gas filters. Let's go ahead and get that as well. And you're like, dang, Kismet, you probably spent all of your things by now. Guess what? Not even close. Not even close. So for everything that I need pretty much for the rest of the game until I get to mega building at the end, I've got everything I need with 37 tickets. Really, I find it's about 50 tickets total that you need roughly in that area to unlock everything that you would really need to make your factory functional or make it better than it was in the early stages of the game. So I'm just going to buy all that stuff and I'm done. Now, what I did is I actually bought the cup and actually bought some gas filters. And this way, I don't have to make them later on. They also added a great function to the game as well, is that you can use your explosives to get rid of those, basically those gas clouds that are blocking you. Nearby my base over here by the oil, there's a bunch of gas clouds over there that we could eliminate. When we get to that stage, we'll get it going on. But that's pretty much it. That's everything that I will buy in the thing. Now again, if I want to use my signs, I've got those and so on. But what I really want is I want to progress the MAM at this point. And the reason why I want to progress the MAM is because I want to get to my power priority switch. And that's so that if any time my stuff goes off, I have trouble. Now, I'm actually going to design my base around that idea of first tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier priority, right? The different priorities of what you want to keep on and what is okay to let go off. Now, say I'm reworking my power, right? And I take out some of my power and now I don't have enough power. Well, guess what? All the things that I say are low priority, like plates and rods and things like that, that I probably have a box or two of, it'll turn that stuff off and keep my factory running on all the things that I do need, that I do think is a higher priority, that I probably have less of to put that as a higher priority, especially my transport. Definitely want to create a whole separate power production of your power, transport, and so on, working your way down in priority. So we definitely want to get that going, and the way to get that going is to build high-speed connectors. Now, to build high-speed connectors, I need quick wire and I need plastic. Now, I could go through and I could go ahead and tell it to make me a bunch of that using machines and set up all the machines and run all the lines and do all that stuff. But the first thing I'm going to check is, can I go in here and make it myself? Because it's only 50 of them. It's not like I'm making 5,000 of them in here. And to do that, I need some circuit boards, I need some cable, and I need some quick wire. Well, it just so happens that I have a gigantic box full of wire right over here, full of that, and it's certainly not hurting for any of that, right? Plenty of wire in there. In fact, let's put the lowest one back in again over there. Now, I did go in and stop my quick wire, and just in the time in which we've talked, over here, just in the time in which we've talked and we've reset that up, boom, I've already got stacks and stacks of quick wire in here. Now, I've also taken a little bit extra for me and got that going. Let's pick that up as well. And I put it over here and kept it aside just so I knew I would need it eventually over here as well. Now, some of this stuff I can go ahead and take back out of here because I don't need that much of that stuff out of there. And then, again, we're going to go in and we're going to say, you know what? Here's what I want you to do. I want you to go in and I want you to tell me what it is that I'm going to need for this thing that I need, right? So circuit boards. And here, I could go ahead and add that to my to-do list, but I got a bunch of those already, so I don't really need circuit boards. What we need is we need the next thing here in the MAM, right down here under Caterium, and that is our high-speed connector. So we'll hit O, we'll go high-speed connector, we'll click that, and then we'll just say add to to-do list, and it will tell you what you need down here and how much of each of those things that you already have. Now again, after I finish my computers, I purposely have backlogged a bunch of these so that I can go in and grab those when I need them as well. Now, I also need to get my coffee cup in there just so I can get a little slurp slurp. Get my slurp slurp on with my cool little coffee cup. Now, I actually have some RP for this coffee cup, everybody. I feel like the reason why your coffee cup never spills is because there's a button right here that you can't see, and you hold that button down, and there's a little, there's a force field by default. But if you hold down that button, it turns the force field off, and then you can drink your coffee, and then when you let go, it does the force field again, so your coffee never spills. Remember, this is space, everybody. This is the space future. So you think they would have at least got the ability not to spill your coffee cup that down by now. At least I think so. That's my RP for that anyway. I made that up. All right, so how many of these do we need? Well, that's what we need to go figure out again as well over here. I think it was 50, if I'm correct. Right over here. Oh, it's 25, even easier. Okay. And so we can go in there again, high-speed connector, and we'll say, oh, we need 25 of these. We got to press this 25 times. And we can see if we have enough. Oh, a little extra, 26. But yeah, we've got plenty of things. So instead of building this whole entire thing, of which we eventually need to do anyway in the long run, I can go ahead and just override that and say, you know what? I don't need to do it. I'm just going to, press the button, let it run, get 25 of them, and then when I'm done doing those 25, I'll go in and just upgrade it. I find that 99% of the time, most of these upgrades that are between 25 and 50, it's faster for you to do it manually, for you to just make it. And I love that about the game. I love the fact for you to make something automated that you have to make it first most of the time in the converter here, in the crafting bench. You got to make it first before you can make it automated. And I love that. I love that about the game. Brilliantly balanced in that way. That your progression is based on your hard work of putting in the time of making these things. So me, I will just go ahead and do this. Now, I have plenty of all of these things. So I could just automate this stuff right now and it wouldn't be a problem, which I will do eventually. And again, I definitely want to burn up all those excess resources and take the lower end resources and convert them into higher end resources so that when I go to revamp my factory again, because I have revamped my factory in every phase. So usually 3 times I'll go through and redo the factory. With blueprinting, it's even easier because then you can tear down a giant part of your factory and rebuild it pretty quickly using that as well. Okay, so we've got it right over here. Let's go ahead and let that run, and it only takes like 3 seconds. And boom, there we go. Nice. Right over here, priority power switch. Now, to make a priority power switch, of course, we're going to need that very thing that we don't have automated. So, if we're going to use a bunch of those today, probably a good idea to go, okay, let's find a way of automating this while we're busy doing other things, right? Now, a lot of those resources are residing right here that I need. And so, basically, what I need is I need a manufacturer to do that. Now, what I don't need is I don't need any of this right here. I don't need any of this stuff right here because this is already done. Now, the funny thing is about the next phase of your space elevator is the fact that it's basically the end of the game. So spoiler alert, everybody. I'm about to show you the end of the game. So if you don't want to see it, okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, boom. It's employee of the planet. And you get a small reward in the awesome shop. So we need to produce these things to become the employee of the planet. And we need to do the highest end stuff in the game, right? Except for we're not anywhere close to doing that right now. And we're not going to be close to doing that for quite a long time. So your space elevator basically has just become useless, and anything that you're running into the space elevator will be useless as well. So I basically, at this point, I go ahead and I'm going to need a box here. I just go ahead and take all that stuff out of there and basically just decommission all of this stuff, because this is just unnecessary in the long run. Now, when you're decommissioning this or when you're taking it out, everybody, be real careful what you're taking out, because you can accidentally take out stuff that you don't want to take out. And they added a great feature where you can just hit G, and it will allow me to go ahead, hold down control, and just take out the stackables. So anywhere I have stackables, it'll get that. It will not get the foundations. It will not get anything else. Like way over here, I can just go and take out those stackables from way over here. The same thing here. I could go ahead and just say any mark for belts I could take out, and so on. And basically what I want to do is take all this stuff out big time. Or you can just leave it open and just take it all out yourself, like this. And just be real careful what you're selecting, because you don't want to accidentally select something that you don't want to take out. Now see right there how we're making this kind of step thing? One of the coolest things about the game is that you can do this stuff from really far away. Boom. Oh, we got a ladder way up there. Boom. See, I can take all that out. We're going to redo that. We're going to actually blueprint that later on. Get that going on. Now again, you always have a lot of things that you could be doing in game. I'm just pressing the control and letting go. Control and control, let go, then left mouse button, boom, out of there. You get all those resources back, by the way. And then over here, same thing. Now, this whole process over here on this side was all about getting our modular engines into there. We don't need modular engines anymore, right? We don't need those. Those are not going to help us progress for right now. And if we do need them, guess what we could do? Go ahead and build it again later. That's definitely what we could do. So we're going to take the manufacturer out. A lot of the stuff that I build is completely temporary by design. It's designed that way to be temporary, so that you can just make it, so you don't have to make a big elaborate thing. You can just make what you need to make and then move on. Simple as that. Some people get so fixated on making it so extravagant that they're burning so much time making it extravagant. And this also happens with video games too, everybody. They spend too much time making the graphics amazing and forget to make the game fun. Not kidding. It's happened many, many times. I'm sure you guys could name many, many games that suck. And the reason why they suck is because their story sucks, the gameplay sucks, the battling in the game sucks, a lot of that kind of stuff. You can see also I consolidated some of that stuff down there. We need to get a little bit of this, a little bit of that. There we go. And we're going to make ourselves another thing here. Now's a great time to have the ability to go ahead and take all that stuff and reinfuse it back into your production lines. And I like to leave what I call infusion points, where I can go ahead and reinfuse this back into the lines as well. We'll get into all of that more fancier building stuff as we go along. Now again, you can see I've got stuff running out of here that I don't need anymore. And we can just go ahead and eliminate all of this extra stuff that we don't need. And again, just using that G to select just the lifters. Over here, same thing. We can just get just the lifters, get rid of that. So again, that only served that one purpose. And that one purpose was to upgrade the space elevator, and that's it. Now, I've actually never finished the game. And that's because it's an early access game. I'm not in a hurry. I don't have anything to prove, everybody. Some people, they get like a chip on their shoulder and they got to prove how amazing they are and how great they are at the game. And they're like, "Kismet, look at me. I'm making 1 billion resources." Okay, awesome. Nobody cares, everybody. Nobody cares if you go and brag how amazing you are at something, or nobody cares. Nobody wants to listen to you brag about how amazing you are. It seems very conceited and is super cringe, everybody. Super cringe when people have to basically tell you they're the king. If you have to tell someone you're the king, you're not the king. If they know you're the king, then that's how you know. If you don't have to say anything, they go, "Whoa, that person is the king," right? That's how you know. So you don't really need to toot your own horn, everybody. Just go out and do your thing, and people will pick up on it if you're amazing at what you do. And some people got that. It's really an insecurity that everybody has at some point in their life, that they feel the need to have to prove themselves. Well, I can tell you, after being 53 years old, everybody, you answer to no one. You don't have to prove jack squat to no one other than yourself. That's the hardest person that you're going to need to convince that is amazing. You got to convince yourself that you're amazing, that you're a good person, that you do right by the world, and you do your thing, right? That's going to be the person that's going to be the most difficult. So when people come in and start bragging about how much stuff they got going or whatever, or how amazing they are at games, it just triggers that in my head. I go, "Oh God, here we go." Oh God, it's another one. Feel like they got to come in and prove how amazing they are. I just assume you're amazing. See, that's the best way to start. Just assume people are amazing, and they don't have to go through all of that. Me, I'm just who I am, everybody. The person you see here on stream is me. I don't play a character. I don't pretend to be nobody else. I'm not going to sit here and say, look at me, I'm a super rich, wealthy guy with my Mercedes and my big house and all of that ridiculous crap that you think is important when you're young. All of that stuff is pointless, everybody, because you know why? Because you can't take it with you. You can't take it with you. It is completely meaningless. At the end of your life, you're going to say, man, I sure wish I worked more. I sure wish I had more cars. Oh, man, I sure wish I had, I spent more time at work. You're not going to say those things. You know what you're going to wish? I sure wish I had my health back. I sure wish I had more time. I sure wish I spent more time with my family and friends. Or my significant other. Those are the things you're going to wish for. And when your time's running down like mine is, believe me, those are the foremost thoughts on your head all the time, is what is the most important thing to me right now. And right now, it's to do whatever the hell I want to do as well. And I'm doing it right now, which is hanging out with you guys, playing some games, inspiring you a little bit, bringing a little positivity and joy into your day. That's what I do. That's my job, everybody. And hopefully I can inspire you to go out there and find what you love to do in your life as well. All right, so we got that going. Now, we've got some things that we need to make down here, some crystal oscillators, some radio control units. We can make some beacons and gas filters in here as well, but especially high-speed connectors right here. And so we're going to need some quick wire. We're going to need some cable. We're going to need some circuit boards. Well, circuit board's going to be super easy. We're going to go ahead and put it right there, and we're going to run right over here, and we're going to run some more what we call spaghetti. Spaghetti's where you just run it and say, screw it. I don't care how it looks. I just want it to be functional, right? And at this stage of the game, that's really what you should be thinking about. How can I make it functional? How can I make it do what I want it to do to get to the next level of what I'm trying to do? Like in this case is aluminum, right? I want to get some aluminum. I want to be able to revamp my base so I can run these connectors and do these connectors. Now, earlier on, had I unlocked high-speed connectors, that wouldn't have really helped me because I wouldn't have had the circuit boards. And if I don't have the circuit boards or the production capacity with power and all of that stuff to produce the circuit boards, then it was pointless for me to get it at the beginning of the game, which is why I don't get it at the beginning of the game. The other thing is quick wire and cable. So that's pretty easy as well. Now we also need to tap this into power. Let's go ahead and see if we can find, man, we need to make a central power lines here too. We're gonna work on all of that. But for right now, we're just going to connect that right there. There we go. So that'll start backlogging that in there because I've told it what to do. It'll start running those in there. Now, I've also got some cables running. I can see them coming out of the box right there, which is another one that we could go ahead and just run down right here, and then maybe just run that right in there. And there we go, because we've already got it pre-measured. We've already got it pre-run for a lot of that stuff. Now, the same thing over here with our quick wire. We can go ahead and just route our quick wire right over here, around the corner a little bit, maybe back just a little bit. I'm going to route it way up here. And we're going to now route that instead of going into the Awesome Sync, which I pretty much maxed out the Awesome Sync. Don't really need it. Oh, there's a thing right in my way. Oh, that's a sad thing. Let's just go ahead and do this instead. Oops, or not. There we go. What do we need? We need some more rods here at some point as well. So we'll take that, and we'll try to run it over here. Oh, we're out of encased industrial beams. We're probably going to be low with those. Not too low. Not too bad. We have some extra. And basically what I do is I make the belts go as fast as they possibly can. There's no point in making slower belts at this point, I don't think, unless you're low on resources, which I usually am not because I let the resources run. Oops, I ran that to the wrong thing. I let the resources run, and I don't like it to clip. See how it clipped through that thing? I mean, it still works. It'll still work just fine. But I don't like it to clip, and I don't want it to go through there. It's more of a me thing than anything else. Then we'll go ahead and run that, and you can see I've made it just enough so that it's not clipping the thing. And I can kind of visualize where the things are going to hit where. And now, boom, there we go. That's it. That's all I had to do, everybody. And my quick wire is in there, my cable's in there, circuit board's in there, and now I can make high-speed connectors all day long and end up with a bunch of high-speed connectors. So that's what we're going to do right over there because the other stuff was less important and this is more important. Then we'll also go ahead, oh, we need some things. But centralizing where all your resources are so you can grab them, because this is what I do probably the most in the game, is go, oh, okay, I need myself a little bit of this. Over here, I need myself some more plates. like that. I need myself some more rods. Now, I actually have a whole box full of resources over there, too, I could go grab. But we're just going to go ahead and grab that. Another thing, you can see that I have a bunch of extra ones of these in here that I could be using for making modular frames or whatnot. And what I call this infusing, everybody, where you can infuse the production line with a certain resource that you might be low on. Great example over here is my heavy or my modular frames that are running, but I've only got a few of them running. And all the rest of those down the line are not running because I basically ran out of those extra resources that I had. But one of the things I can do is say, what am I missing? Is it rods or is it reinforced iron frames? Well, guess what? It's reinforced iron frames because I can just infuse them in here right there. And you're going to see that these other ones just start right back up again because that's what they needed. Because all of these ones at the end here were starving for those reinforced iron plates. Now, I have a whole box full of reinforced iron plates. How many reinforced iron plates do I really need right now? Not that many. I don't really need that many reinforced iron plates. And again, the best thing to do, burn that stuff up. Burn it up big time. So let's go over here and grab a little bit more of this so I can get some of this stuff off of me here. Or I'll just throw it in my thing back here. Go back here in this box, and I'll just throw that extra stuff in there pretty much. And then I'll go over here and say, you know what? I got way too many reinforced iron plates in there, sitting in there doing absolutely nothing when I could be converting it into something that is useful, which in this case is that. Now, also what I want to do is probably infuse it in the front of the line. If I infuse it in the front of the line, then it's going to carry all the way down to the end as well. So I can go ahead and say make a... Oh, I thought I grabbed up... oh, I put it down. That's right. I put it down in that other thing. Let's get rid of some of the quick wires so we can grab this over here so we can make a box. There we go. So we can go over here and make a box just kind of sitting here. I don't like that. Let's say right there. And then we can just go ahead and run this from down here up into here by adding a merger in here if it's going to let us. Ooh, it's going to be a close one. Gotta be a close one. We got a splitter going there. How do we want to do this? We got this coming out of here. So we want to go ahead and rework that whole line there. Just run that into there. There we go. And then we can go ahead and try to add a merger, or that's a splitter. We can add a merger in there, right there, and then run this from down here so it hopefully doesn't flip that much into there, and then infuse it in the whole entire line. Now, what that's going to do is go at 480, which is way more than it needs to go to run in there. So that's going to run in there at its maximum speed and combine with the actual original production and then the excess that I have left over. Now, in the long run, what you should see is all of a sudden a bunch of green lights start to show up all the way down and show up and burn up those excess resources and also produce your thing. Now, I suggest that later on when you get your smart splitters that you can go ahead and create one box of what you need, and then all the other stuff, when it starts to overflow, then gets run into the actual production line and then never stops running the production line. So you've got some backlog for you, and then it's got some backlog for, or that it uses the rest of the production, or the total amount of the production as well, by the way. So what I should really have is I should have every single one of them running here, except for one box full. Fill that box. When that box is full, then run the entire amount over here. Unless I have a bunch extra that I don't need, and then I could just run them down the line. Now let's go ahead and jump down the line a little bit here and say, why is this one right here not running? And it's usually because you forgot to connect something like that. Or you disconnected it at some point, which I think I did in this particular case. And then that's why that one and some of these other ones are not on, because they're literally just not connected. So let's go ahead and see. There we go. The rest of these are connected. So the reason why some of these are waiting is because that it takes a while for it to split it all the way down the line. And this is what I call inline running, where you're running it all in line, and then it fills the first one with 100, and then it fills the next one with 100, and then it has to do that all the way down the line. So the one all the way at the bottom, way at the end, is the one that's starving for resources because it takes a really long time to get down there because it has to fill all these. But eventually, when it gets all the way up to the thing, you can see I've got all of these running now at that maximum ability and burning up my excess resources because I don't need that many plates. I've got plenty of plates right now, and if I need more, I'll just stop that, and then I'll have a bunch more. Or actually, it'll happen automatically because it's probably refilling that box right now as we speak. Let's go over and check it out. Let's see if it's putting more in there. Let's see, it's at 99. I don't know. I might have diverted it down there. I don't remember if I did or not. But what it will do is go make some more plates and put more plates. There, yeah, it is. It's filling it back up ever so slowly. There we go. It's actually filling that back up again. Eventually, that'll be full of plates again too, but it's also sending some of it elsewhere as well. But again, if I have that backlogged and I don't need those resources, it's not really useful. And the same thing with screws, and the same thing with rods and everything else that you use, especially if you're going to revamp your base, which is what I'm going to do. Let's use that up. Let's burn it up as quickly as possible. And then we don't have to have so many resources that we got to manage when we tear all this down and then we remake it kind of more in its final form as well. But we definitely want to get our high-speed connectors going so we can burn up that quick wire, can burn up the cable, and burn up the circuit boards. Now, by the way, as it starts to burn this stuff up, that stuff turns back on again, and it starts making more cable, and it starts making more circuit boards and more quick wire. And you can see that quick wire is already maxed, everybody. It actually makes a lot of quick wire. It's just an insane amount of quick wire. And I haven't even overclocked it. I haven't even done any of that stuff yet. And quick wire, again, is one of your best things to throw in your awesome sync in the early game because, bam, you're going to have those tickets right away. Now, you could actually do it right at the very beginning. Right at the very beginning of the game, you could go in, get that Caterium, use your MAM to unlock it, get it going, and then get that quick wire popping off, and boom, you'd have as many tickets as you need, which is about 50 or so, I find, for my playthrough. And then you're good. You're done. GG's. You're out of there. All right, so speaking of all that loot that I threw over here, let's go grab that back and try to manage it. Now, one of the things that I like to do, and we're going to run a little thing out so we know what this was. We need some concrete. One of the things that I like to do, oops, wrong thing. My bad. That was the wrong box. That box back where it goes. That was my bad. Wrong box. Put those back in there. Now make sure those are coming out of there. Nope. There we go. So yeah, there we go. We've infused those in there, and those are going to rock. Now, why do I infuse them halfway down the line? Well, because sometimes halfway down the line, again, it's slowing down. So you infuse it halfway down the line, and then if you have any extra or stuff you just want to get rid of, throw in the box. Same thing over here on this side. You can see that this box here, I can go ahead and infuse a bunch of the rods in there, but I've got tons of rods. There's no problem with rods. Rods is not the issue. It's those plates that are the issue. Because I have much more of those than I actually am producing in plates. Why? Because I have a bunch of extra. So if I have a bunch of extra that I backlog so I could get myself past that tier, and now I no longer need those resources, that's when I build a whole bunch extra so I can burn up all those excess resources and turning it into a higher level resource instead, which I do need. Right now I need a whole bunch of these to be popping out of here. A whole bunch of these suckers. Yeah, there we go. Let's start to backlog again. A whole bunch of these being run into my heavy modular frames over here. So none of this stuff is slowing it down. Now you can see that actually it's running at its max speed right now. And I can go in and utilize some of the stuff that I took off over here. The second I find out where I did it, I think it's right over here. Yes. I can utilize some of the stuff in here to accelerate that process. Now my goal right now is to take the resources, these lower end resources, convert them into secondary and then third level resources, which is your heavy modular frames. Now you need a lot of heavy modular frames. And you're like, well, Kismet, that's not a lot. Well, I also have a whole nother box right up here. That's a lot for this stage of game. That's a lot of heavy modular frames. I've been very, very focused on that because it's all of this stuff back here that you're doing. Now I highly suggest to do this and then do this and push it to its absolute limits. because this way you don't have to run any new lines. You don't have to run any things. You don't have to make another manufacturer and use more power. You don't have to do all of that stuff because all you have to do is overclock what you already got. It's going to take a lot of power, but you got a lot of power, right? Hopefully you went in, you took your power, you've upped your power. Instead of 55 megawatts, watch how far this goes up, everybody. It goes up a lot. It's 184, so it's more than 3 times the amount that it actually takes to go only 250% more, but it's less of my time, and that's important. That's the most important part. Now, it's going to go at 500 screws, 25 encased industrial beams, 75 steel pipes per minute, 25 modular frames, and I can tell you I'm not doing that. But I can tell you there's a bunch of this extra laying around that can run in here as well. Now, I actually don't need to run at that speed. I really need to have it go at 4.8 per minute because the maximum belt speed that I could possibly run in there is 480, which you can see right there under screws. So there's no point in me making it any faster than the maximum speed of my belt. So that just takes extra power and is kind of a waste of my power to have it up at that speed. So I want to go ahead and what I call underclock it a little bit or downclock it down to about 240%, and then that'll be as efficient as it possibly can for this moment until it runs out of resources, runs out of that backlog of resources. But we have a plenty of backlog of resources, including the thing we were having trouble with last time, which is our steel pipes. But now we got a whole box full of it and probably another box down below, by the way, because there's actually 2 boxes along this line. You're going to also see me start to stack more boxes, and so we can backlog even more of every single type of resource as we go along as well. But again, we need to focus on our 3 other resources right now. Now's a great time to do that while we're letting all this run. Again, box right in this direction. Do we have our vehicle? No. We're going to get our vehicle as well. And let's go ahead and move these boxes a little closer. Store all that in there. Take that out. That in there. That in there. That just keeps me from having to run over there. So I can consolidate all this stuff down. Actually, let's take all this. Let's consolidate it down into that stuff. Then we'll take this in here. Now, this is another moment where you're just like, God, I have so much random stuff in here. How do I manage this? Well, I suggest to make yourself a sorter eventually that will go in and put this stuff back in the boxes. Like you just have a box that you throw stuff in, and it will go along and say, okay, this is supposed to be this thing, and that's supposed to be that thing, and it will just put it back in the box for you. Like these, it'll put those back in the box. The only problem with the sorter is that it could potentially stop the sorter if the box is full. So that is a little tough. So what you want is basically like an overflow, the ability to have enough in there that you could go ahead and resort it back in the box, and then when you need it, you go to the box, you can take it out. Or you can just leave it in the box and come over here and grab it whenever you need it, and then you don't have to run over there. You got a bunch of mixed resources in here for when you need it. So there's some things though that I know I don't need right away. And so I'm going to go ahead and get my tickets out of here. I'm going to get all this other resources that are basically for the space elevator. So let's eliminate all of those things out of our stuff in here. And then this here right there, our gas mask stuff. Don't need that right now. And then that's what we go ahead and take in our kind of miscellaneous box. And we throw all that stuff in the miscellaneous box. Now, I've got a bunch of stuff in here that I don't really need. And so on, I can take that out. Like biofuel, I can take that out now and put all this other random stuff that I don't need right now in there. And then again, biofuel, I can go ahead and just put that in a separate box for that as well. Let's say this one. Take all that out, biofuel back in, put this back in. And again, we have some extra reinforced iron plates that we don't need right now, so we go over here, pop those in there. I hit control, by the way. Control allows you just to drop it in there. Pretty easy. And then again here, what do we got? We got a whole bunch of circuit boards. Now, do I need to make another whole entire box full of circuit boards? Probably not. And if I had enough space over here, I could just simply go over here and hit control and drop it in there. But that's another thing that I don't need right now, and I don't have an extra box to throw it into. Though I could make one if I wanted to. But again, I'm just going to go ahead and throw it right over here because I don't need it right now. What else? Wire, don't need it right now, but you definitely want to grab a stack of this back just in case. Concrete, definitely need a lot of that, and so on in here. Now, another thing that I like to do that is super useful is the ability to pull some stuff out of the box and then put stuff back in. Like if I go to the wire here and I look at how much wire I have 200, I have a full stack, I'm good. If I go over here to plates and look at plates, I have a stack that has just one. Let's go ahead and pull a full stack out and then put the one back in, and then basically it better utilizes that stack versus having a bunch of random stuff in there. Now, if you don't want to do anything with this and just have it build more of that stuff later when you need it, you just throw it in the awesome sink and GG, you're good. You're all good with that. And again, so basically I'm sorting out the stuff that I don't need in that moment. And then the same thing over here. We can go ahead and take this out. Now I can have another box that I sometimes use. That is for the stuff I do want to keep. So I want to keep some computers. I want to keep this. I want to keep that. But I don't want to keep this. That there. A little bit of quick wire. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. A little bit of this. A little bit of this. You get the idea. A little bit of everything thrown in there in case you need it in the moment right here. And let's see, a little bit of fuel. Don't need stators. You don't need to keep stators on you. A little bit of this right there, and then all of this we can get in there. And so that is the reverse. That's like, okay, all the stuff that I'm going to need as I'm working. Probably need some more of those as well. And since we have a couple of these, we'll throw those in there too. But really, that's all that I need to probably run around and get into some trouble. So I can go ahead and just throw the rest of that in there like that. Take this over here. Probably take these, put those back in. Take this, consolidate that in there. And we're getting pretty close to basically getting that maxed out. Maybe take our pipes out of there. Put our screws back in, but only take that much out. And then basically what I'm trying to do is consolidate it down so I can eliminate one of these boxes. Like that. And then I can walk over here yet again and infuse these extras in there, but take, you know, say a stack for me in there. And then go back to the box in which I put the stuff I want to keep in. Take that stuff out. And now I've got a bunch of stuff I can use to go and make stuff with. Like, you know, extractors or foundations and things like that. Or maybe just something that pops out of there and tells me what's in that box. Oh, I forgot to connect it on this side. Just dawned on me. We got to connect it over here. That's super helpful. There we go. There we go. Okay, our high-speed connectors are rolling out of there. And we're going to go ahead and get that fired back up again. Look at that. Holy moly. Giant stack of those. We can go ahead and stack those with what we got. And let those go ahead and do their thing. And again, the next milestone is aluminum. So we want to go ahead and, again, track down that box right. Let's get it going. Where's our vehicle? Let's get our factory cart while we're thinking about it. See how I ping that and then I immediately think of something else that I need? Happens to me all the time. Let's go find our little cart down here. Because we're going to need our little cart on the way back. Now, we could use trains to do this, but I think what I feel like doing is just running a line. So we're going to go ahead and run some lines. And again, the first thing we want to do is kind of scope it out. I like to try to line up my thing exactly on it so I can just go nice and straight. If I don't line up on it perfectly, I will line up on the way back. Now, there's multiple ways of doing this. You can actually do it while you're working, while you're doing your thing and going in that direction. Or you can come back, run the lines, run your hypertubes, all of that stuff. Now, one of the things I would always suggest before you start now in the game is they added a really super cool thing to the game called blueprinting. So we're going to go ahead and just make ourselves a little spot over here, kind of out here by where we're working our quick wire. Like this. And what we're going to try to do is make our little special blueprint designer, which is very large. Whoop, I forgot. See, I always forget something, and one of those things I forgot was my cable. So let's go ahead. Put that in there. Throw that down. You can make a bunch of these, by the way. Just leave them around all over the place. That's what I suggest. All right, so we got to head back. Luckily, we brought our vehicle. By the way, our space elevator used to be here. I took it out so it's easier for me to navigate. And I knew I was going to take it out in the long run, and that's why I put it there. Whee! Ride them belts. And over here. Now, this probably got some more of these in the in that box back there, but that's okay. These are more convenient. They're right here. I'm going to grab them. There's also probably some in this box. Again, see how you start to backlog a bunch of stuff in your inventory? I find that I do. I start to backlog stuff that I've taken out, but then it went and replaced it and made more of it, so I don't have that same room to put it back into the box. But again, try to burn up those resources. Try to burn them up big time. All right, and I see a whole bunch of red over here. Why is this red? If I see red, there's something going on with that part of the factory. Did I not connect it? Is there some sort of something that's not going on? Oh, I never even told it to be quick wire. How about that? It could be making a... Look at this. This is not even all of the quick wire. Just dawned on me. This is not even all of the quick wire I could be making right now. That is so scary, everybody. We must have got distracted, and I probably said that it doesn't matter. One of these would be more than enough, and I was right. That was just from one constructor making quick wire. Now we're going to really make it obscene and get all of these up and running. Because it's probably backlogged an absolute ton of all of that. Wow, I didn't even connect all the connectors. I didn't connect all the power. And wow, I really didn't even finish all of that. I probably ran out of time. But I can tell you there's probably a whole big old box, and which is the reason why I put these boxes here, is kind of a cache of that thing. And look, there's a whole box full of that. And so now I could actually put extra ones down and make even more quick wire. But I can tell you that even with one constructor, that was more quick wire than I ever needed for when it comes to getting my 50 tickets that I needed, or 60 tickets that I needed. But now it's going to be even more insane amount of things. So we should definitely walk back over here. And that's going to help us with our production. But we should definitely go back over here and run this back into the awesome sink. Because this is going to fill up very, very quickly. And right here. So we're going to go ahead and split it right there. We're going to run that wire back down in there. We're also going to upgrade the speed of this wire so it's going in a little faster. Right over there. There we go. So now half of it's going to go into production and half of it's going to go in the awesome sink. And we'll let that run. Because that's going to fill that box up like nobody's business. For sure. Now I can also make it go faster by simply just going like this. Because this is going to make... it's the speed of the belt. That's exactly why I didn't do all of it. I know exactly why. We didn't have the faster belts. Right there. So let's go ahead and upgrade some of these belts so this can go even faster. Let's see. What are these coming out? 60. Now, at some point, it's really diminishing returns along the edge here. But I upgrade them anyway, because why not? I mean, I got the resources. Why not upgrade it so that can go at 480? Because these are coming out at 60. So this is 120 there. This is 240. This is 360 here. So that's faster than the belts I had there. And now you're going to see it start to speed up even more so. If you see it slowing down and you think, well, wait a minute, my numbers come out right. Why is this slowing down? That's because some point in that process, your belts are too slow. But look at that, everybody. Look at it go at such a faster speed now. And see, this is the most painful part of when you start over, is how slow the belts are when you're running it. Yeah, it's pretty painful when it's going slow like that. But there we go. So yes, we've massively scaled up our quick wire in a few seconds, which is not what we want to work on. We want to work on our blueprints. Let's go work on those a little bit and try to get this whole part here remade and redone so we can get our box right, which is out here. All right, so blueprint designer, let's get that down. She's a big girl in her big world. And I'm going to actually turn it this way. There we go. We really want to fix a lot of our blueprints as well. You can actually use your blueprints to fix your blueprints, which I think is super cool. Like I can go ahead and put this in here, and you can see that the arrow is on this side, but is this the front or is this the back? Right? And then over here, is this the front or is that the back? How do you know? Well, you can actually tell by the way that the machine is made. Usually the back is where the ladder is. Dead giveaway that that's the back. Also, if you played the game, you also know that the lines are inputs and that the arrow that's on the side of the machine there is the output, so you know that this part right here is the front. So this one's actually correct. That one's actually aiming toward the front. But there are some of these that I did that got reversed. That one is, let's see, that is definitely the front because we can see the 3 lines in the back right over here that's saying, okay, that's an input. So that one's fine. Let's go ahead and try another one here. Let's see, where's my other one? That is my assemblers. So see my assemblers here. We can see that this is the output, but it doesn't have that little white arrow, which is saying it's the front. The actual input is the output. So yeah, that's totally not right. That's totally the wrong way. And of course, we need more resources. We need wire. So we're going to need to go back, get ourselves some more resources so we can basically fix the direction of that. Right over here. Now I have this idea that if I take the right resources, there we go, and I should be able to easily reverse it and then save it over the one that I've already got. So we're going to try that right now. I haven't tried it before. We're going to try it right now for the first time, and I think it's going to be pretty cool, as a matter of fact. So we're going to go ahead. First thing I like to do is I like to design in the center of it. I find it's just easier to design in the center so you're not running into the sides all the time. But we're going to go ahead and utilize that one. We're going to call that number 9 right over here. We're going to get our assemblers number 9. I'm going to press that on our quick thing here. And basically try to get the front of it toward the front like this. Now, another thing that we can do is we can also go ahead and basically just hit H to put the hologram down. You can even do it on the blueprinter, which is super cool. And then you can nudge it to the edges so that you're kind of maximizing your use of the blueprinter. Now, in theory, if I did this perfectly right, I could go ahead and put that down. But what I really want to do is load that blueprint as well, right? So I want to load the blueprint from in here. We're going to go assembler. We'll do the first one, left in, right out. And so load that in. Now, in theory, I should also be able to take this all out of here. And I'm going to go to the far side so I don't accidentally hit any of this, hopefully. We're going to take this out. Again, I have this idea. Don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to give it a try. And we'll get rid of this. We'll get rid of all of this stuff over here. We'll take all that out. There we go. And take that out. Okay, we take it out. Now, the blueprint should still be loaded. It is. It's still loaded, and thus I can go ahead, but it's not saved. So that means that the actual blueprint itself is still in there, but it's not saved, so it didn't change the blueprint yet. And there, in theory, you should be able to fix your blueprint, meaning that if you had it turned around the wrong way, and of course confirmed right here on my stream, that you can't... Oh, no. Oh, no. You can cause your game to crash, apparently. Ah, yes. Awesome. Kismet with the crash. Awesome. With the win. All right. But confirmed that you can do that. I always find all the stuff that breaks the game. Now, remember, this game is still in early access, and this is the experimental version of the early access version. So, yes, and all the people at Coffee Stain got like a month off for vacation, which I'm very jealous of. Basically, they're still working on the stable version of it. So we're going to get back in there. Now, again, if you crash, you have problems, no big deal. We'll just get right back in there. Now, probably I need some wire because I was missing that before. Let's see. Let's go ahead and just put that in there. And then we're going to go ahead and say blueprints, which in theory I could put that in there, and that's going to tell me some wire. Yes, okay. So there we go. Notice I put it on my to-do this time, so I know exactly what to grab from over here to get this going on. Now, also, it looks like I might need some heavy modular frames because I only have like enough to make one of them with those modular frames. So probably a good idea to grab a bunch of that as well. So let's grab our excess out of there. And let's go ahead and see if we're finally starting to backlog. There we are in there as well. but we probably have some sitting in here. Actually, a whole bunch in there. You know what bugs me, everybody, is the fact that this bottom row gets cut off a little bit. That's just me as a graphic designer. That's irritating. I don't know. It's just me, everybody. As an artist, I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. That stuff triggers me. Did you buy that awesome crash from the awesome shop? I did. It was an awesome crash. You're exactly right. How did you know? There you go. All right, back over here. Let's do this again. Okay, so we're going to fix some of our blueprints using our blueprints, which I think is awesome. Okay, so once again, we're going to do that. We're going to go into our blueprints. We're going to go into number 9, right over here. We're going to tell it to load the blueprint over here. Again, look at me testing stuff out, everybody. Testing it out right over here. Okay, then we'll try to take all this out without accidentally taking out anything behind it. Especially not the blueprint designer itself. We don't want to take that out. And then we can hit G and just take out just these belts here. There we go. And then we can hit G again. Oops, wrong button. F, G. And then just take out just the lifters. G to take out just the splitters and so on and so forth. And limit it just to what we're taking out. Make sure we got everything out of there that time. All right. We're going to go ahead and pull this up. We're going to go ahead and rotate this so it's going the actual right direction. We're going to hit H. And then we're going to go ahead and nudge this into position and hope it doesn't crash this time. Boom. All right, there we go. So now we've got it turned around the right way, right? This is actually the front of it now. Because anything that's facing this panel here, this is considered the front. Okay? Now, another thing that we could do is basically just save it over the one that we've got and just say, save that. Yes, please. Confirm that. And now when we pull it out of there, we'll see that actually the front is the actual front. How can we tell? Well, first it has this, whoa. Chill out there, mouse. Chill out there, mouse. Oh, God, what are you doing, mouse? Mouse is freaking out. All right. So we can see the white arrow right here, which tells us the front, but also we can see this thing right there, right here on the front of this, that is an arrow. That means front. That's an output, okay? So that's how you know that that is the front of this machine, and that this way should be the output, and so we fixed it, just like that. Now, we could also double it up. So we could go in and try to put this in here, rotate it to the front. We could hit H, we could nudge it in there and say, all right, let's get 4 of these in here. And you can keep on dreaming because the blueprinter is not big enough for that. Too bad, too sad. But you could go in and also say, you know what, I want to make this into a singular one, right? Just 1 instead of 2. We can go ahead and just take out all the other stuff that basically lines this up. You can also tell you what you want this to be. So I can go through and actually make these for every single different type of item that I am making. But I find that to be a huge waste of time, I think. Now, another thing that I could do is say, you know what, I'll change my mind. No, I don't want to do that. I want to go ahead and just reload it back again, and then it would put it back how it was. See how I fixed it, right? And you can see it's got the things, it's got the belts. Except for there's a little problem with this now. And the problem is it's on the ground. And I no longer want it on the ground, right? Say I want this to be up in the air and no longer sitting on the ground, so it's hard for me to get in and out of there. It's hard for me to drive my vehicles by. It's basically in the way. So now what do I want to do? Well, I actually want to take this and elevate it and also upgrade all of the things that go along with it. So I want this to be a level 4. I want this connector up here to be a level 4. I want this lifter over here to be level 4, etc., etc. You get the idea. Now, another thing that I want to do, I'll leave that one, is do a second lifter, but that second lifter is going to be up a little bit higher, right? Let's say right there. Now, what I'm looking at is these lines on the side to see the distance and to match it up to the top side. Because what I could do is go like this, and then I could go ahead and just try to move it over. But one of the things it doesn't do is snap horizontally like that. You can't just put it next to it and have it up in the air. You have to kind of what I call walk it up there, where you go ahead and put one down here, and you walk your way all the way up here And there we go, like that. Now, also you want to take in consideration as to what side is your input and what side is your output. This is a splitter, and that's a splitter. Currently, we lost a foundation there. We got to watch out. Currently, we can see that the actual output is on this side. When a lot of times what I want is I want the input on this side and the output on the other side. So let's go ahead and make this uniform so that it's both going the same direction. So we'll take this one out and we'll go ahead and readjust this. Now, of course, at this point, when you're making this many changes to it, I would definitely rename it something else. And that's what we're going to do. Now, I always call it based on looking toward the front of the machine. So this would be right side in, right side out. All right, so right side in on that one, right side in on the top one. Now, the real smart thing to do is to start with your basics, right? Take all of this back out. Take all of this out and just do one of them. One of them is all you need to get going, and then you can use that one to basically fix all the rest. So we're going to go ahead and take that out. We're going to take this out of here. We'll put our lifter in like this, and we'll take this out. And then this is going to be actually a merger. And so again, right side in, right side out. Right there. Now, also another thing that we did while we were working on all of this is we put this all the way to the absolute back corner over there, because I know I'm not going to put anything else here in this back corner here. I'm going to have it exactly right here. Now, you can see right here that these belts will be fine. They'll run underneath there just fine. We can also run this top belt in there, hopefully without clipping. It does look like it hits it just a little bit there. So we might want to go ahead and say, you know what, don't like it, up a little bit more. And let's watch those things on the side. And let's say, oh man, a little too much there. And of course, this is trying to snap to this. Let's take that out. Let's go up one. There we go. And so that's where we were. And we want to go up one more. And we can see there's actually a line there, right? So one more up. And then we'll go ahead and do the same thing again. Stack it 4 or 5 up. And we're like, wait a minute, that doesn't quite match up. Right? So now we're basically 5 up instead of 4 up. And it doesn't quite match up. And you're going to have this problem of it not matching up or it clipping through the previous one like you saw, like when I'm trying to run a belt. It shouldn't be clipping through that side over there. But basically, stacking them at the same time is the best way to go about it, right? You stack this one back down like this. We take all of these out. And I do it more by stacking than I do by the actual stackers itself. So I know that 3 up is going to get me the first one. And then I know if I go 1, 2, 3, 4 up, that's going to get me the second one. So really your stackers are your most important thing. And then you come back at the end, always at the end, that's when you put your lifters in. Right? Because if you don't do this at the end, your lifters simply just don't work. And if you do it this way, notice the lifter has already snapped in there. See, I've tried to scroll up and down. It actually did it earlier. I was going to show you. It's funny, a little foreshadowing there. But it actually snaps to that thing that I already put there. So I know that it's actually going to work perfectly right up there. But again, your thing will be a little bit on the top of this one. You know, you got to live with it, right? You got to live with it if this is what you're trying to do. So we'll live with it. Okay, so we got that going. This is up, but not as max. This is like the minimum height that you can run these on the lifters, right? So there we go. So we got those up out of the way. We've got it double stacked in the back as well, offset the top of it. Now we need to think about how we're going to do our power. Definitely very important to think about your power. I've been putting the power in the front lately. Sometimes I put it toward the back, but I absolutely love taking it and just like stacking it up on top of the splitters like this, because now it's actually integrated as part of the lifter itself. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go in here and we're going to rename this, right? So we're going to go assembler, and we're going to say, this is going to be right. We're going to say in, right, out. Actually, we don't even need that. We just need an I, right, O, right. So I for in, O for out, right, right. And that's our assembler. And of course, this is going to be a single assembler. So we'll say 1, if it'll let me do that. I don't know if it'll let me do it with that name. So single, actually, that's what I called it. Single assembler there. And there we go, single assemb. We've got all the names, we got all the stuff there. But it won't let me do that type of thing. Let's go ahead and pull this out, pull this out, pull that out, and we'll just use the dash. We'll pull this out, and we'll use the dash, because there's certain characters that you can't use in computers. A great example is slash. Slash, if you put that in a file name, that's why I've gotten so used to using dashes instead of slashes and dates, is because in the computer, if you use a slash, it don't like that. It don't like that for file names. It don't like it because it thinks it's a directory change. So if you notice, computer guys, they typically use dashes instead of slashes in dates. It's just a common thing that we do so that we can name stuff properly in games and in everything else that you're doing. So this assembler equals that, or we could go ahead and maybe use a, it won't let me use that symbol. So maybe, what else can we use? Maybe greater than, gonna let me use that? Nope, won't let me use any kind of mathematical symbol in there. So in R and out R, and that's a single assembler. So save, and there we go. So we just created a whole entire system around how we name our stuff, right? So this is one assembler in from the right and out to the right. So it's going to go, oh, actually that is not right. That is not, I did that wrong. I'm glad I looked at it and double checked. Hold on. This actually is not aimed in the right direction. There we go. That is the correct direction right there. But the cool thing is you can fix it. Definitely put back in your lifter whenever you take out your splitters or mergers. Put that back in or it won't work. You have to fix it over and over again. And then we'll save that. There we go. Okay, so again, double check. Coming out to the right. Now remember, this is the front, so we always consider this the right side. So out right, and then also in right. We can see the lines are in. We can see this is the out, lines are in, and this is the out. It actually has multiple outs because it's a splitter. But basically, so we can stack them down the line, right? Now, I can do just one, but if I'm going to do a whole bunch of them, it's actually better to do at least 2 or more. So now I can go ahead and go into my blueprints over here, and I can say in here, and I can edit this, and I can say, you know what, I want this to be under my assemblers, and you can edit that right there and apply the changes, which is pretty cool. Now these other ones, in here are the wrong way. They're messed up. I don't want them in there, right? It's like, oh God, these are all screwed up, and they're the wrong way. If I could get it to do what I want it to do, if my fingers would cooperate. Right over here. So we want to edit that, and then we want to go ahead and tell this in here to remove that blueprint. Do you really want to do that? Yes. Then we'll take this one out, which is also backwards, and we'll say yes. We'll take that out. We'll apply those changes, and now we have just the one assembler like this, lifted up off the ground. No more running down where it's in our way. So yes, looking good, awesome sauce. Now, we can go ahead and take this one that we just put in there, and we can also double that up. So we can use the blueprints to make more blueprints. I know, it's just such a brilliant idea. I mean, you should be going, dang, that's cool. Because that's what I think when I see it. I'm like, dang, that is awesome. That makes that so much easier. We can see our inputs there. We've got our white arrow toward the front, so we know that's the front. We can go ahead and look and see how these line up to each other. We can use our hologram to move it forward and backwards to line it up and get it as close as we can. So it's using the minimum amount of space. Boom, put that down. And then, of course, be very smart about your connections here. Again, I'm using my tier 4 connections now, my highest connections I've got right now. And I can come back later to this blueprint and I can upgrade it also to an even higher connection. So there we go. Now, the great thing about this is as you progress through the game, you can keep upgrading your stuff and then tear down your old stuff and put in your new stuff, which automatically has those faster tiers in there and whatnot. So again, we're going to connect our input there and our input across here. It doesn't look too bad once it's in there. It's actually not clipping now. It just kind of does that when you highlight it, but it looks pretty good now. And the same thing here in the front. We want to make sure that we go, okay, which way is this coming out? We got the arrow there. This one's coming out and it's going into there. And there we go. All these are now level 4. We've also got the double. We can go over here very easily and just change the name simply by assembler 2. Save blueprint. There we go. So now, if we need 2 assemblers, we're GG. And of course, you could probably think of what I'm going to do next, right? And that is to go ahead, go in here, grab this, edit that, move that down here to assembler, hit apply changes, and now I've got 2 different assemblers. But I could also go in and put a 3rd one in. So we hit H, we go ahead and nudge that forward. We go ahead and see that green line, like we know it's perfectly aligned across. We know this is our inputs because we can go here, we can look at the lines here. Yes, looks like inputs to me. You need to stand out of the way, otherwise it won't let you put it down. And now, boom, we can do 3 assemblers together at the same time. Again, this just gets more and more awesome the more and more you do this. And then, of course, the output already ready to go. Now, we have individual power lines for each of these, and we can go ahead and also connect these power lines across like this, like that. Now, I probably would not do that because that is a huge waste of resources. What I would do is probably put only 2 power lines in. Actually, we'll do here to there, and then connect this one to here, like this, and then, of course, you can connect the next one, and so on. Now, we can go ahead and call this number 3 for 3 of those at the same time, and we can also load an old blueprint, right? So we're going to go in here to assemblers, we're going to load this one, and we're going to say, is this one fine? That one's great, looks good, like it. And if we need to upgrade the belts, we could upgrade the belts. We're going to go ahead and load the second one. Oops, that was not it. Load the second one right there. There we go. So this is the second one we did. Now look at our power. Our power is not very efficient. So let's go ahead and take that out. Let's go ahead and run our power line again, and we can remodify our blueprints all day long. That's much more efficient to run it to this line because you have a single line, takes less resources, and you're just going to chain it to the next line, the next line. It's always best to connect 2 because you have an incoming line and you have an outgoing line. Now, I have the ability now, everybody, is to not have to do that anymore. I can actually use the larger lines, the level 2 poles, which actually is going to have 8 connections in there. So might as well do it while I'm at it, right? So I can just make the higher level poles while I'm doing it, and this actually will have more connections, up to 7 connections at once. Now, do I really need 7 connections? Absolutely not. Because it'd be easier because I can only make so many. If I could make 8 of them in a row and then blueprint all of that, well, then it would be useful. But since I don't need to do that, I just go ahead and keep it at the lower pole like that because that doesn't use very much resources and it is more efficient when it comes to your design. I think, anyway, that's just me and my crazy thoughts. But there we go. Save that. And then it's easier just to chain them down the line. So now we've got 1, 2, and 3 of our assemblers are all lifted up off the ground. They're going at our maximum speed belt right now, and they are way more efficient. So what you should do at this point is decommission what you got and put in these, because now you can just blueprint them down. If you need 6 of them, you do 3 and 3, connect them together, done. If you need 4 of them, you put 2 and 2, boom, you're good. If you need 50 of them, well, then you got some work to do. Then you got lots of work to do, but I would start doing the 3 ones, that's for sure, all the way down. Now, another thing that we could do with our blueprinter here, and we're going to go ahead and just clear the designer for right now, and that's to work with our belts, right? Like right now, we don't actually have our belt going at max speed over here. This is actually going at the Mark III instead of at Mark IV, but that's okay because we have plenty of Mark III resources. Ooh, look at a double wall outlet, priority switches, all sorts of cool stuff. But what we want to do is also add transport to what we're doing, right? So we want to bring 2 belts down. We want to bring our Boxrite down and also our cadmium here, or whatever that's called, Caterium that we're running down here, right? Caterium, and then also to use the same line to also bring our Boxrite out because we already have it pretty much built, right? And it doesn't go very far. It's just kind of down at the end there. And we could replace this line with a much more efficient line and include our teleport or transport at the same time. Now, we also need to think about the long run. The long run is that this belt is the maximum speed it's going to be is about 780. It's going to be pretty fast, but we have 3 different nodes out there, and we can overclock those nodes, and we can make even more come down the line. But we can also tear out the lines and remake them again later on. What's more efficient right now? More efficient, just make what we need right now, and if we need more later, we can come back and upgrade it. Sometimes I do stuff ahead of time. Like, great example with coal. I know that I was going to need a lot more coal, so I already upgraded that because I'm going to need some coal in the production line we're about to do right now, which is our aluminum. And of course, I was thinking that far ahead when I first started doing my coal. And that's how you know, because you've already played through the game, and you already know that's coming up down the line. And so if you're like a master chess player, or in my case, master game player, you can think 22 steps ahead or 50 steps ahead or toward the end of the game, at the beginning of the game. I always like to think from the end and then work my way backwards. That's always the best way to do it, whether you're a graphic designer like me and you're going to design this t-shirt. Who's going to print this t-shirt? Well, how are you going to put it on there? You're going to embroider this on here? Is this going to be a screen printing? What's it going to be done? How big is the thing on the back, right? What kind of fabric you on, right? That kind of stuff, you need to start with that first. And then you work your way back and you say, okay, let's get this design going on. I know it's going to be silk screening. I know it's going to be on a cotton shirt because, you know, different types of shirts and different colors of shirts, whether it's dark or light shirt, it's going to make a difference. You put a dark design on a dark shirt, you're not going to be able to see it, right? Or you put a white design on a white shirt, you won't be able to see that either, right? So, yeah, or you put just light yellow on a white shirt, won't be able to see it. So, again, thinking way at the end helps you a lot in the beginning. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to think our way through doing this right here. Now, it's actually going to take more resources because I'm using the blue printer, but in the long run, it's actually going to help. So what we're going to do is I like to go at least 2 up to do it so that I can drive my vehicle underneath there, especially my larger vehicle that I do drive through. So I like to start with 2. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go maximum distance that it actually lets me do right over here. And again, do 2 of those on this side. So see, it won't let me stack that. So that's actually not the maximum distance. The one before that one would be the maximum distance. Oh, right over there. Or maybe even if we went... Oh, God, the lag is nutty. What is making me lag? Something is making me lag. Not that lag. Basically, it'll let me go here or it'll let me go here. So I'm going to have to settle with that right there. And then way on this side, same thing. If I go off the side, it won't let me stack one up on top. So that's really not the maximum. The maximum would be 1 in. Now, the maximum distance for any belt is about 6 distance. And this is not 6 distance, everybody. This is about 3, almost 4 distance here. So this is actually diminished overall. But if it ran the lines, some of the lines for me, it would be less time of me running the lines. So I basically want to go in and do this, and then do this, and then run another line across here, like that. And I want to make sure I know what direction it's going. I saw the direction on that one, but I didn't see the direction on this one. So let's make sure that we have the direction going the right way. There we go. I want to make sure to pre-think out the direction of which way we're going. Now, of course, we want to make sure that we know that this is the front, so that direction is going to be the front. That's why I put it next to the belt. Now, another thing that we want to do is add some transport in there. So we want to go into our transport system and basically just add a hypertube support up on the top here like this. Now, of course, I would love if this was much longer, and a lot of people would love if the actual blue printer thing was much bigger. But, you know, I'm sure you can get a mod for that and do your thing. But me, I'm going to work within the parameters of the game. So there we go. So we've got that going on. Now, one of the things you can't do is you can't pick up something that already exists and move it. So you put it down, it goes down, GG's, you're good. Now, another thing that I really like about the blue printer is if I go in and I put this down, and then I say, you know what, I want to add another row or add more to it, I can not only take out this, but I can hit R and it will take out the whole entire thing. It'll take out the whole thing that I blueprinted in there, and all of it will go at once, right? So whenever you're using your blue printer, like right over here, if I hit R, notice how it selected all of it? That's because when I put this down, I put these down as a pair, and it did all of the work for me. Now, one of the things I didn't do is I didn't do this, and I didn't do the lifters, and I didn't do a bunch of that. So that stuff it would keep. But all of this I would replace too, because it's on the ground, and I would want everything to be lifted up. Now, another thing that I could do, and let's go ahead and save this as a double line with, we're going to call this double conveyor for short, with, I don't think I do a slash, with dash, with hyper tube. We know it's a blueprint. That's kind of pointless to put that in there. Double conveyor with hyper tube. Right there. Let's see, conveyor, 2 conveyors with hypertube on top. After a while, I mean, at first you're going to know these like in and out. You have no problem with them at all. But in the long run, you're going to start going, oh my God, what was it, the thing that I did with the thing and the stuff? You're going to be thinking, oh God, what did I do there? For sure. Let's see. These are all that. We want to go ahead and do not parts, not equipment, not other. Do I not see it? I don't see it in there. I'm looking for... Oh, interesting. Is it not in there? Where are you hiding? There it is. I was looking for the stacker. There we go. Then I also changed the color because this way you don't have it as the default color. Okay, double conveyor with hypertube. Save the blueprint. Now, another thing that we'll want to do is run power. Now, you can run power with these things over here. So we can go ahead and pick one of those up and just stick that down right next to this thing as well. And then now we have our power in there. But the problem with this is that you're going to have that every other one, and you don't really need to do that because you can see how far the power goes. They got the power thing down there and over here, so that would be completely useless. So I wouldn't do that. Even power poles can run much further than what we can put down between this area here, so that would be a waste of time too. But the great thing is all we have to do is the every other one, right? Every other one, and we should be good. All right, let's clear that out. Now, another design that we could do at this point is what I call the underrun. The underrun is basically your ability to run stuff underneath where you're working. So the first thing I would do is go ahead and start yourself with a little wall. And it doesn't have to be very tall. You can run as tall as you want, but for me, one would be more than enough. And then you go ahead and you zoop yourself a bit of this across here. Let's say to there. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and make this a little wider. Just to give ourselves a little bit of room there. Now also what I would do on the back of here is just temporarily, or you can leave it in there, it's up to you, is put yourself a nice little ladder so you can get up here on the top. Or we can put a hypertube, whatever we feel like doing. Now, what I've done over here is you can see I've put a whole bunch of these and I've run them on this level, right? And what this is producing over here is Caterium, right? So it's running Caterium down there, it's turning into Ignites over on this side, and then making Caterium there. But I could run it underneath, so I never even have to look at the lines, including the splitters or any of that stuff, because all that splitter stuff would be underneath. And you can just connect it all underneath, and it would just run on its own. Now, this is where things get really wonky. And they take a little bit of work, but that's okay. We're going to go in, we're going to go to our blueprints, we're going to go to our constructor here, and we have 2 constructors, 2 in and 2 out. And so we're going to hit H, and we're going to look at how we want these to go. Now, this is actually larger than the actual thing right now. So we're going to go ahead and just put that down and look at how it sits on the actual foundations, right? How is it sitting on these foundations? Do I like it or not? Now, I can tell you I'm pretty much going to take all this out anyway, because what I want is I want this to sit on the back edge of this, right? And eventually you can make this into a blueprint and then use the blueprint to move it back even further right along the edge, right? So that's what we want to do. We want to go in and we want to utilize our floor holes down here. And again, this is thinking next level here, everybody. What up, Garberick? Kismet, if I put down fuse sinks, do they talk to one another and get coupons, one from each? Yes, they are all, they're all combined with each other. So if you put 15 of them down, they're all working collectively toward getting you tickets, and you can take the tickets out no matter where you are. No matter which one you take them out of, you can take all the tickets out at the same time. It's pretty cool. Pretty awesome. Okay, so there's a floor hole right there, and then I'm going to go ahead and make sure that this is going the right direction. Now, is this an input or is this an output? Well, if we look on the side here, we got the 3 lines. We know that's an input. GG's looking good. But I don't like it to be yellow. So what we're going to do is we're going to move that back just a little bit more. And then we're going to go ahead and see if we can get that in there. Oh, okay, that looks a little better, I guess. Yeah, I like that better. And then we'll put that in there, and there we go. So what we did is we elevated the stuff out of there so that we can put these at the bottom. Now, the next thing that we'll want to do is basically do what we did above, but just do it down below, right? And that is to go ahead and put a lifter down there to go ahead and basically lift that up there. Oh, I need to watch and make sure I got the right direction there. Yes, it's going in. Okay. So that's going in there and going out of there. It's kind of like a little pre-testing thing, which I think is pretty cool. And then, of course, we'd want a splitter here. Now, look how easy it is to do your splitters if you just do it up by one. This is something I discovered previously. It is awesome. Now, of course, you got to offset it properly, which I did not do. Very, very cool, though. I dig it big time. That if you just do it by one, you can then fix all this stuff underneath. Now, doing this while you're underneath doing the thing is just like trying to hammer above you. Have you ever tried to hammer above you or take a screw out above you? Man, that's tiring. I don't know if that tires you guys out. It tires me out. Just doing it in game, it tires me out. So this actually really makes that super easy because you can basically make an underrun out of one level. So you just raise it up by one level. I'm showing you all my best stuff, everybody. You can raise it up by one level, and GG, you're good to go. Now, another thing that I would do is actually move it as close to the edge and try to line it up to our foundations a little bit better. So let's go ahead and take this out and say, you know what? Let's really make this nice, right? Let's go in, take all this out, and set this up completely for underruns right here. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at where our constructor is going to be. So we're going to go ahead and take our constructor, and that's going to be the first big thing. Where is our constructor going to be? We're going to hit H for hologram. So we can see how our constructor sits on the actual construction thing. Does it sit right on the edge? It does perfectly. How is it on the back versus the front? Do we have the same distance in the back that we do in the front? Yes, we do. That is sitting exactly in the middle of that foundation. Click, you're good. There you go. Now, in the back here, it's going to give you a little extra room, but that's okay. You need a little extra room because you need to run back and forth through there and do your thing, including you can drive your vehicle right down there because you're going to have that extra space now and not have all of that stuff sticking out of the back of it in the way. So you can run along your machines and utilize your machines without all of your belts and your splitters and your mergers all in your way, because that sucks. It really does. And we don't want it to suck. We want it to suck less, right? As we progress through the game, we want it to suck much less. So we're going to put that nice and close. We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to say that's going to go in. We're then going to go down here to the bottom. We're going to take this out now because we're going to move that. And then we're going to go ahead and put this that away because that's going to go in there. And then we're going to put this nice and close like this. And we're also going to go right side in. So we'll go ahead and rotate that around. So that is coming from this direction, going into there, and going up here, right? It ain't going up there, everybody. You know why? Because you put that in first. Take that out. Put it back in again. There you go. You're welcome. I just saved you endless hours of your time wondering why that's not working. So there we go. And I'm so paranoid about it that I even take the top one out too and put that sucker back in again. There we go. Now look how nice that is, everybody. See all the stuff out the back? See that one over there where it's all on the ground and all of that stuff? Not anymore. This is all you got. That's all you got on the level where you're working, right? And then on the same thing on the output of it as well. So you've got this right down here looking sharp like that. Bada bing, bada boom. Now this one you're going to hit R so that it's going in the opposite direction. Notice the arrows switch direction. Red coming out, green going in. This is going to be the output, and that's going to go straight down below. And guess what we're going to do? Guess what? The same thing, right? The same thing. Now, based on which direction we put the bottom part is how much space that it's using up. Now, if we want to be more efficient, we'd want to turn them inwards, right? We'd want to take this out and say, you know what? Let's turn this way, and let's turn this one this way. And then the space that it uses underneath is a lot less. So we've got this one, which is going to be a splitter, and it's going to come in from this side. There we go. And then we got this one, which is going to be a merger, and it's also going to come in from this side. But actually, let's have it go out this side. There we go. In from the left, or in from the right, out from the, in from the right, out from the right. So we're going to turn the merger this way, and it literally sits perfectly together. Isn't that awesome? I think that's amazing, everybody. I think that's amazing how they figured that out so that it works perfectly, and it fits right underneath there just like that. And that is super efficient. So there we go. So we've got our first underrun going right there. And now our constructor is basically exactly like it was, exactly like it is over here. Except for there's no little belts in between. Do you notice the difference? There's no belts. There's 0 belts going on right now between this and this and this and that and that and that. Right? So now you don't have the belts that you're running. So basically you are more efficient in your resources. In the resource you're using. Of course, you do have a floor lifter, so that's a little bit of extra stuff there, or a floor hole. But other than that, this is like the most efficient way of running your resources using those underruns. So we've got the underruns in there, but we're definitely going to use belts down here when we start to stack them together, right? So let's go ahead and call this the single underrun. And also what we'll want to do is kind of minimize the amount of other resources that we're using. And just so this is all along one thing, right, like that. And we've got the extra room in the back, so we can use that for a thoroughfare. Then we can also get up here on the top, and we can look here in the front, and we got a little extra room in the front so we can go along. We don't have any belts or any splitters or any of that stuff in our way anymore. All that stuff is underneath, but we don't have to worry about it. So let's call this one right over here. We're going to call this one Constructor. We're going to call it Constructor. There we go. We're going to say it's 1. We're going to go ahead and put a dash in there. And we're going to say in is right, and then out is also right. Because that's usually the default. You want to come in and go out on the same side. Because normally when you're feeding it in, that's usually the direction of your main factory. And then you want it to go back out on that side. So it goes back to wherever you're at, right? That's very common that it comes in on the same side and goes out on the same side. I find, at least in my builds. And then we're going to call this under, for underrun, right? So we know that's running underneath there. 1 constructor with floor holes running under, something like that. Pretty good. Then we know this is a constructor here. And then we'll go ahead and just set it to purple, because that's like my default one I'm using now. And then we'll go ahead and save that. Now, the cool thing is the second I save that is the second I can use that for my blueprints. And you're like, well, Kismet, it is a blueprint. What do you mean use it for your blueprints? I mean, I can go ahead and grab this underrun and put that down again. So now, I got 2 of them. Done. Bada bing, bada boom. Right there. And of course, we'd want to go like this. And we want to go like this. And guess what? Not only is your stuff running underneath, not only are your mergers and splitters already in there and in there very, very efficiently, but also your line runs are already done. So basically, you plop that baby down, you run your inputs and your outputs, and GG's, you're done. That's good. That's good to go. Now, of course, when I double it up, I would also worry about your power and how you're going to do your power. We can see we got some power floating up there like that. Oh, wait a minute. Power's floating up there. Why is that power floating up there? Hold on, hold on. Now, we got to look at something here. Hold on. That tells me that might have been in my original. Let's load that original blueprint back up. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we got some power running up here. Hey, we don't need none of that. We don't need none of that. Actually, it kind of reminds me I need to put some power in there. All right, so let's put some power in up here. And I'm of the fancy now to run the power to the front. I don't know. I just kind of lately, I usually run it in the back. But if you run the power line first, it actually turns into a power pole. And that power pole allows you to stack stuff how you normally can't stack it. You normally can't just take a power pole out of here and take that power pole. It will not let you do it. It will not let you stack it on the back of that thing. Unless you first start with a wire, and then it will let you stack it on there, which I think is awesome, because that's how I like to stack my power. Nice and simple and easy there. So let's definitely save that in there and get that back under control. Save blueprint, confirm. All right, so now we got our underruns. We've got our power up above. We're looking sexy. We got ourselves a nice ladder here in the center. That's all perfect. And then let's try that again. Go in here, get our underruns in here, hit H to kind of nudge that. Right, I love that nudge feature, everybody. God, it is a long time coming and totally worth it. And there we go. Now we got a second one in there, right? We got a second one in there. We're going to make sure to do our line runs down here. Like so. So we got that in. That's all looking good. Now, we don't need multiple power poles, so we really only need the first power pole. So we'll go ahead and run around the edge here. And we'll take out the second one. And we'll just run this first one over there very nicely. And guess what we're going to do? We're going to call it pretty much the same thing, except for we're going to put a 2 on it. So now it's 2 constructors. And we'll say 2 down here. And now we got 2 constructors running your underrun. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. And we're going to be replacing a bunch of our stuff with these underruns because they are so beautiful. Make a grown man cry. Now, this is when you're transitioning from functional to beautiful, everybody. And that's a place you want to get here in Satisfactory. When you get to where you're just like, oh, gives you goosebumps like this. It gives you goosebumps when you're just saying, God, that just is amazing. That is so much nicer and it works so much better. Then you're doing it right. At least I think so. That's just me and my crazy ideas, everybody. But there's something that's elegantly beautiful about having your factory be beautiful at the end. Now, remember, it doesn't matter as you're going through the game because you are going to change it as you go through. Now, I still have another level to go where I'm doing aluminum and stuff like that, which is what we're working toward right now. And I will come back and I will upgrade these to the maximum level. Because once I upgrade these to the maximum level and I upgrade my pipes to the maximum level, I never have to upgrade them again. I just go ahead and run it at maximum level. Because whatever I'm running in here, I might be overclocking as well. Maybe at some point I want to overclock this. So say I got iron plates and it's 30 in, right? And then I want to overclock the heck out of it, 250%. Well, I can tell you it's not going to be as fast as these belts, just so you know. But if my factory goes off and I need to wait for it to catch up and run that stuff back in there again, what I want is I want it to be the fastest belts possible. I want it to get to that machine very fast. I want it to fill up that machine really fast so then it overflows to the next machine and that machine fills up and now I got 2 machines running and then it runs to the next machine and it fills that machine up really fast and now that machine's up and running. That's why you run it maximum belts. Now, if you want to run it and make it 30 belt here and 60 belt there and 120 belt there, you go right ahead, because you can make 30 because you can cut 60 in half and then run 60 and 60 belts, which would really be 30 and 30 because you're coming in at 60. So there you go. You can do all of that stuff, but I find it a massive waste of time. Run it at the maximum speed you possibly can, and forget about all the other math that is really troubling you. If that's a troublesome thing for you. For me, I'm fine. I'm good. But that's what I like to do. I like to run stuff at each stage at its maximum speed. So let's go ahead and save all of that. Again, that's constructor level 2. Now you're like, well, Kismet, can you put a third one there? Well, let's find out. Let's go ahead and try it out. We'll go here. We'll go up here. We'll go constructors. Oh, nope, not that. Constructors 1. We'll try to put another one down. We'll hit H for hologram. We'll get our big butt out of the way so we can check it. And oh, there you go. Check yourself before you wreck yourself right there, everybody. That's 3 of them now. All linked together, looking sweet. Let's get under here. Oh, God, I love this moment in the game. Boom! When you drop that in there, and now those underruns are already done for you. They're already ready to rock. You got 3 of them online now. You go up here, you go, okay, now I've got this styling and profiling. Run around the front here. Okay, we've already got this connected, so we can just connect these across here. We got to go ahead and make sure that we've got everything set up. Now, again, I could preset it what I want it to be, but there's going to be a whole bunch of different stuff that I build. So presetting it means that I'd have to set, okay, this one's iron plate blueprint, and this one's iron rod blueprint, and this one's screw blueprint, and this one's copper thing. And you can do that. You can make a whole bunch of them if you want. Huge waste of time. I could just go in, click the first one what I want, and copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. That's way, way faster. Or actually, you don't even need to copy paste. You do copy, and then you just do paste, 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 paste. Now, the cool thing about having your constructors like this, and you don't have all your splitters and all this stuff in the front, is you can simply walk up to it and paste. And then go to the next one, paste, go to the next one, paste, without having to jump over the thing or get around the splitters or mergers or do all that stuff that's in your way. And that's why I love underruns. Underruns are awesome. Now, we could be even more awesome when we do this. Let's go ahead and call this number 3. Right here, we're going to save that blueprint. And then what we're going to do is we're going to clear that blueprint right here. Or actually, we'll leave it on there. We'll leave it on there. We're going to take everything out. And you're like, well, kid, why are you taking everything out, bro? Well, I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you why right over here. Let's go ahead and take this out. Try not to take out anything in the background because that would suck. Also find if you want to be safe, everybody, aim toward a direction in which you don't have a lot of stuff built. Like that direction. So you don't accidentally take a bunch of stuff out that you don't want to take out. Big time. You can also use your limiter where you can just hit G and it will limit it just to those Mark IV belts over here. You can take those out. You can limit it just to splitters and mergers and all of that. You can also just hit Control and let go. You just press Control, let go, press Control. Now, this actually still has it called the same blueprint as before, and we just tested it earlier, and we crashed the game, but we tested it does work. Now, what I can do is I can fix my blueprint. So I can go into the blueprint right here. I can say 3 over. I can hit H to put that as a hologram, get my big fat butt out of there, and I can go ahead and nudge this right into the corner. Just like that. Now, looks like something going on with my, what the heck is that? What the heck is that deal? Look at my ladders are turned the wrong way. I don't know what's up with that, but I can nudge it here in the corner as much as I can, press that button, put that down, and so I just used my blueprint to make a blueprint, which I think is pretty cool. I don't know why I have an extra ladder out here, but whatever. We'll just roll with it. And then we can go in and we can use our first blueprint that we did, our one blueprint, again, hitting H, nudge that baby in there, and 4 underruns. Yeah, now we're really popping off over here, everybody. So we used a blueprint to fix a blueprint because it wasn't all the way to the side. So you don't have to redo it, take it all back out and redo it. Screw that. Just go ahead and save it. Don't remove it from the thing. Go in, fix it up, and you're off and running now with 4 wide over there. Again, when I discovered this when blueprinting first came out, I was like, oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. Okay, so over the top and through the woods, here we go. Now, again, we've got our extra power poles. We're going to take this out because we're going to stack 4 of these wide, just like this. And now, basically, we've done this 4 wide, 4 of these together, underrun them all. All we have to do is do input and output, and everything else were already built for us right from the very beginning. Now, of course, you can do this right in the beginning of the game as well. The second you get blueprinting, you can go ahead and start blueprinting these all out and do all these underruns and all of that. But it's pretty cool that you got an input here and you got an output there, and it's all nice in line right down there. It gives you room also to run under here. And all of those are kind of aligned down that row. And really, the whole purpose of this line is to feed it up above. And the whole purpose of this other line is to feed it down below. Now, one of the things I suggest you do is you also go in and you test it, right? So you take it, you build it somewhere, you run some stuff in, you run some stuff out, and you make sure all your lifters are working, because you can't actually see your lifters if they're working or not. You don't really know if they're running in there because there's no part in between, because they're just the bottom and the top part connected in there, right? It doesn't have that part in between where you can see it actually going up the thing. So the only way to know is to actually run it and see if it works. But let's go ahead and save it because we just basically made that awesome. Right over here. 4. Boom. Looking good. Now, if we were really tricky, and we are, what we would do is we would go in and we would then clear that blueprint out of there. And we'd say, you know what? We want to go ahead and make it where we could just set this down. Instead of going and setting it down and then have to go underneath and do all the work underneath where we run all the lines, why don't we put the foundations at the bottom first, right? Why don't we just go ahead and get all that going as well? And maybe why don't we make it 1 step up above our head, maybe so 2 up, right? 2 up above our head, out of the way. Well, again, using blueprints to make blueprints is awesome, is amazing. So what we're going to do, of course, is try to find our walls here. There we go. We're going to take our walls right over here, and we're going to run some walls right down there like that. And in theory, I could be able to take my blueprint over here. Let's see if it crashes my game. And I could take it, and I could stack it right up here, up on the top. There we go. Hit H, and then try to nudge it right into position. Oh, I got to move that wall over a little bit. I got to move that wall over big time. All right, let's go ahead and move that over. It lies, everybody. I can't actually put the wall there. It lies. It lies. I can't put it on that edge. It's not letting me do it. So I'm going to go ahead and move it in by 1. We're going to run that down the line like this. And then we're going to try it again and basically try to fix this blueprint over here. So 4 across. Run that up. And hit H to mudge that around. And try to get that to go where we want it to go. Whoa, we're going to fall off. Right here. Where we had it in the corner. Right there. It doesn't seem like it wants to do it. Oh, we got to go forward by 1. Forward by 1. Right there. Looking good, but this definitely does not line up to that. All right, so how can we fix that? I know how to fix it. We do this. We take this out. We load the blueprint back again. Right here that we want to do, because the 4 one is awesome. We load that back up again, and then we go in and we put down basically a wall into the one that we already have. And I run it down the wire like that, right? So in theory, if I go ahead and take all the rest of this stuff out, which is the actual blueprint, by the way, I can hit R, and then I can hit F, and then R to take the blueprint out, in theory. If I put it down as a blueprint, and then kind of rework it if I wanted to. But if you notice this stuff, if it's on the blueprint designer, it actually doesn't act that way, because it's not actually a blueprint. It's actually a loaded blueprint, but not one where you can take out all at the same time, which would be nice. But, you know, I think it's already awesome, so we'll have to manually take some of this out over here to get that going on. Try not to hit anything in the background. No guarantee here. So again, what we want to do is get this corner to line up. Oh, this is going way off the side here, too. That's not good. That's not good. All right, let's get this. Let's get this stuff. We're going to hit Control, just press it down. What we really want is we want this corner to line up over here, and it doesn't seem to want to do it. There we go. Now we're lining up. I can see it on the grid down here. All right. We'll get this. We'll get this going on, and it will be awesome. Again, so using little tricks like that where you can just set it down on the bottom, bring it up by 1, work that whole under part is pretty awesome. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. I got in the zone there. Morning, bud. How you feeling? Feeling good? Awesome, Crash. Exactly. Yes, if you put down multiple, they are linked together. Using Mark IV belts, what if someone else gets your BP downloaded file and uses them, they don't have MK4 belts unlocked? Well, because I am not going to give it to them. I'm not going to give them my belt download, so there you go. Yep, I totally agree, exactly. It won't place until they do. I don't know what that means, but all right. But yeah, so the whole point is what we're trying to do is use blueprints to create blueprints. Blueprints on blueprints on blueprints, so pretty cool. So let's try this again. Now again, some of this stuff I haven't even tested yet, but in theory, it should work. We'll see. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Booyah. Let's go, baby. See, I just understand the theory. I understand the theory of what makes it work. And once you understand the theory, everybody, once you know something is possible, there is nothing that will stop you. There is nothing in the world that will stop you except for yourself. Let's also go ahead and put some foundations down here. Right over here like this. And we're building ourselves a little mini factory over here now. Now we're not just building underruns, but we getting this baby all fired up, looking sexy over here. And again, if they did get my plans, they could very easily just go like this. I'll show you. You just go in here and say, you know what? I don't have the ability to do Mark IVs, but I do have the ability to do Mark Is, so I can just go to logistics here, click this, and downgrade that down to a Mark I, just like that. That was it. That's all they would need to do. And then put that right there. In fact, when they took it out, they'd probably get my resources back. I don't know if that's if that was a thing. But you could just take it out and replace it with, you know, your speed of belt. And again, I don't think about making stuff for other people, everybody. At this stage, I'm just making it for me. But if other people want to go ahead and utilize it, they're welcome to do so. Or even better, make it better. Make it better than even what I did. Make your stuff iterated and more awesome than mine. Again and again. Oh, look at that offset there. Oh, what are you doing to me here, game? What are you doing? Come on, get out of there. What are you doing? None of that offset stuff. All right, there we go. Looking sexy. Got all these underruns in here. like so. We got our stuff in properly. We can walk underneath here. That's freaking cool, everybody. I don't care who you are. That's freaking cool. Now, another thing also, by the way, is the fact that the way, you know, you might want to get in and out of here, you might want a door or something. And again, until this particular part, I didn't unlock those doors because I didn't really need them. But, you know, maybe I want to put a little nice little center door in here. Like that, where I can just go ahead and open that baby up and run in and out of there like that. And I'll probably do the same thing in the front side. So we can go ahead. I like center doors. I mean, you can do offset doors too if you want. But me, come on, door. There we go. And we'll go ahead and set that like this, because we only want this part right here. And we can move this forward too if we wanted to. But there we go. So we just basically made like a super easy blueprint, and we could actually make it even more where we could move it forward and basically use just 2 instead of 3. Now me, I like to have extra room. I don't like to jam stuff next to each other like some people like to do. They like to jam stuff right up on top of it. Now also with these ladders in the back here, I would probably take these out now and go in and up. It won't let me add it in because it's too far forward. We'll have to move this forward just by one thing when we have it done, and then fix those ladders. But there we go. So we've got that going on. We've got all of these connected across. Let's make sure that we also have this working. Oh, this is offset up too. We don't like that. Nope, nope, nope. Bring this down just a little bit. And we're going to fix this problem with the floor, because look at this. We're going to have to do this stuff, right, to get in there. We're going to have to fix that problem with the floor for sure. So how do we fix the problem with the floor? Well, we take the floor out like this. Again, just building it in stages, and you're making the building getting taller and taller and taller as you're building it in stages, right? And you're finding all of the flaws with what you're building, like in this case, that the floor does not match up to your walls there. So now we'll go ahead and do that. That looks pretty good. I definitely would like to put another ladder back here, or maybe even something nicer, like a hypertube. So I like all of that. I like that underrun. I like the fact that it's all connected. Let's go in here and make sure that we did connect the end. We did. It looks good. Have we tested it? No. But we'll go ahead and call this and we'll call this part B right here, because we're going to say that as a separate blueprint. We're going to go ahead and clear the designer again, and then we're just going to fill in all of these foundations here with 1 millimeters, or 1 meter. Now, if you notice, I moved them forward. I moved them forward by a full foundation. So when I put the other foundation down, it'll be forward, and I can put my stuff in, right? So part B right there, and then again put that down. Try to get it to line up as best you can. Make sure it's actually up on top of them. We're going to hit H. Then we're going to go nudgy, 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 and we're going to try to nudge that in there. We're going to see if it lets us do that. We might have to move that back just a little bit because it might be hanging off the end here. I think it's hanging off the end. Yeah, it does not like that. It does not like that at all. Look at how this side is much higher than the other sides. Look at the other side. See how they're different from the back wall? That's a dead giveaway that something's going on funky there. Something is funky chicken. Oh, and I can't afford it because I don't have enough resources also. That's why it won't let me put it down. Definitely something funky on them walls. Let's go run over this way. Get some more resources, and then we'll fix that. And then basically we'll be able to just plop that down and utilize that for remaking our entire base, which is awesome. Awesome. And then we can do the same thing with all of our lifters and stackers and all of that stuff. Now let's see how our reinforced iron plates are doing over here. Oh, second box getting filled up. That's what we're trying to do with that. Get that second box. All right, let's go ahead and get these going. Now, eventually, by the way, when I get 2 boxes of reinforced iron plates, or reinforced, or heavy modular frames, there we go, heavy modular frames, I will turn that off, and then it will backlog a bunch of resources for me to use for my belts. But what I'm really trying to do right now is revamp the way that I am building my stuff, right? I'm revamping my thought process of how to build blueprints and how to make blueprints in stages instead of making it the other way. Now, of course, I could have just made it right off the bat, just made it just like that off the bat. But the whole purpose of what I'm trying to show you is that you can build it in stages using your blueprints. And that is awesome. So right here, let's go ahead and do that again now that we have the resources. Hit that H. Get that nudged over. All right, yeah, there we go. It still works. Okay, good, it works. But definitely something going on with those walls. Because look how tall those walls are on this side, but not on that other side. But you know what? Let's drop it. Ooh, mama. That's a big fat lag right there. And let's go see what's going on with these walls. This is a train wreck over here. Why are my walls way up like that? See, it tells me all those walls are weirdly offset. Is it these walls or is it the walls up above? Let's go see. Yeah, these walls are sitting on the foundations and matching the foundations. And these walls down here are now sitting above the foundations. Yeah, do I like that or do I not like that? These ones out on the side seem like they're going way out. Yeah, these ones are lifted. See, these ones are definitely wrong. Those ones are wrong, and the ones in the front are wrong. Ah, see, that's where it got screwed up. I can always tell that kind of stuff, everybody. It's like a sixth sense where I say, something not right there, right? And that's what you want to develop in this game, is detecting when something's just not right and go in and fix it. This is all not right. That's all not right. And there we go. Now, I can choose whether I want this stuff to be set down in there or if a little building spidey sense, exactly. And I don't want it to be set down in there because I want to be able to use my door, right? So I want it to be up a little bit. That's why I have it like that. And then I can put a whole bunch more foundations down here and connect it to that foundation. Now, the cool thing is it actually is going to be elevated. So I can just take it, connect it to the current foundations, and it will automatically be above that. And the whole bottom part here, I can drive in and out or whatever. And if I need to get up to the upper part, I can. Now, again, the thing I would do is actually add some ladders on both sides. And I don't feel like that's the center. Yeah, it's kind of offset right center. So we're going to go ahead and say we'll add both of these right here. Make sure we got them on both sides. There we go, just in case we run out of power. But also, we want to have the ability just to go straight up there, right? So why not build in a really easy lifter? Now, one of the things that I would do with the hypertubes is I would think in terms of left and right or offset lifters. Oh, that's an entrance, not a hole. There we go. An offset lifter. So first I would lift it up off the ground. So you're not going to get sucked in there every 5 seconds like I've been doing on the other one there. Because if I walk through, even at that level, because I'm going to be up, a little bit like that because of the foundation here. I'm going to be up here. Zoop! I'm going to get sucked in there every single time. So that sucks. So, of course, I would make this up a little bit higher where you actually have to jump to it. And you can walk underneath there without accidentally getting zapped. Now, if I put this on top of each other, what's going to happen is that basically they're going to be in the way of each other if I stack them on top. So you have like a left side transport, and then you have the same exact thing, and then you have a right side one. So you can go up this one, you go up to the first level. Then you go to the next one, go up to the second level. You go back to the other one, and go up level. So you're stacking them A and B, right? Like that, because you got to think about your transport. We're going to do that, by the way. We're going to do a central, what I call a transport pillar, which works very much that way, where you have an A and a B transport pillar where you can build upwards, and we're going to match it to the size of our blueprint thing. So each one of our levels is going to be the size of our blueprinter, so we can have our blueprinter on every single level, which is pretty cool, I think. All right, so we got that in there, and then we want to go ahead and now that we've unlocked some cool stuff, we can go ahead and say, you know what, I want to go ahead and have a hypertube wall floor hole right here, right? So maybe not right there, though, because you might want to drive by there. So I would kind of nestle it over here by your actual back of your machine. Or maybe you want to show up in the front of your machine. So you do it in the front of your machine as well. So we go down here. We go back in here. We can see where that is running. Ah, God, geez, I can't see. The reflection is in my eyes. I can't see. So we'll go ahead and run it. Now, of course, you got to, suspend a little bit of disbelief here, everybody, in your thing. So that is called, let's go on this side so we can see it. That is called a noodle right there. Not everybody likes the noodle. I'm not a big fan of it myself. But what we can do is go ahead and do different build modes. We can hit R, which is the auto 2D. That's the noodle we did before. And then, of course, the horizontal vertical. And, of course, the auto mode. Actually, that was horizontal vertical mode. And horizontal vertical is okay. Now, again, let's make sure that we have all of the things in there that we need. We're going to need also the entrance, like this. Then the entrance is going to have the power on the inside. So we want to make sure that we go ahead and run some power on the inside. We also want to be able to run that power across so that it actually ends up on the other side here as well. So we don't want to run it through our splitters if we can get away with it. So we'll go ahead and make this a little nicer and move this, say, right there. And then we can run this, say, up on the top here through the center all the way to the front here. Let's say, I'd say back here. Now, we also want it to go up above where this is, so we can just go ahead and run that up there. Now, the problem is that if I want to chain this to another one, it's going to be an issue because it's only going to have 4, and this would be the time where that higher end pole, that level 2 pole, is going to play a role. And this is why I don't do this stuff until this point, everybody, until I have the tools that I need. If I only have one tool to do the job of 15 tools, I need all the tools first. And that's why I wait till this point. So there we go. So now that's connected through there. You can just say you used your drill to drill through there and run RP in your own stuff. And there we go. So now we've got that hypertube entrance there. And then we also have another hypertube entrance up here at the top. Now, I think it's really funny to put it on the floor. As you'll see why here in just a second, because we will test this out when we get it all done. We need to go ahead and put an entrance. Oh, it's going to let me put an entrance there? I don't think I've ever tried. Oh, it's overlapping and encroaching. Huh. I don't think I've ever tried to do it on a flat edge. Alright, it's not going to let us do that close. It says it's encroaching. So let's go ahead and do a floor wall hole back here. Let's do it right in the center, right there. And then let's see if it lets me do it. Yes, there we go. No? Maybe not. Something underneath it that's blocking it. Oh, God, that blindingness. My light reflecting in my face. Okay, why can I not put an entrance in here? Invalid location. Can I not do entrances on the floor? I guess it doesn't matter. Hold on, let's try this. I got a better idea. You just go back, you just jump back down at this point. Pipe has an invalid shape because it's not far enough in. Okay, fine. There's always something. Floor hole, wall hole. All right, floor hole. Right there. Actually, let's offset it. Actually, really liked it where it was. I really liked it right about there. I wonder if you can run the power while it's in the thing. You absolutely can not. Will not let you run it. I guess you can't pre-test it. Okay, so we're getting somewhere little by little here. Ah, I don't like where that's at. Nope, don't like it. Gotta go. Yeah, maybe right there. I don't like it. I'm not gonna live with it. I don't live with stuff I don't like. I just say, nope, do it again. Do it again until it gets to a point in which I'm gonna like it. So, in theory, everybody, it's just gonna shoot me up to this other level anyway. And then if I want to get down, I can just jump down. So it's just going to pop me up and go boop right here. And then it won't actually take me back down if I accidentally step on it, which actually is kind of cool. And then if I want to go back up, I can just go back in there again, or I can just jump down from here. You can jump down from up to 3 levels. You can see I can just jump down. I don't take any damage. Up to 3 levels high, and you're fine. You can actually jump down from more than 3 levels high and also still be fine if you have enough health. I've fallen from about the size of this thing right here, way up here. I forget how many levels up that is, like 4 levels or so, 4 or 5 levels, and not died. I just got really, really low health. But all right, so we'll keep it like that and see if we like it. If we don't like it, we can come back and readjust the blueprint. Now, we need to go through and we need to fix out all of our other stuff that we want to fix here. Let's go ahead and put in the rest of this so we don't have to look at any of this stuff in the long run. And we'll put all our walls in properly now. We got that fixed. This up here, I'm going to go middle mouse button to grab that one. And then middle mouse button to grab that one. And there we go. Now we're looking much better. And one of the cool things that we could do over here as well, as we want to keep this going, is now that we have all of our stuff here, we can also work with our walls over here, which are logistic walls, which allow us to keep those things going in this direction. So we could just say, you know what, we also want a conveyor wall hole there, just in case we want to continue this on. Let's go in here, right over here. And we can go ahead, run this out of here, there, and that should be, oh, this is going that way, yeah, this is going that way. So now we can connect multiple of these together and have little mini factories in which we are running it up above. Now this is the part that I live for. This is the part where you're making it beautiful. You're going, mwah, it's beautiful, I love it. And this is what blueprinting does, everybody, is it makes it wonderful. All right, let's go in and let's save all that hard work we just did. Let's go ahead again, call this constructors. In this case, it's going to be constructors. It's going to be 4 of them. In is on the right side, and out is also on the right side. And then we're going to call this under. What are we going to call this? Under lifted, under run, under, let's call it tower. Because eventually we can make this into a gigantic tower if we want to. Let's go select our icon. And I don't really need to give it a description, though you could if you want. But it's really for me. I'm not making it for other people. Now, if I do want to make it for other people, you can actually share these with other people, which is pretty awesome. I think as well. Now, is there anything else that we feel like we need to add to this thing? Before you get it done, go make sure it's actually done. Now, we also need to test it. Oh, we need to take that thing out of the back too, so we don't have that extra thing there. Though we could leave that in, I guess, and just have it automatically have the back of it in there. I kind of like it in there. You know what? Let's just leave it in there, and then we'll have it automatically do those foundations in the back. There we go. We got our light, we got our things in there, we got our lifters in there. Now, there is one more thing that would make this amazing, and that's the ability to turn this whole thing off. And also hide it, so I never see it, ever, in the thing, because I don't want to see it. I want it to be just self-contained, so we're going to go ahead and run the thing. Now, also, it's got to go up a certain distance, so in this case, it's going to be 2. We got to watch out when we're coming up our elevator there that we can actually get in, or up our ladder that we can get in that door right over there. Now, we've also got a way of entering there. So we're just going to go ahead and do this. This ladder is not in the center of one of these things, so that's going to be a problem. So we're going to fix that big time over here. We'll take that out and rethink that to be way at the end. There we go, like this. And then it'll be in the center where we can, in theory, go up and go through a door. So let's see if it works. Let's try it on this side first. There we go. Oh, yeah. Again, middle mouse button, that door over there. And we're building ourselves a giant factory here, everybody. We're building a little thing we can just plop down, GG, we're good to go. Right? I love that kind of stuff. I love it where you're just like, it's already done. You just plug the thing in, you're good. And And this is what you can do at the umpth degree with a blue printer. Now we're going to have a little problem on the side, I can see already, because of the way how close this is to the edge, and how close our things are to the edge. But it'll actually let us do it if we really want to do it bad enough. We can cut it through there, and it's going to do a little bit of clipping on the outside. I can see it already clipping on the outside, but we'll let it go. We'll say we cut a hole there, and we put the thing in the stuff in the thing, and it's fine. RP in your own stuff, everybody. RP in your own stuff until you get it going. Now, another thing you can do is come in here and do lighting. You can do all of that stuff. And I think this is the brilliance of Satisfactory and the people at Coffee Stain, is that they iterate so incredibly well on their game that their game is just nothing short of an absolute milestone in building games. And that doesn't come around very often, everybody. There's a lot of people who copy what everybody else has done, but there's very few people who innovate to the level at which Satisfactory has been doing. Satisfactory has been absolutely crushing it. Now, another thing that I want to do is be able to connect this power nice and easy, right? Just connect all 4 of those, really super easy. So I want to go ahead and take this power, and I want to also run that to the outside out here, or I can run it to the backside, which is what I would do. Is just run that power to the backside right up here in the corner, maybe right there in the center if I feel like it. And now I've actually got that power running from there to the center on the outside. So when I put this down, I can run one line and all that stuff starts up. Another cool thing that I could do, now that I've got my little factory going, is also do the same thing with our inputs, right? So we can go ahead and put our thing right here. We can go in here and connect these in. GG's. Right over here. Oh, if it's going to let me. There we go. Come on. You got this, brother. You got this. There we go. Sometimes you got to start with the inside first. And so there we go. So now I can connect that from the outside of the building. Yeah. So we can take these buildings and we can stack them all day long and have all of the stuff we need. The only thing we need to do, put in the input, put in the output, stack them all day long. And you're great, man. It's just so cool. I think that's like a brilliant, brilliant thing to do, that you can make little mini factories and have those going. Now, again, the other advantage of doing this is the fact that you don't have to look at your actual production. So you can just cover up your production, also so it doesn't rust, depending on what you want to do, like this. Now, this actually does a little bit of clipping here because of the height of the thing here. But we're also going to go ahead, I think we're going to add an extra one here that takes us all the way to the top. So we can get up on top and we can look at that up here, putting all the navigation in the back. And we can see that we've got some construction things coming through there. We've also got our power coming through there. If you don't like that, everybody, I would fix that. In fact, we could just leave these and we could fix the way our power's going, because you know what? Power poles suck. They really do. They suck bad. Damaging fixed equipment, everybody. So let's go ahead and make it suck less. Let's do it. Put our light on first, now that we're inside and it's all dark. Power poles suck and we want to fix power poles. Now that we have a ceiling, we can go ahead and take our power poles out and we can run that power right in between here. And I love doing this, everybody. I love using those things. They're so awesome. They are so amazing. Because they just make your power look amazingly awesome, right? Look how nice that is. And then you just connect that across to there, and that connects over there. And then you can just go ahead and say, you know what? I want to also take this and I want to run it back to our connector back here in the corner. Now, I would actually suggest that you put a double-sided connector in here. Even though it'll work, it'll go through the thing. But if you want to be, you know, one of those guys that says, okay, I want it to be, you know, beautiful connector as well. Boom, you can put a double connector in there, and you're good. And we'll take the other, or maybe not. It doesn't let me highlight it. I'll have to take this one out and put that one in. There we go. All right, pick that up. Now, what I'm going to also do is put a double wall outlet as a Mark II. So that means it's going to have a lot more connections on the inside, which is 7 connections and 7 connections on the outside. Why am I going to do that? Because I can. That's why. Because I don't need to do anything else other than that. Then we're going to run that across there. We're going to look at that, say, is it clipping? No, it looks pretty good. Looks pretty good right through there. And that is done. And so now we don't even need the power poles. We don't need any of that stuff. We could just use our ceiling connectors, and all of that is awesome. But there is another problem that we might want to chain the power through here to the next one, right? But we don't need to do that. You know what we can do is we can just do it via the back now. And again, you can see I don't take that much damage from jumping down. I can just connect it via the back to the next one, and then the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and so on. So we just did a lot of work, everybody, so we definitely want to save that. Let's go save this over the one we're doing right over here. And then you come back later, and you try this thing out, and there's something wrong with it. You just reload it up, you fix the thing, you go and you put it down again, and GG's, you're off and running. Now, this is just the basic stuff, everybody. Wait till we get to the more advanced stuff where we're really getting it going. Now, we're going to try one right out here in the back. And what we want it to do is we want to make sure that it's going the right direction and ending up the right way that we want it to go. So this is coming in on here, and it's going out over here, right? So we want to go ahead, take our blueprint that we just did, our under tower that we have now, and we want it to go in one way and out another way, right? So we want to go ahead and rotate it a little bit. Oh, boy, this thing is a big boy. Hit H. And then we want to say, okay, which way was the way in? Which way was the right way out? Well, I happen to know where the little power connector is. That's the way in, and this is the way out. So we're going to be watching this power connector right here because it's going to be our dead giveaway. So we'll hit escape. We'll go ahead and do it again. And then the hard part is rotating it, because this thing gets really unwieldy. I don't know why you can't rotate while you're in that mode, because that would be awesome. Now, this is the front. I don't want the front facing toward me. I want the front facing that way, which is also kind of giving me basically a heads up as to which way the input and the outputs are. And then, oh, there's something wrong with my foundations there. See me? I would go fix that right now. I go fix that right now. Right when you see it, go fix it, or you'll forget about it. And it will be weirdly offset. I don't know why that's weirdly offset there. I don't like it. I don't want it. Don't do it. No. Bad. Bad monkey. All right, there we go. Put that in there. Because it's still on the blueprinter. And it's still under the same name, so we just save and replace. Again, when you see something wrong. Now, I didn't do that on purpose. I actually made that mistake. It's okay. It's okay to make mistakes, everybody. But we're going to convert this whole thing and use this thing instead. And it's going to be awesome. Okay. So, let's go in. Put that there. Hit H. We can see the arrows pointing that way, so we know this is the input and the output. And then we can go ahead and nudge this. A little this way, a little that way. Where do we want this to go in and out? And let's kind of line it up to what we've already got. Let's see. The output's on this side. And the input's on this side, so maybe... Oh, I didn't put it down close enough where I could nudge it far enough, so you take it out. Then you go ahead and try to get it a little bit more lined up, a little closer lined up there. There we go. And then we can just look at this and say, okay, straight out from here, like there, click that. And that just replaced everything I'm doing over here pretty much, except for there's a few extras here. This is 4, and this is a total of 6. Now, one of the cool things I can do is I can hit F, and then I can hit R. And these were made from blueprints. And so I can actually go and I can get a whole bunch of stuff at the same time. I can take that out. I can take this out. And because I upgraded the belts and I redid a whole bunch of stuff in those particular things, it basically made it where I have to redo a little bit of this, but not too much. Now, also, we can hit F right there. Oh, F to get into build mode. Hit G to grab just the belts. And you'll see we'll just take out the belts there without taking out the foundations. And there we go. We just cleaned that all up. We got ourselves a cool little factory over here. We're ready to go. Now, definitely one of the things that I would do is label the side of that input and output and all of that stuff. But we don't have enough room on the thing to say inputs and outputs. Now, how can we do inputs and outputs? Well, you can actually change the color of stuff. You can customize stuff to different colors. Now, I would go ahead and say something like green, and I would go ahead and color that green. And then I would say, wait, actually that's the wrong way. Customizer, green would be this, and then also maybe the The belt that's coming out of there would be green, and then this side, which is the output, would be red. Let's say. And then visually, I can just look in there and say, okay, this is the input of this output. Now, I just happen to know because I'm the one that built the thing, but make it very visually understandable. Now, what I'm going to need to do is take this belt that's going way over here and run it way over here, but it's not going to quite reach. So we'll go ahead and put in a little stackable here. Line that up a little bit, get it up nice and high. Run that across there into there, and that's now going to run into there. Now, also what I need to do is take this power and tap it into something. It just so happens I have a big old power tower over there I can tap it into. Now, in theory, I don't have to do nothing. If I did that right, that should run in there and that should start up. But there's a little caveat, right? If you guys remember. What is the caveat that I did because I don't want to have to make 53 of these blueprints, right? Make them all separate. Though I could very easily do them now. I could just say one's this and one's that and one's that and one that and just use it pretty easily. But I didn't tell it what I wanted it to do. So I need to go in there and get that going on. Now also, my hypertube should work. Is that an entrance? Oh, did I not get the power cord going? Up to here. This runs up to there. Oh, it took my power thing out because I did think. Oh, let's fix that. Now, I don't necessarily... Oh, and I need to put a door over here, too. Yes, okay. So, again, we're gonna modify our design a little bit. We need to put a door on this. Nope, that's not a door. That's not a door. Door. Put a door over there so we can get out that side, too. So, yes, I see a problem with my design, so I need to go and fix that, including doors on the other sides. So we're going to go ahead and take this out. Now, do I necessarily need to take that one out and redo it? No, but I'm going to so that it will all be one piece as well. So we'll put doors on that side. We need to remember to run our power line. Actually, we don't even need to run it that way now because we have the power line in the back. We can just go ahead and connect this way. Right under here, say in the corner. Then take this, walk up here, and connect it right up into there. There we go. Yes, much nicer. All right, liking it. Liking it big time. Now, this is a problem where I have to climb over this every time, but that's okay. That's okay. We can fix that, but that's only a temporary problem and not a long-term problem. Let's save that blueprint. Go right here. And then say, you know what? Let's go ahead and take this whole thing out. You're like, Kismet, it's going to take you forever. Well, it did take you forever in Update 7. But in Update 8, you just hit F, you hit R, and bye-bye to that whole entire thing. Just like that. Now, only the thing that I modified, which is the door, is still there. And so we can take that back out. We're going to take this out because that's going to be right where we're going to go. And we're going to just do it again. Let's go. Do it as many times as it makes it awesome. Right over there. We hit H. Line this baby up. We're right here along this edge. A little bit to the left there. We're going to click that. Run our power line again from the low side here. Right there. And now our hypertube should work. Also, I would definitely give yourself a little bit of extra room in the back there. Hypertube works. Yes. Boom. I'm stuck in the tube. I'm stuck in the tube. I was going to see if that worked. Nope. Totally stuck in the tube. Cannot get in there. All right. So that definitely needs to be fixed. So we got to take that out. We got to take the foundations out. We got to get our big fat butt out of there because that does not work. That is bad. And again, these are what you want to do. You want to test stuff. Hit R. Take the whole thing out of there. Let's go fix our hypertube for sure. Now, normally what I do is I do hypertubes that go in from the inside and go out, go up from the other side. So we're going to go ahead and take our entrance out. We're going to go inside. We're going to take it out of here. I wanted to try that. I don't think I've ever tried that before, and I know now why I don't do it because it doesn't work. And then we're going to go ahead and do it this way, where we put it on the outside. Let's see, transport, wall hole. Now again, what we want to do is look at where we have it here and then basically do that same thing on the upper part so that we're not, again, getting sucked in there all too often. And again, that's why we left this room in the back, so we can go ahead and do that. Very nice. And then our entrances are actually going to be on the inside, like this. But quite often your connector is in the back out here, but that's okay, because guess what's out here? Our other connector. How convenient is that? And then, of course, we want to go up to the upper area. I love doing this, everybody. This is like my favorite thing. I love these moments where you're just like, oh my God, that is awesome. That's such a great way of doing that thing, right? And you can see now we can connect that across there. Or if we don't like the way that that's connecting like that, we can go ahead and, come on. Oh, well, we can do it from the outside. We can go ahead and go outside and connect it across right there, because we put a bunch of extra connectors there so that we could run that across there. Not a big fan of either way that is, but there we go. So now our actual transport is in the inside and not in the outside. We'll go ahead and run around and save that. Go this way because this is way faster. Just keep iterating on it. Just like they do in this game, everybody, you keep iterating on your blueprints. Now, there are some super smart people out of there, everybody, who have way more time than I do to play this game and to really iterate again and again and again on their things until they get it just beautiful. But I'm just giving you a small sample of what you could do with that. Now, of course, I could also make it bigger. You can see how big the blueprinter is. I can make it much larger and, you know, keep it going and whatnot and make multiple tiers and whatnot. But I'm just giving you the general gist of using blueprints to make blueprints. That's what we're doing. And I've already got it lined up exactly how I want it to go now. Over here, if it wants to, my mouse wants to help me out here. There we go. And then you can see that I've got it lined up already from before. And again, I got the arrow pointing to the front. Everything looking good. Let's go ahead and do this again. Now we should have the ability to connect over there. We should have the ability to go in here and go in the hypertube and jump. This way it doesn't accidentally suck you in there. Now you're up here. You can go ahead and work these. You can go down and then go down the lower side and just go out the door. That's cool. I don't care. I don't care who you are. That's freaking cool. All right. And then run this back into the input. And then we've got an output, right? We got an output of this stuff that we had running in this direction right over here. Now, one of the problems, of course, is the way that I have this switched one way or another way. Now, I could have tried to spin it the other way and did the inputs and outputs the other way. But that's okay, because I can just simply do this right here on the exterior and just run this over the top of that one right into that box. And we basically just replaced our production from before. But we still have one more thing to do and tell it what we want it to make. So we're going to go ahead and go in here. Now, I would, you can go from the back or from the front. Me, I prefer, for some reason, to go to the back. It thinks it needs iron plates because I apparently did that in there. I don't remember doing it, but I could have. But there we go. Now's our quick wire. We're going to set this to our quick wire, and we're going to see if this works. Now, again, if it's not working, then we did something horribly, horribly wrong. And so keep testing, keep iterating on it. And I assume it's not going to work from the beginning because I find that's usually how it goes. Now, I'm going to go ahead and put a little thing here so I can... I love these ladders, by the way. I can see what's going on. Okay, that's going in. That looks good. It's going in there. It looks like it's lifting up into there. Let's go up here now and see if it's actually kicking in. Let's see. No, not going in there. How about over here? Quick wire. Quick wire. It says it's going in there, but I don't see it going anywhere. Oh, it's just going in and going right back out again. Huh. Why would it do that? Something is connected. Ah, look at that. We did a pipe wrong. See that? We did one of the things wrong. Oh, God, we got to fix that right away. Ah, see? Iterating, everybody. Iterating for the win. When I ran one of those pipes, it decided it wanted to connect to the thing across instead of this way. And so that definitely is going to be a problem right here. It's this one. All right, now that makes me have to check every single one of these. And the way you check them, you just hit F and see if they're straight, like you're going to take them out. Oh, look at that one. See, that one's messed up. I don't know why it does that. It seems a little freaky. But there we go. All right, so now we have to fix that. So now we got that fixed over here. And I can tell you another problem that's already happening. We can just fix it now. Is this doesn't seem to be lifting in the right direction. So let's go ahead and make sure that we put our lifters in the correct direction. Here. Again, I always feel like you got to come back and fix your lifters every single time. So it sucks, but you know, you do what you got to do. It's going to come out. Lifters should always be the last thing you do in any build. And sometimes you have to take them out again. You have to take them out again when you do your blueprints, because remember, it's still a work in progress, this game. Okay, and then let's go over here. Oh, wait, we can just... Oh, they can't use our hypertube because we don't have any power, so we've got to manually do it. That's why I'd always add manual stuff in there. Let's just fix these up here to make sure those are going in. Let's hit this and just get rid of all of these. And there we go. And also, let's fix the fact that this one was set to something. I don't want it to be set to anything, so I can just have it as a generic thing and set it to whatever I want. There we go. And let's go ahead and fix the ones on the other side. And see if we can get this to start up. And we can move on to our other stuff that we want to do. Now, sometimes this stuff takes a long time to get to work because you're just constantly iterating on making it work. We got this. There we go. And then out the front. Save this again. Just keep it on the blueprinter until you get it right. Until it works flawlessly. And then, once you have it perfect, you can just do it over and over and over and over again. And that would be amazing. Alright, and we'll take our runs out here. Like this. We'll hit F and then R, and boom, the whole thing comes right out of there. Oh no! I'm dropping resources. I don't know how I ended up with more resources than I started with, but it's probably all these Caterium things right there. God, I hate it when it does that, everybody. I hate it when it drops these boxes. Because you can't actually dismantle those boxes. You have to physically go up and get those boxes. I'd love it if it would just dismantle those boxes. That would be way nicer. You can just dismantle them from far away. All right, here we go again, everybody. We got this. Don't give up, never surrender. It can get real frustrating, though, when it's not doing what you want it to do. There we go. Something like that. Pretty close. Hit hologram. Make sure this is all lined up nicely there in the corner. Yeah, perfect. Let's try it again. Run that in there. We'll lift this lifter out here. So a little bit of work on our end over here, but that's okay. Then we're going to make sure, again, when we take the general power of the whole thing, run it over there. Go in here. Go to this. Now, all we want to do is see the first one. Oh, that still says iron plates. I thought I changed that. But quick wire is working. All right, so we fixed it. Good. Oh, and I can just go Control C. You don't have to be in dismantle mode anymore, by the way. Control V there. Control V there. So we built it, iterated. Built it, iterated, 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 iterated. Working perfectly now. And now we walk away. We set it, and we forget it. Because that's how we roll. Let's use the hypertube. Whee! And then we just walk right out this side. And there we go. So now what we should see is a bunch of quick wire coming out of there. Looking sexy. Oh, mamma mia. Looking good. Now, what if we want to do that times 2? Let's go. Let's go! ×2, baby! Ooh, mama, that's a hard one. That's a hard one to get in there. Because that's a long way to have to nudge that. Oh, and it's going the wrong way, too. Let's ×2 it over here. Rotate it so it's facing the right direction. Maybe we could nudge that. You can only nudge so far. But that's about as far as you can nudge it there. Maybe leave a gap in between just to make it easier for us to nudge it. Just so we can get in between our factories, maybe. I think that would probably be, I mean, no big deal if it has a little bit of distance between the two. But I'd also want to hold down control and do this. See that right there? And then hit H. And then nudge it outward. What that does is it means that the two blueprints are lined up to each other. Which is pretty cool, I think. H there. Yeah, so they're both lined up to each other there. And the only problem we got right now is the fact that we don't have enough plates. So we got to run back, get ourselves some more plates. And not only have we replaced our production and made it much more efficient and made it much better, but basically we've made it where it is self-contained, where we don't have to look at anything. It just puts the stuff in and takes the stuff out. And I love that, everybody. I love that where you get to the point where you're just making little mini factories. Now, I could have done that from the very beginning of the game. But there's some things in there that I didn't have at the very beginning. Like I didn't have the door, so I would just leave those walls off. I didn't have the lifter speeds that I have now. I didn't have some of the connectors that I needed to make those connectors work. Which is why I wait till this point of the game before I start doing any of that stuff. Because you need all the tools to do the job. And so we're going to put a bunch of these in here. So we got a bunch more plates. There we go. And we're going to go back and get this job done. So cool just to see it sitting over there now, isn't it? Very, very cool. And again, this is what's so brilliant about the Blueprinter. Now, they actually had a mod that did this as well a while ago. And the mod does way bigger stuff. I've seen people doing it. I haven't done it myself. I try not to play a game with mods if it is not if it's not released yet in that version. So yeah, so there we go. Now we should see the green line perfectly lined up across there. I think that's awesome that they actually aligned blueprints too. And then all we got to do now is just go like this and like this, because we already built that in, right? Because we thought so far ahead. And then we can go, oh, we got to run some power from that one over to this one. There we go. Now we've got our hypertubes working. Go up here. And it's already remembered what I did before, so I can just paste it. Right? And again, paste. Which is way easier than, again, making 15 different blueprints for 15 different things. That's more than good enough. Okay, so now we should see a bunch of green lights. Yep. Over there. Now, another great thing that you could do is I can pop out of here, hit this ladder, go up here, and I can also see all the green lights from on top of the building. Come on, that's cool, everybody. I built that in on purpose. So you can see all of your constructors working from on top of your thing. Come on, GG's in the chat, everybody. Come on, that's pretty awesome. I think that's amazing. I did that on purpose. So again, you can just look down the line and see that all your constructors inside your building without having to go in the building are working perfectly. You're welcome. And there we go. So now we're just making an obscene amount of all of that stuff. Way more than we ever need. And there we go. So now we can also use the same factory style over and over again for everything else that we're doing. So if we are doing, say, some plates or some rods or whatever, we can use the same style over and over again. And we basically just made our life super easy. And so what I like to do is convert from this into this, right? Little mini factories that are doing whatever needs to be done. And if I need a bunch of that factory, I can just keep making these. Look, I can make them off into the horizon. I can just make them keep going, going, and make as much quick wire as I want to make. And then right next to that, I could leave a gap, right? So I could get in between there and then make a whole bunch of plates and a whole bunch of rods. And that's why we spent so much time doing this, is the fact that this is going to replace all of this production over here pretty much. And then we'll have another one that is for assemblers and another one for manufacturers, though manufacturers is very difficult to get it to fit in that little thing. But we'll get that all going. And come on, that's pretty awesome. I think the light thing is my favorite thing. Is the fact that I can look and say, is there any problem with this factory? No, this factory's good. And then also you can put a sign on the side that said, this is your quick wire factory and all that kind of stuff. In fact, I think I will. You know what? Let's do it. Again, you can come in after the fact, after you've already built it, and do that. What is our... I think it's architecture. Where is it? God, I don't even know where it is. I don't use it. I don't use signs all that much. Special, maybe. No? God, I don't even know. I don't even remember. Organization, transport. That's all of our stuff there. God, where is it? Foundations, walls. Did I not get it? Oh, maybe I didn't unlock it. I thought I unlocked the... Huh. Oh, I think it's, you make it. Hold on, let's go see. God, this game is great, everybody. It's just so phenomenally great. At a level that is, like, defining, you know what I mean? Do we actually make signs? God, I can't even remember the last time I did a sign. I don't think we make signs. I thought we just did it in the thing. Maybe I didn't unlock them. Maybe that's my bad. I thought I did. Let's go see. Oh, that's right. I haven't got my quartz going yet. Duh. See, I've played through the game so many times. Sometimes I don't know what I have done and haven't done. So yeah, that's why we didn't unlock those, because we didn't have our quartz going, which we need to get that going too. Okay, I think we talked about that long enough. We iterated on it. We made ourselves an amazing factory that we can use over and over and over again. I think we're good. Now, back to the original thing that we wanted to do over here as well, which is run our lines very effectively and as quick as possible without having to run so many lines ourselves. So again, let's just save that again because I feel like I need to save it again. Let's go ahead and load our other blueprint here. Actually, let's go into our blueprinter here and do a little bit of work. Now, all of these other ones here that made this one, I would go ahead and maybe keep some of these. But like Part B here, Part B we don't need to keep. This one right here, we can go in and we can edit that one and we can just remove that one. That's fine. This is definitely something I would put under my constructors right over here. Now, I would also, which ones would I use the most? Probably the single and the double, not as much the third one. But you know what? What the heck? What do we care? Let's just throw it in there. Constructors in there, and then underrun constructors in there as well. And what do we got? We got assemblers, we got other things. Let's just throw all this in constructors. Why is that not disappearing? Come over here. There we go. All right, we want to get it out of this main part here. This is assemblers. That should be under assemblers. Assemblers. Oh, duh. This is double converters, which is what we're using with now. And let's go ahead and add another category. And that category is going to be called, what I like to call line runs. Where you're running your conveyor belts and stuff like that. So line runs. We'll go ahead and put our double converter in there. Pipe stacking would also be considered line runs. What do we got? Reference blueprint for our refinery blueprint is actually what that is. We'll come back to that. Let's apply those changes. And then what we want to do is go ahead now load our blueprint. You can see now it's been organized by that. So I can just go right here, double, and load that up. Now, what we did is we went ahead and we made a bunch of lines. We have 2 lines running along with the hypertube in the top. And what we're going to do is we're going to replace what we already have with these. Now, also lift them up twice so you can get your bigger vehicle underneath there. Now, there's an even bigger vehicle that you should have 3 up. But I don't use that vehicle all that much, or not at all. Normally, I don't even unlock it because I don't care. I don't use it at all. But the smaller vehicle is awesome. I especially like the dune buggy is really cool too if you're just trying to get from one place to another and not necessarily care about whether you are bringing tons of resources or whatnot. But what we're trying to do is figure out a way where we don't have to run every single line every single time and have it do it. But this blueprinter is not big enough. It needs to be bigger. It needs to be bigger by, or at least longer by 2. I wish they would do that. That's my big wish, is to do this longer by 2 and a little extra so that I can just set down 6 at a time, right? Which is the maximum line run for a belt. That's the maximum distance in which you can put it down. And so you can just go boom, and it would do max distance. You could even put your power in there if you wanted to, and then boom, 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 all the way down the line. And that would make running your lines less tedious as well. But we're going to go ahead and try this out right here. We're going to go ahead and take this and bring this up, if it lets me. Get out of there. It won't let me get into my thing. Something's going on. It won't let me get into my building menu. There we go. Had me stuck. Just press a lot of buttons until it works. Okay, there we go. So now we've got this one here. And so we want to take this one and we want to put that right now as number 8, which is my button down there at the bottom. So I can just hit number 8 and then basically just replace what we've already got. Now, my real question is when if I put that line down, does it automatically use the line that's already there? Now, also, we just did something, everybody. See how this is not working over here? We just did something. Yeah, we accidentally took that line out. Because it's not extracting resources right now. And I don't like it when it's not extracting me some resources. Oh yeah, it's doing it now. All right, it's coming down the line. We also want to increase the speed of our belts to what we currently have. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this out, and I'm going to take this section out, and then I'm going to try to put this section down. And again, one of the coolest things they've added is you put this down, you hit H, and then you just kind of nudge it into place. Because I want to see if I put that down right there, boom, does that actually still continue to connect to that other side? Let's see. And this one I'm going to manually connect here. And let's see if it goes all the way through to the other side. Oh, we got to wait for it to come down the line first. And again, this is why I also use maximum belts. Now again, if I give this blueprint to you of this little factory over here, just go in and downgrade all the lines to whatever stage you're in. Like me, that's what I would do. I would just make it at its highest level and say, oh, well, I don't have those resources. I'm just going to downgrade all of these. Now, if you don't have the resources, maybe it won't even do the belts or the lifters. So you might be out of luck. So you might want to make it make a version of it that it's at its lowest belt, right? Its lowest belt level. And that's something definitely I could do. And then also build it with your poles in there instead of building it with your higher end items. So you build it toward the lowest common denominator, and then you take one and then you build it for the different stages of your belts. That's what definitely I would do. I would do the first level belts, second level belts, third level, and fourth level belts, and then fifth level belts, which we're working toward. All right, there we go. So we got here, and you can see it stopped. So that tells me that over here on this other side, it doesn't automatically reconnect it, even though they're sitting right next to each other. So I'll have to manually connect those right there. So what that also tells me is if I take out this next section and put it down there, that I will have to redo all of that as well. So yeah, it's going to have to redo all of that, but that's okay. Because again, one of the things that I might want to do is just go like this. Get this nice and close. Let's say something like this. Hit H, and then just put that right on top of the other thing and see if that works. Oh, that's actually down. It's actually not up as high as the other thing. Oh, and we can take our blueprint thingy out of here. It's going to be a little bit in our way, but it is definitely super useful. So let's clear the designer, and let's take the designer out of there, and hope there wasn't a missing thing there where I would have fell. I just thought of that after I did it. Not good. All right, let's keep at it. So over here, put it on the thing. On the thing, hit H. Line her up right on top of each other. All right, there we go. That's lining up. Now, does that actually work? Now, why does it look like it also has another circle thing there when it doesn't have it on this one? What the heck? Okay, that's a little funky. So cool to look over and just see those there, right? Neato. All right, let's move this out just a little bit. I'm gonna put our blueprinter down and figure out what's going horribly wrong with that. Now remember, this is still in progress. They're still working on it. This is the experimental version of it. I'll go look at it. It does not have one of those things on it. Okay, a little busted there. A little busted. But such is the way it goes. Okay, so recipes. Let's go in here again and just set it. Oh, see, look, my thing is doing that thing again. Can't get my thing to come up. There we go. Weird. Double thingy. I think it's just visually showing you that, but it's not going to be that at the end. Let's find out. Yeah, it's just visually showing you that, but it's not going to be that at the end. Now, did that just connect to the other one? Do I now have double conveyor poles, or did it take the conveyor poles out? I have double conveyor poles. So that sucks. Big time. But did they connect together is the question. Let's see. They sure did not. So it doesn't automatically connect the two things together. So those are the things that we're trying to figure out in this thing. So we'll have to gap it. We'll have to do the in-between. So we only have to do the every other one, which is fine. But again, we don't have to at least run all the polls and do all of that. So, you know, such is the way, such is life. All right. Now, if I was also going to gap these, I would gap these by 6. Oop, I took that pole out of the bottom there. That back. Oh, wait, actually, we want to take this out so that if we do take it out later, it'll all come out together. There we go. So again, for some reason, it's showing me the circles when it shouldn't be there. And let's turn it this way. H. So we know it is going this direction. And we'll line that up like that. Looks good. Take this out. Run that into there. We are definitely going to run out of materials. But at this point, what I would do is I would just gap this by 6. So I would say, no, oh, that's not quite on the thing either. All right, hold on. Now we got to go fix the thing and make it on the thing and do the stuff and the thing and the stuff and the thing. All right, hold on. I would definitely put that on the thing. Like this. I would put it right like that so that it's on that foundation. And then, of course, align it here in the back. That aligning thing is awesome. Absolutely love it. And then rerun that line so we know it's going the right way. And then, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is going to be 6, so this is going to be in the way. Take that out. And let's see if it works. Now, the bummer thing is that this is not 6 long, and it would be awesome if it was, because that would make it way easier. Also, it's not going to necessarily tell me exactly where that's aligned, but I kind of know that it's next to this metal thing here, kind of like that. And then we also know that the arrow is right here, which is telling us this is the front, so the belt is going to be running down that way toward me. That way. There we go. That's kind of hard to do because my camera is reversed. Okay, so now I got to do the work myself over here. But again, before you get too far, I would definitely start testing this. Take this line at the end, run that down, and make sure that it actually does flow all the way down to the end before you do anything else. Absolutely. Okay, works good. Okay, let's cut this one out. Now, we might want to test this top one as well, so let's go ahead and test that all the way down. Oh, nice. Nice fail there. All right. I don't know what it is about these level 4 belts that are a little tricky, but there we go. And then what we'll do on this one is we'll disconnect this one temporarily down here at the bottom. Hopefully we're not too close. And we'll just run that also into the box. So what we can do is bleed the line. Because if I'm going to run something different on the top, which I'm going to run the box ride eventually on the top. I know we've been doing this for like 3 and 4 hours. You're like, Kismet, you haven't done your box ride yet. Don't worry, we'll get to it. Don't worry, we're working our way there. We wanted to take care of that first, the blueprinting stuff first, and then we want to go ahead and make sure that we're doing this right before we get too far. So again, let's watch this and see if it goes all the way down. It transitioned there, so that's good. And then we'll walk back this way. Also need to make sure we pick up our cart back there too. And we'll just walk all the way to the end, because if we go to the end and if it's working at the end, then we know it's working. And it's going in the right direction. Yes, it is. Very nice. And again, then what I will do is cut out the line at the end over here and do what I call bleeding the line, which is basically running all the rest of it off of the line into the box. And then once we run it into the box, we then disconnect it. And that is confirmed worked. Now, I never trust anything works until I see it work. If it's not working when you see it work, then it is definitely not working. So let's keep rocking. Now, the other thing we want to do is kind of set up a special set just for what we're doing here. I'm going to go ahead and use set 5, which is normally one that I kind of switch around based on what I'm doing. So based on what I'm doing, I need to go ahead and first, I'm going to do all this stuff in order. So first I need to put this one down. So that's going to be number 1. Then I want to go ahead and use my level 4 belt or actually, no, I don't. I actually want to run my hypertube. I want to run my hypertube next as number 2. There we go. Then we're going to do belt number 4. Now, I'm not going to run any power because I'm going to use these giant things to run power, and I can just go ahead and click on these using my power and run that. But I'm going to go ahead and make sure I put the power on here in there. So basically, number 4 is going to be my power. Now, normally I put power as number 1, so it's probably a better idea if I put that as number 1. This is number 2. The hypertube is number 3. And then number 4. Just because I'm used to just clicking this and then pulling that out and doing the thing. You get the idea. Okay, so now hypertubes right over here. And then we also want to go ahead, just walk back here for a second, get to our actual hypertube set, and make ourselves a little entrance here. See where that side is there. Just so if we need to come back this way, if we run out of resources or whatever it is, and we'll be good. And we'll tap in some power wherever we've got some power running here. I feel like there's some power running there. Actually, we could tap it from way over there if we wanted to. Oh, right there. Even easier. Okay, now our hypertube's working. And then also we can go this way as well if we need that prop. So now also what's going to be coming down here is some more resources. And so what I'm going to do is go ahead and do another box. And then this one is going to go from here up into that box. Now we got a problem with the hypertube, right? The hypertube is running in there, or the box is kind of not great. So let's go ahead and think about how we want to do our boxing. Now again, before I get all the way to the other end, all I want to do is be able to run the line that way and make this line up. So I probably want to back this one up, or just think about where I'm going to run my next factory, which is literally right over there, right here. So I want to back this line up so it does have a backlog, so I can start backlogging those raw resources. But I like to do this where I just kind of move it back. And then say, okay, hold on, this second one over here is really not necessary right now. Let's put that now as number 5. There we go. And then we can run this into there. There we go. So we're going to divert that right there. We don't need this line here. We don't need this here. We don't need that there. And thus, we can put our hypertube right over here. Make sure it's not clipping. Nope. All right, looking good. Do all of our stuff again. And our power. I actually feel like running my power backwards. Here first. And then just tapping into some power that's probably got an extra plug. There we go. Okay, so we don't even need that there. Oh, look at that right there. Oh. What are you doing, Gabe? Trying to mess me up. Okay, so we've diverted that, and eventually we're going to take that and we're going to run it over there. And of course, this will get out of here and we'll make a bunch of these little factories for it eventually. But let's get going over this way. There we go. And I used that limiter, so let me limit it. So 1, 2. Let's keep this running as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this will be number 6 right here. And then we'll go to our 5 set, pull up our thing, rotate it the right way, and get it fairly close, and then nudge it back like that. Now I suggest to always do the top one first, because that's going to be so much easier. Now it doesn't matter which way I run these lines, but it's a good habit to get in to running them in the right direction automatically, so you don't screw yourself up later on. But it doesn't matter which way I put them down. It should automatically switch it in the right direction based on the fact that those two are already running in that direction. But again, good habit to get into while you're at it. Now I'm also upgrading my line, so this is going to go faster in the long run. So we're going to hit F, we're going to hit, going to line up here, we're going to hit G, and then we're going to take out all the poles. Then we're going to hit G again to get all the belts. And then we don't accidentally get the foundations. I feel like that's probably one of the most frustrating things about when that happens, is that the foundations get taken out. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now this actually makes it a lot easier, so that you can just connect these. And at least half of the time you don't have to do it. But it's a much shorter span though. That part kind of bums me out, but I think they should make the blueprinter longer in one direction to accommodate the max distance of belts. That's just me and my crazy ideas. I'm actually going to, because sometimes it actually does get screwed up, even though you did it right and it should automatically change the direction. I'm going to try to be consistent in the way that I'm running my belts there. And I forgot to get my car, too. Oh, well. I think we'll be fine. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right here. And again, we'll go in here. We'll hit, we'll try anyway, G. Get all the conveyor poles. G up here, get all of that. And then just rinse and repeat. Got that first try, look at that. Close enough. Now see, it doesn't perfectly match on the other side. That stuff kind of triggers me too, but you know, do what you gotta do. Oh, and there we are, out of encased industrial beams. All right, now when that happens, what you do is you take your hyper tube, you run it right down here. Then you go ahead and back up here, put a nice entrance in there. Get yourself some power, and you go boom, and you take yourself back. And that's why we build the hypertube as we go, in case you get to a point where you run out of resources and then you have to run back. You've already built that in. You've already built in your need or your ability to run back, back to your base. Let's go get some more. Oh, all out. Oh, the tragedy. Such a tragedy. Why are we all out? Probably because we're out of a certain resource. Nope, we're just using them up so fast that it burnt them all up. Yeah, we're just using them up really, really fast because we got this sucker overclocked. That it's burning up those encased industrial beams faster than it's making them. That's okay. We burned up all those excess. That's fine. This is basically 12 per minute. It's going at 24 per minute. So it's going way too fast. Now at this point, everybody, we got 2 boxes of heavy modular frames, so we're fine. I think we're pretty fine full of that. We can just go ahead and flip this off. When you flip this off, what it's going to do is start to backlog all of the resources back into the box. It's basically going to stop running resources in here. You can see we have 2 of 5. And if we go in here and we run this out here. Now what we really want is we want the ability to turn this on and off automatically. Notice how these are out here on the bar on the thing, but they're not going into the machine because the machine does not have power. It will not run. Now the thing that I prefer to do, and I suggest that you do, is never to do that. Never to turn it off in the actual machine. What you want to do is have some sort of switch outside the machine that you can turn on and off. And that's actually, I think, backwards. Let's go ahead and rotate that around. Like this. Okay, now I haven't used these in forever, but let's see how we can get this to go. Let's first take out the power line. Let's find us a power line over here. There we go. We'll just run it right here so we can control it. And we'll go A in, and then we'll go B out to the manufacturer, and then we'll go ahead and look at our power switch. Now, we got different circuit breaker priorities that we can set, which I think is awesome. I have not messed with this at all, which I think is pretty cool, though. I don't know how to make that work, so let's just say that we probably need a sub-power switch in there, which I don't think we've unlocked yet. Over here. Let's go see. It's funny that I unlocked that switch before the other one. Over here. So we need ourselves 50 of these AI limiters. Let's see how many of those we can just make. We can make 18. That's going to take a minute. That's going to take a minute, but we want to go get some more. That's just because I don't have the resources on my character. It doesn't mean I don't have the resources. I certainly do. Right over here. Let's sort this out. We can get rid of this extra Caterium off of me there. Get ourselves some full stacks. And then we're going to go look again. Right over here. Now we can make 15. So also we need some quick wire. That's also not a problem. We got 8,000 tons of that. Right over here, or at least a lot of it. And then we'll go in here and we'll look in here. How many can we make now? We can make 90. All right, 90 might be a little much, but you know what? What the heck? Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Now, here's also what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and let this run for just a minute. I'm going to take a quick break because we've been going for 4 hours straight because this game is so awesome. What up, Dorcas? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I shall be right back. So enjoy some crafting, and I shall be right back. And that's another thing I love about this game, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me, is the fact that you can just walk away from it. You can play it actively, or you can play it passively, where you just let it run, get the heck out of there, go do something else, get yourself a sandwich, get something to drink, whatever you need to do. Yeah. Oh, thanks for those 1s in the chat. Appreciate it. How are we doing on these retweets over here? Let's take a look. Oh, we crushed it. Did I give those earlier? I can't remember, so I'm going to give you 2 more. There you go. This game is phenomenal, everybody. I absolutely love it. Like 4 hours have gone by like it's just a few minutes. So there we go. So we need to go ahead and get that going in our MAM as well. I kind of feel like you have to do that first, and then that does the different things if I remember correctly. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is me trying to figure it out again. Let's do it. Now, there is sometimes that it's okay to backseat game. You'll see it whenever I'm doing a learn to play. That's okay. But if I do say no backseat gaming, you'll see it in the tags down below, as well as part of the chat rules. Pretty easy to find right down in the panels or when you first come into the stream. All right, so A here, B here, B over there. Let's see. Okay, so this power switch, now does this one go before that one? That's a good question. Let's turn this on. Let's give it a name. Manu for manufacturers. I don't know, type the whole thing out. If I turn that off, that's going to turn this off, which I don't want it to do. So anything that's connected to this will turn off. Yeah, see, this one's turned this because this one is off. But I would think it would need to be the other way, because this one would need to be able to turn that one off. So let's do it the opposite way. Again, this is our priority switch. This is our power switch. And say, we're just going to simulate. We're not going to do it right now. But we're just going to simulate that all of our manufacturers come after this particular ones here. And I could make it so if I wanted to. But for right now, we'll go ahead and call this one. It looks like you have to put it on to actually name it too. Man-U. There we go. So we got our man-U's on. Yeah, it actually says it in the front too. Pretty cool. This is the thing I asked for the game since it came out. Is this power switch? And you're welcome, by the way. I don't know if I'm the reason you have that, but I think it is. I think it is pretty close. And this is central priority switch 01. I don't know. I'm just making it up now. 01. Now let's see. Breaker priority. Central priority switch on. And then how do I make priority groups? This is a good question. How does this see the name of this? This is on. Oh, that's off. What is this? Power grid A, power grid B. That's on. Circuit breaker priority, power, central power priority switch. This is menu. How do I tell this? How do I control that with this? Central priority switch, off. There's a light on this thing. I always forget. Over there. So it's red right now. Oh, it's because I also have it off. Okay, so that's actually off. That's green. That's starting to run. This is part of the fun, everybody. I bet you it's these priority switches is what you need. So this is going to be... I'm going to take this out. This is going to be... Now, don't tell me, chat. Keep yourself under control. I know it's hard to resist. I know some people just can't resist backseat gaming. They're like, Kismet, it's not backseat gaming. I'm just telling you what to do. All right, sure. All right, bro. Whatever. All right, central priority switch. Ah, there it is. Yeah, so there we go. So we can, they have to be the central priority switches for us to tell it what it is. Now, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, and you can probably do it from any switch. So you don't necessarily need, I don't need this switch right next to the switch. I can put this switch anywhere, but if I turn this switch off, it's going to turn the rest of that off. So I could put that in my base or by my hub and say, you know what, I want to turn all my manufacturers off, and just click that off from this being right next to my hub. So I can just go here and say, you know what, turn my manufacturers on. Yeah, there it goes. And then I can just go to this central switch and turn that off. And see, now I don't have to go to the machine itself and turn it on and off, because that sucks. You want to have like a central area in which you can turn stuff on and off. Now also there is the priority of your switches as well. Now, I have a feeling that I just dragged this over here. Ah, ha, ha, we're learning some stuff, aren't we? Now, the central priority switch is going to be my highest priority, which will eventually be my power. And that'll be my power system. Then the second one will be my transport system. And third one will be so on and so forth, all the way down to 8 groups. And then, of course, I can make another sub 8 groups and another sub 8 groups. And that is freaking awesome. I absolutely love that. All right, we're going to get way more into that as we revamp our factory and get that going. But that's amazing. Okay, so we come back here to get more of these. We're kind of letting these backlog just a little bit. And let's grab the rest of them out of here as well, because we need some more of these, and we need to find out where the heck our vehicle went. Where'd you go, little vehicle? So yeah, so you don't need the other power switches to do the priority switches. So you can just use the priority switches and use the power switches as like sub connectors as well. Things that you most likely would not turn it on and off all that often, but you might turn a whole grid of things off. It's kind of like grid power, right? So you have a whole grid of stuff, and then of course you have your sub connectors underneath that, which I think is pretty cool. Actually, I went past my thing back there. Let's turn around and get it. All right, now I'm gonna check the chat because I don't trust you guys. Nope, you guys are just chilling in the chat. All right, good. Because sometimes I don't look at chat on purpose because somebody's in there saying, Kismet, just do this and click the thing and do the thing, and that's how you do it. Part of the fun, part of the adventure is discovering how to do it, is the discovery of things. Wandering here and finding the thing and going there and learning that. And okay, if I put that together, that's how that works. And oh, I can put blueprints on blueprints on blueprints. Well, hey, that's awesome. That's all how I like to play. That's the thing. Everybody behaved. I know it was hard, everybody. You know, I'm gonna give you 1,000 kiss caps just for being awesome. How about that? Way to be awesome, everybody. There we go. All right, back to work here. Let's go ahead and keep connecting these in. And we are certainly going to run out of these for sure. But that's okay. It'll start backlogging a bunch of those over there while we're working on this. And now what we can do is just go ahead and take all this stuff out right over here. And then we can go ahead and speed up this lifter over here with a little bit. Oh, that's already sped up. No? Or do we not have enough resources? Oh, we're not pressing the right buttons. This is what the problem is. I'm not in my first set. There we go. Boom. All right. And then right over there to right there. Okay. Now that should just start firing it down there at a much faster speed now. 480 instead of 270. And that's going to be beaming out of there like crazy. Now, down here, I can tell you that certainly does not... is not coming out probably at 480, but you know what, let's go take a look because I don't remember. I feel like in the long run you want to label all your lines too. This is coming out at 250 or 240 or wherever you left it and whatnot, but you can see I left one of these over here for when I go Mark 3. Yeah, 240 right now. Now I could come in and overclock this. I should have done that. I should have brought my little overclocker things, and if I go at 200%, it would be 480 coming out. And I always overclock. The first thing I overclock, manufacturers, and then I overclock the original extractors. The reason why is because the only thing I got to do is upgrade the lines, and that's it. I don't have to go and get another node. I don't have to run a new line. I don't have to put new things down and redo all of that infrastructure when I could just double the extraction of one that is already in place and already has this stuff lined up. Which I think is pretty cool. I also think it's cool where you can use blueprints to do this, and then if you want to take this out or change it or whatever, you can just highlight it and bam, it takes a bunch of those out at the same time. Now, what we also want to do is we want to continue upwards to our bauxite, which is way off over that way, or really not that far now, or we came way over here. Let's see how much further we have to go. About 700 in that direction. Now, what I want to do, though, is I want to have the ability to go down there as well. So I want to create like a little junction here. So I'm going to go ahead and back this up just a little bit. And we're going to go ahead and create a nice little junction where I can just stop right here if I want. And run that down there. Now, keep in mind that your entrances also count toward your power usage, and those are running all the time, so they're constantly using your power. Keep that in mind. So now I'm going to land here, and then I want to go down there and see what's going on with my thing down there, right? Well, pretty easy. I can just go ahead and do this. And I'd probably just aim it this way. Like that. Put another one up here. Test it out. Works great. Make sure you can put your connector down here so you can get back up. Very important. And I probably want to put a nice little ramp in here too. Just to make it nice. And away we go. Woo, that's close to the edge. All right, looking good. Now we want to be able to go from down here to up there, which is why I did this whole other side here. So again, I can just ping this, and I know it's in the north here. And I want to be able to get up and over to get to that stuff over there. Now, of course, it might not even be in the upper level because it doesn't really tell you its overall elevation of where it's at, because it could be up and then back down. By the way, that's a pure node as well. All the stuff that I'm tapping into are pretty much pure nodes, which is great, except for the oil. One oil one over there is not pure, but this whole area over here is just like nothing but pure nodes in this little section. And it's really close to oil, really close to coal, really close to all your resources that you're going to need in your playthrough, which is why it is my favorite place to build a base. But I don't do it all that often here. I usually try to do it in like starter areas and things like that, and do all the different starter areas so people can see the different things. Why are the pipes so annoying to run? Well, you got to use your blueprinting, I suggest. That would make it a lot less annoying, and you'll see when I get to that, I'm actually going to be upgrading all of my pipes very, very soon. So let's go ahead and run this up here, and let's see if we eyeballed it good enough by running a bunch more, zooping this up into the air. Now, when you get up here close, everybody, be careful that some mob's not going to hit you or knock you off the side. Some spiders not going to hit you, because they could knock you off the side, and down you go to your demise. Now, I like to just go ahead and just build straight through. That's just me. Ping while we're walking. Let me take a look. All right, 590, pretty much in that direction, so looking pretty good. Now, do I need to go up any higher than this? Probably not. That's probably good enough. And so, we'll run that straight through the trees. Now, later on, I can use my chainsaw, but later on, I'll come back and I will use my explosives to blow all this stuff to smithereens. Oh, looks like we're going through some sort of thing here. Keep pinging. We got a long way to go, too. Oh, wow. That's almost like a miracle there. I didn't even mean to make it so perfect right through the middle of the thing. That's pretty cool. Right between the two cliff edges there on accident. And again, way this way. I'd probably back this up just a little bit and see if we could clear that edge. Oh yeah, we got a long way to go. Long way to go to clear that edge. Wow, that's just luck, everybody. That's just eyeballing it there. And again, I don't like to be right where the mobs are, because obviously not a good idea. They'll run up and wail on you. I just try to bypass them using the power of building. Oh, I see it from here. There it is. I honestly can't remember the last time I came over here and got this node. I usually get the node that's over on the other side. But I thought I'd do something different this time. We got a big boy over there. We got to watch out. Now, right now, it'd be a great time to have some explosives and wipe them out, but we're going to not let him go to us first. The big guy first. Vertical for the win. God, there's like 4 of them here. Jeez. That was a lot more than I remember being here. That was a lot of them. There's 4 of them on me. No wonder I was taking so much damage. Look at this cool thing. Wow, cool spot, man. Why don't they have this as a starting zone? Look at this cool box right there. Pure box right. Now this is a cool starting zone right here. I mean, it would suck because you got no water, but still very, very cool. Alright, let's not make sure we don't miss any of our sweet, sweet loot here on the ground. I'm just picking up this other stuff because it's in my way. But we definitely want to get that loot. Alright, I really like this spot. Man, I've been here in forever. I can't even remember the last time I was here. Super cool. Say something like that. And then something like that. Oh, this I need my chainsaw. I not have my chainsaw with me? I don't have it on me. Normally at this point I just use explosives. Oh, I don't have any of my biofuel. Alright, fine. Make me bake some biofuel. Actually, I'm just gonna make a little biomass. And then not enough. There we go. Alright, there we go. Run that nicely right over there. We can set our extractor on it. Now, you don't have to do this. You can just set your extractor on the ground. And I've done it before. Many times. You gotta hide your chainsaw for some reason so you can put that stuff down, which is lame, but that's just me and my crazy thoughts. And we'll take this out because we don't want that to be sunken in the ground. And then we want to just take a nice Mark II and put it down, but we don't have that as well. So one of the things I also suggest you do at every single location where you have nodes is put both of these down. It doesn't matter which way you actually put these down, but I put it down like that. So that you can go ahead and make your portable miners and whatever you need to make at that particular location. And then when you come back here, if you need to make any resources or whatever, you know you already have it built in. And you're good. Alright, so there we go. Nice and lined up. That's pretty good. It moved over just a little bit. Would have been perfect, but that's how the foundation worked out because I have it snapped to the world grid. And now it's snapped back to the other thing here. So what we want to do, of course, is bring that out just like this. And we want to run that down the line, except for we don't have enough lines to run that. How about if we ran it at the slower speed? Yes, we absolutely could. And just run it back this way. We should have made it where we had just a single stacker. A single stack with the thing. I wonder if we have enough for making another blueprinter. Do we? Yes, we do. Okay, so let's go ahead and make ourselves a little room here real quick. Ah, 1 concrete. That's funny. All right, we got this turned the right way. Yes. We're only going to use it temporarily. All right. Now, what we're going to do is do the same thing we did before. Just kind of line that up. We're going to have a problem with concrete, I can see already. Okay, we're going to take all this out. We need more concrete for sure. Take all that out and then get this going. So, let's say there. And then we're going to double stack it. And then we're going to go ahead and hypertube top. And then we're going to downgrade our line runs for right now since we don't have enough for that. And we'll go back and get that going. And we'll come back and we'll upgrade them. But while we're at it, let's just do this. Wait, wrong one. Why do we have 2 at the top? No. Right here. In that direction. And we'll just call this single line. There. Single line with hyper. Conveyor belts. Let's find our lifter thing. There we go. And save that. Okay, then we'll get all of our resources back since we're low resources. And we'll take all of this back out. There's always those couple left. There we go. Take this out. Now it's important that we understand which direction that our belts are going. So in this case, our belt's going to be going that way. So basically the front of this one is the backwards of the other one. But that's okay as long as it works out in the end. That's what's important. And this is going to go, oops, edit. This goes under line runs. And then this is a single. And we'll go ahead and take the single. We'll put that as number 9. Okay, and this is going to go this way. And again, we're going to downgrade this to this. Okay, now we also want to think about our power, and we want to have our big power towers run in here. How do we want to run them? We're going to run them on, start it from down there. And we want to look at how the top of it is. Let's say this way. Well, let's put it over here. That's a nice little spot for it there. And then we'll connect it this way. And then, oh, nope, don't like it. Just turn the wrong way. Other way. There we go. Just to this, and then we'll run it down the way as we go. Okay, and then we want to do our hypertubes. So we want to get our set going again. Here. Number 2 is now going to be this one. And then we'll put our hypertube in. Now we're going to run out of resources, I can tell you already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now it's about 6, by the way. It's not exactly 6. So keep that in mind when you are doing this. And then hypertube. And we'll downgrade downgrade our line just so we can run it for now. And we'll come back and just upgrade all of these later. At least we can get our line runs in while we're going this direction. Until we run out of concrete, basically. 1, 2, 3. Actually, it should be the other one. 1, 2, 5, 6. Larger objects are really awkward. What happened here? This one for the edge. Now, one of the things that we want to do is we want to fix this. I'm going to put that right there. And I'm going to walk down here and have to fix all of this. Or I can walk to the end and fix it and come back. And fix it on my way back. Better idea. Fix it on the way back. I gotta come back and upgrade all of this anyway. So let's do this. And again, we'll count this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why is that not putting that down? Huh. Because I didn't put it in there. Exactly what? I knew there was something going amok. Alright, let's keep rocking. You're like, well, Kismet, aren't you going to follow that down? Absolutely not. I'm going to make it as straight as possible, and then I'm going to make it a straight angle down when we get to the other end. And the reason why is because it makes it easier for me to do, as well as it looks better in the long run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, I could be using my trains, by the way. Absolutely could be using my trains right now if I decide that's what I wanted to do. But now I'm good. And the goal is to be able to see where we're going from the end of here and then end up down in there. We definitely got a ways to go. A ways to go, so let's keep rocking. 1, 2. And I love this blueprinting, everybody. It just makes this so much nicer. It's not as nice as it could be, but it's better than not having it at all. Basically. Again, before I run each one, I would see how close I am. And I'd go ahead and fix it and then come back up. You know, that's looking pretty close. Let's go down. How much concrete we have left? We're getting a little low on concrete. Let's run a ramp down. Again, if I had some explosive right now, I'd throw that explosive off the side and blow up the trees. We'll get into that here in a bit. Let's see how well we line up here. A little bit above. Not too bad. Now we want to take this out. And we want to follow this up. Oh, look at that. Very, very close. We want to actually push this out a little bit so we can remember where that lower platform was and fix that later. But we want to do this. Or not. What did you just do? I don't know what it just did, but it didn't do the thing I wanted it to do. I'm going to find a bunch of extra pieces somewhere. You watch. And that was a pretty good guess, though. That was a pretty good guess. That was pretty close. I was off by about two blocks. Make sure there's still a foundation there when you get there. Oh, I'm off by one up high. Right there. Nice. Perfecto. All right, let's keep this rocking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's going to be off the side now. All right. So off the side means that I'm going to go ahead and turn this around this way and put it pretty much at the end there. It's floating. I don't like it. Take the whole thing out. H. So we can see if it's right on the edge. There we go, right on the edge. Click that. And then what I'm going to do is just use the in portion of it here and take all this part out. Just connect this. That. And this. To this. Now I've got a problem going down because I don't just have the just the pole, which is what I really need at this point. But that's okay. I'll just go in here and make my own thing. Because you got to put it at a different distance when you're going down at an angle. It's usually 5. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's not really that hard to make, right? You got 2 of these. And then you've got 1 of these. Now again, we can also make another set. We'll say under number 6. And so we want to go ahead and do this. Oops, I want to do this. Number 1. Our transport stacker. Number 2. Then we're going to run our hypertube number 3. And then we're going to run our belt number 4. We really need to run our power too. So let's go ahead and put that as 5. And let's go back and make sure that we are running our power. And that power is way back there. Now, one of the bummer things you can't do from way over here, which I think you should be able to do, is hit that power line from way over here. But you totally can't. But I can go ahead and build out a little power line thing. You know what? Let's just see if it goes all the way from the end. And if it doesn't, then we'll move it backwards. It goes from like 30 things out. So, I don't know. This might have been more than 30. But we'll go ahead and just build one right here. We have enough resources. Let's see. And then we want to make sure we look at the top of it to make sure it's going the right way. You can just look at where the ladder's at. And so we'll put that big boy there. Now here's what it does do. If you go ahead and click on the top of this, and then you aim it way over there, you might be able to get it if you're close enough. What I'm going to do is just walk this back however far it'll let me walk it. And if I can hit that one from here, great. If I can't, then I'll just put one in between. Whatever makes it work. Actually, I have a little spot right here I can put it. But I'll keep going until basically it turns red. Like, see, that would be red. That would be blue. Doesn't really matter now because it'll definitely reach there from here. The only problem is that now I have nothing to set it down on. So if I let go, basically now I have to go do this. And either I can try to grab that one from where I'm at. I can try to grab this one. But I'm actually now in between both of them. And I can't grab either of them. And it sucks. It sucks bad. So they definitely need to fix that. That I can go ahead and grab it. Oh, wait. Another thing I could do is just go ahead and make one. We can do that too. So power tower. Put this like this. I like to use the ones with the platforms myself. And now we can go ahead and grab from here, up at the top, nope, not at the bottom, from the top, and then run that to there. And then this goes much further running the actual line than actually to try to pick up the line. So now we don't have to run all the way back there. So you just build it in between where you know you can build it, and then that'll solve that problem of them not being able to grab it from far away. I think they should totally allow you to do it. Hello, Ems. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. We're having some fun running some power lines right now, trying to get some aluminum going on. I don't have enough concrete right now to go ahead and do my blueprinter, but that's okay. We'll just walk it down, and we'll be just fine in the long run. And we got to come back and take some of this stuff out. But let's go ahead and start running our lines. Like so. Oh, and out of pipes. All right, so that's game over on all of that, everybody. That is game over. Did I bring my vehicle? I did not bring my vehicle. Well, that's okay. We're not that far away. We can just go ahead and walk down and get it going. Now I'd make the hypertube come down and then turn back and end up over here, which is what I will do in the long run. But we definitely need to go back and get some resources. So let's go do it. And then we'll start to work our way up as well. And we'll run the hypertube and all that stuff across there. Now, while you're going, everybody, it'd be really nice to be able to go into your inventory and do stuff. Well, you can actually hit O and say you want to do some hypertubes, right? You can actually go in here and start doing your to-do list while you're traveling, if you didn't know that. It's actually a really cool way of staying busy while you're traveling from place to place. I think it is. I think it's pretty awesome. So we're going to need some copper sheets. We're going to need some steel pipes. We're going to need a bunch of other stuff for a bunch of other stuff. But luckily, we got a ton of it running right over here. Okay, so the smart thing for us to do, though, is to go in here and make a few of these things that we need. And, of course, we need some higher-end belts, which we'll replace. We're going to need this. We're going to need, again, our transport, hypertubes. We're going to need some entrances. We're going to need some stackables. So best just to kind of stack that stuff out and go look at what you're really missing. I'm missing a bunch of concrete, steel pipes, and in case industrial beams. And it just acts as a great reminder so you don't leave and get all the way back over there and go, oh my god, I forgot such and such thing, which I do all the time. It sucks. It sucks big time. Also, we can go ahead and clear a lot of this random stuff from our inventory now. That is taking up our space. There we go. So we can get a lot of the stuff. We take the stuff we don't need and get a bunch of the stuff that we do need out of here. Get the small one out of there. Stack a bunch of those. We're also going to need all of this, so we're just going to take all of those. We're going to need a bunch of concrete. Maybe some more copper sheets might be a good idea. A ton of concrete over here. Put the 2 back. bunch of those. And a couple more, maybe copper pipes. All right, looking good. Now, another thing we might want to do is say, you know what, we're also running power, so we might want to click that. Make sure that we have enough encased industrial beams and all of that stuff. Looks pretty good to me. We're back in business. Let's have a little slurp. A little slurp of our coffee there. Man, this game is great. Man, time goes by so fast when I'm playing this game. It's just so good. I could bring my vehicle with me, but nah. I'll be fine. I'll build my way up anyway. Oh, maybe I should just cut it right there and then have the other one go back. I think that's what I'm going to do. Whoa! Okay, that's a little too close for me, bro. A little too close for me, and plus I'm going to go ahead and readjust this. I'm going to make this run to here. Take this entrance off of here. Make that literally run right down into there. There we go. We dropped some loot. What do we drop? What can we just get rid of? There's a wire. Pick up some concrete. Alright, so instead of running all the way down there, it just dawned on me, if I'm going to go over there, why go down there, then jump down, and then come all the way back, and go back up the thing, when I can just cut it off right here, and that'll work just as good. We're going to take that hyper tube out of there, and we're going to go ahead and do some hyper tube stop points. Stop right there, and then if I wanted to keep going, I can go ahead and tap back into it right there. So we'll cut this off. That'll run to here. And we'll go back. Entrance in there. We'll go ahead and tap that power way back over there. And then we'll put an entrance in this one. And then to here. And run that power, I don't know, over that way or over this way. Wherever I feel like, that way. Go ahead, tap in there. You got this. Or don't, whatever you feel like doing, brother. Wire's too long. Oh, well, that sucks. That sucks. Well, let's just put one of these right there and connect it right there. Okay, there we go. So now we're going to come in and we're going to stop right here. And then if we want to go up, we can go ahead and start with our stackers here. Number 6. Oh, and we have enough resources now that we can just fix our blueprint. Try to accommodate this. Huh, I don't think I ever tried to do a blueprint at an angle. That's going to be weird. That's going to be weird. Okay, let's go do a blueprint machine and see if we can solve this. We're going to be going this way this time. So, yeah, this is going to be every 4. All we really need to do is just have the stacker. That's all we really need. So, convert single stacker with hyper tube. And so, take all this out. And then this, call this single line only. Single line stacker only. There we go. We'll save that. Okay, so that's just the stacker in there, and that'll make it way easier because sitting there trying to do it at an angle, and this is only 4 instead of 5. It makes it kind of pointless to do it anyway because it's going to be using more resources for no good reason, and I don't like it. That's always the number one reason. If I don't like it when it's wasting my resources, that is going to be why. All right, let's see. What is this? Single line stacker only. Okay. And apparently we're going to put it at 9 instead of 6. Let's try to put that at 6 instead. There we go. And then we're just going to put that baby right there. All right, and then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and see if this blueprint feels like working. Yeah, see, it stands up like that too. Don't like it. You go in a little bit? Yes, you can. Okay, good. I don't like it to be out like that because it looks like it's not actually part of the foundation. Oh, we need an exit on this side that doesn't actually jump us into the next one. If you don't actually want to end up in the next one, you definitely don't want to aim these at each other because that would not be good. Because you would just go from one to the next. We can tie right into that as well. Okay, that is not straight, and I don't like it. It's not straight, don't like it, definitely gonna fix it. Just like this. Down to here. This one. That to there. And there we go. Alright, so we got all of our stuff. We should test this one. Just to make sure we didn't screw it up. I may die right now. If I did screw it up, I'm about to die. Let's see. Oh, by the way, you can slow down by holding down S. So you don't go flying and die. Which is not good. Yeah, we're going to have to double that one up too. Get 480 of that Caterium going. And back up we go. Alright, so it does work. Cool. And I like little stop points, like little train stations or little hyper tube stations. We can make a real fancy one here if we wanted to. But basically we wanted to just stop there so we can just kind of roll on. And now we can go back to our larger belts, to number 5. Oh wait, we want to actually go to this one. That number 4. There we go. God, what was number 6? I forgot. Oh, it's power. Number 6 was power. 5 was power. Number 6 was this. Alright. This was our stacker. Alright, number 4, and we're going to be going in this direction. Like that. We can also take out all this extra line that we ran. We get those resources back. Isn't that crazy how precise you can be? Did that from way over here, everybody. Took that little line run out. So cool. Huh, actually I could have left that one. We could just do... Ugh, hard to do with that thing in the way. We can do that. Take this out. And then just have this cross over into the line. Much better. Alright, like that, much better. Alright, let's rock on. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this direction, because I don't know why, just because I feel like it. And then forward, click. And then more hypertubes. More line runs. 1, 2. And all this stuff takes time. But definitely worth it in the long run. You got all this thing. That's why also I don't do this in the beginning. The best time to do this is when you're waiting on your materials to be produced. I find like when you're waiting on your plates or your heavy modular frames or whatever, best time to get out and start doing this stuff. Absolutely. 1, 2, because you're multitasking then. Right now I got a bunch of stuff running, so I'm multitasking to the ultimate degree right now. Almost there. Can't see squat. I don't think I can cut the tree from here. Let's try it. Oh yeah. Ah. I got rid of those resources. I got rid of those resources. I just need a little bit of resources there. That's just the way it goes, everybody. Oh, and I got rid of the leaves and all that stuff. The funny irony, to cut this down, I need some of these resources to cut that down. Now, let's see if we can go down here. Alright, let's risk it. I did. Pick up some bushes. Now sometimes while you're doing this, a mob comes out of nowhere and wipes you out. It's actually kind of funny when it happens. Alright. A little bit of that. A little bit of this is all we need. There we go. It's on like Donkey Kong. Tree out of my way. Out of my way, stupid tree. Darn nature. Darn nature getting in the way of my progress, everybody. That's called satire, if you don't know what that's called, everybody. That's called a joke. You don't get it. People are like, Kismet, you don't like trees? Yes, I like trees. But if you're playing the lore of this game, your job is to come over here and to suck this planet dry of every bit of its resources. And that's what we plan to do. Let's do it. Okay, we got rid of that sucky tree, too. Tree blocking my beautiful beams over here I've been working so hard on. Just so I can get this thing down the line as fast as possible. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. More trees! So you get up too high, you can't actually get rid of the tree. And this is why I like explosives, because you just toss explosives down there and boom. Bye-bye. Now, I haven't worked on my explosive yet, but I could have already done it by now. Let's see if this actually just reaches. That would be amazing if it did. Well, that will. But really, it's the belt that's going to probably have the problem. Let's see if we get lucky. Nope, not quite. But that's okay. We'll just bridge it. Right there. We already got these in place, so we might as well just utilize them. And kind of meet in the middle. Hypertubes can go much further than belts can. Oh, I should work on my power as well. The other thing, belts. And we'll have to upgrade all those belts again. And we'll have to take out all that underrun stuff too. While we're here, let's work on our power. Let's see how far we can get away with running this power. Right about there. Oh man, it's really close to that one. Oh, that sucks. I don't think that's going to reach. Let's give it a try. Ah, just a little too far. That sucks, brother. That sucks big time. All right. Let's go ahead and push this out. Like this. Like this. Then what we'll do is we'll bring one up. Something cool like that. Ah, of course it's rotated the wrong way. Keep at it. Gotta be just right, everybody. Gotta get that ladder. Oh, we're doing the wrong one. It's pulling the wrong one. It's not doing the one with the platform. I like the one with the platform because it has a ladder, and you can see what the heck you're doing. All right, let's connect it to that one. Also, it's really great if you're doing, if you want to come down here and do your zip line. That's really cool. There we go. That's actually got power. That's actually starting up right now. That's starting up there. All right, let's walk back this way. And make sure that we didn't miss anything along the way. Make sure we got all our hyper tubes connected. And we should start seeing some stuff come down the line here. Now I want to make sure we upgrade these on the way. How much we got left? 260. Gonna be close. Holy mackerel. 14 left over. Very close. All right, is this also a lifter here? Level 4 lifter? Yes, it is. Okay, there we go. So if we did this right, we should be able to get it. Whoa, we should be able to get up on top here. Look down the line. It should be going down the line. There we go. We got her done, everybody. GG's in the chat. Got that rocket. Now we need a little landing spot for our hypertube. Whoa, look out. So let's say right down here. Seems like a good spot. Take this part out. And actually take that top part out there to get a little of those resources back. Run that right down into there. And put an entrance. Connect this up into there. And that's it. We're done. Let's race it. Let's race these resources back. Let's hope there's no gap in the hypertube or I'm going to probably fall and die. Come on, let's see some GGs in the chat, everybody. That was quite the undertaking, but super fun. We still got to take that stuff out underneath. We'll do that here in a second. But I want to see if we can outrun it, see if our hypertube works, and we're going to really accelerate when we go down. Oh, here we go. Again, I feel like the thing should aim straight. That's just me and my crazy ideas. Oh my God, it's already way ahead of us. It's already way ahead of us going down the line. Right down there into that box. Very nice. Coming out of there big time. Now, of course, that's going to slow down to 240, but we've got that run at 480 for right now. Now what we need to do is we need to backlog run this way. Because there's a bunch of concrete that I used for this. That is really unnecessary. And it's just a waste of resources in here. And I could leave it, but I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy that would leave all that extra stuff. But there we go. We got that working pretty nicely. Now you're like, well, Kismet, why didn't you run your trains and all that stuff? Well, I could have done that and done trains and whatnot. But I usually do trains up much higher than where I'm running it here. So we definitely want to take all this stuff out, though. Let's start with these blocks here. Is there one underneath here? Yes. Let's take this one out. And so what we need to do is just kind of backlog our way across. Let's take out that little zigzag there first. Of course, we got tons of trees that are going to make it difficult. That's why I'm taking it out, so I'm not in the trees. I can also hit G, everybody, and so I don't accidentally take out one of my ramps over on that other side. I can hit G and then hold down control so I don't accidentally hit any of this, which is a great new feature of the game. Another one over there. I think I got them all. And then the same thing here where I can't accidentally take out the thing that I'm on. And I'll just take out the foundations. And then roll my cursor over there to make sure I got it. And I'll switch it to this. And, you know, get a certain distance. You can do these actually pretty far away. But sometimes you miss them because you just, frankly, can't see them because it's dark or you're in the forest or whatever. That's just a waste of your resources just sitting there. Also, it's a waste of the game calculating those things overall. You can see I left this little area here so I could get up out of there. And then We're all done. Now, the question is it faster to go this way, or is it faster to go that way to get into the hypertube, right? I'm going to guess this way. Because this doesn't look as far as it does going all the way down that ramp. So we'll just walk this way, and look, I really like this area. I'll build me a base over in this area. Oh, look what we got down there. We got tons of green friends down there. Oh, this is the desert. Oh, there's a bunch of fun desert stuff down there. Am I tapped into some stuff down there? Or is there like a build down there? Oh, that's my oil. That's my oil over there. I forgot. Yeah, I tapped it. I rarely ever tap those nodes, everybody. I usually just do the one oil node because that's most of the time all you need. But I totally forgot. I actually tapped those 2 oil nodes down there. Wow, that freaked me out. I was like, how did somebody get in my game and tap that in there? That was me. I totally forgot that I went all the way over here. Rarely do I go this far. This is actually really cool over here. I dig it. All right, how we doing? We should be pure nodes, so... Oh, there's some radiation nearby, too. Oh, you know what else we're going to come out here and get? Probably some radiation. Oh, man, we got radiated. But yes, box right should be 240. Now, what I really want to do is go over here and double this up so it's extracting at 480, which I'll come back and do later. But right now, all we need to do is do basically what we did 2 more times. And tap in, well, really, eventually 3 more times, but tap into more resources. Now, one of the things I suggest you don't do is you don't run uranium. You don't run uranium down a line like this. This is not good because you get radiated the whole time you're walking along there in your hypertube or whatever. Uranium should be treated very, very separately. Look at his speed. Let's see how much distance I get. Boom! Oh, that was pretty far. All right, GG's all the way. Now we got that all squared away, and we also added a hypertube for our extraction of our other stuff. Oh, we can go right through there if we wanted to. We can come out there and then go this way. Okay, we got that done. Now, we got our box right coming out, and then we're ending up right there, and eventually we want to end it up over here. Now, this is probably the toughest part of the game. I mean, there's some other things later that are pretty tricky. But you've got your blender here that you need to do. You need to extract your stuff, and you need to make a bunch of stuff. And so if you go into your hub, and let's go to that first. This is probably the hardest part, especially if this is your first time playing through and whatnot. Now, I've played through 40, 50 times. I don't know, a lot of times. Oh, that's where you're building your thing? All right, cool. So I probably built through the game 40 or 50 times, and so I have a general understanding of running the aluminum and stuff. But if you don't have an understanding of what you want to do with this, the first thing you want to do is take the raw resources and turn them into aluminum ingots, right? So the trick is you go in, you say aluminum, and I would just start with AL, and then it said aluminum ingot. So what do you need? You need some aluminum scrap, and you need some silica. Now, what does silica come from? Well, silica comes from your quartz, and we don't have our quartz running, and we don't have our other one, our sulfur, running yet. So we got a bit of a problem. We got some problems going on here. And I'm a little tempted to run it really close over here and run it down that side, but I'll probably run it down by where my coal is as well. So we'll work on that in a bit. But, or if we run out of time, we're already out of time. So we got to get that going. But if you notice that aluminum ingots is actually not the first thing that you need to produce. It's actually aluminum scrap is what you need to produce. So again, if you go into your thing here, you hit O in your recipes, aluminum again, and you go aluminum scrap, and you look at that, you're like, okay, I need some aluminum solution, I need some coal, then I can make aluminum scrap, with aluminum. Then I can make aluminum scrap and then add some water, and then boom, I've got the thing I need, right? Well, again, this is what makes this so difficult, but it does tell you what it's in, at least. It's in the refinery. Is understanding what comes first, right? What is the thing you're trying to do first? So let's go alumina solution. So aluminum solution comes in. You need some bauxite and you need some water. So, okay, there we go. Now we got the thing we need. Now, by the way, there's alternate recipes down here. I don't know how I unlocked that alternate recipe because I didn't go and unlock any hard drives, but I don't know use alternate recipes, but they are pretty cool. You definitely want to explore them in the game as well. But I just want to use the basic recipe, or the standard recipe, which is bauxite plus water. So now I'm going to need a bunch of water to make this happen as well. So where do I have a place where I'm using a bunch of water right now, which is down by my coal. So I want this stuff to actually make its way down to where the water is and not have to bring the water to it. The reason why is you bring the water up, you have to put pumps there, and it uses extra power to take it there. It's always smarter to bring your raw resources, which doesn't take any power. The belts don't take any power, whether it's going up or whether it's going down, doesn't matter. At least that's the way it is now. I don't know, they might change it in the future, we'll see. I don't have any special insights, everybody. But for now, you don't need any power to run things along your belts. So the smart thing for me to do is to take that bauxite and put it all the way down where I have my coal power, which is down below right now. Let me go over this way to my thing. And also I got to open this up right there. I think, yes, right there. We'll come back to that probably another time, but there's a reason why I opened that up. Okay, let's go down here. Meant to do that earlier. Yeah, there we go. So we got that opening. We can see it from underneath. Okay, so here is our coal power down here. We've got to get that bauxite to come down and end up over here. And then what we can do is build a whole bunch of aluminum solution down here by the water. And this is as far as we need to run the water. Another thing that I do, you might notice that my foundations look weird. And the reason why they look weird is because they're set down in the water just ever so little bit. And you can still put all your machines here and everything, and it doesn't short out or anything like that. But one of the smart reasons to do that is that the water flows downwards automatically. It is already flowing down just like real life water, where it'll pull the rest of the water with you. Instead of having a head lift, you have actually a positive suction that's pulling that water down, and thus you need 0 pumps. So you're not wasting all that extra power. And I'm all about not wasting power. So you can see that I've got 2 of these running those, and 2 of these running these, and so on and so forth, without the need for any pumps. And I also have a backlog, a little bit extra backlog there for me to use, just in case the power goes off for whatever reason, and I can get it going. Now, speaking of power going off, you can see all the power has gone off on this side here, which I just noticed, but I've still got plenty of power because I got my oil power running. But, you know, let's go over here and fix this up, because I did. This is my bad. I forgot to take this and run that right into there. Oh, and there's a pole in the way, too. I don't like that either. I don't like that at well. Now, we probably need this pole to connect all of this. So let's go ahead and fix these poles here. There we go. And there we go. And we're going to get that power back. But that power is not that much. And the thing I always contemplate whenever I get to this part, you can see our power just starting to go up a little bit, is it worth it to continue coal power? If you already have oil power, which is way more powerful, each oil power object is basically 150, which is double the coal power. So instead of putting as many as I've got here, which is I think 16, instead of putting 16 down, I can just put 8 down, and thus just run the oil. If you have plenty of oil, you no longer need your coal power, and then you can divert that coal to be used with aluminum, and you can divert that coal to be used with other things, which is why I upgraded all of my coal here. And you can see that it's been backlogging and didn't bother to add the more coal power. And you can see it's been backlogging in here, so it'll supercharge or super start my aluminum when I get my aluminum going. And yes, I think that far ahead. I'm that guy, everybody. I think that far ahead. Now we're going to run these foundations back here a little bit. So I can get over here and I can decide whether I want to just do the water here, which is not too shallow. Let's go ahead and take a little measurement here by getting our water extractors. Oh yeah, this is plenty deep. All the way up to about there. Yeah, so we get a good amount of them in there if we want to just do it on this side. But I kind of feel like I want to do it that way, in that direction, because then you'd have a longer run. So we basically leave a gap here so we can get around here, say right here. Yeah, I guess we could take this out because that's unnecessary. And then maybe 2 out and run it that way. And the reason why I'm running it this way is to obviously backpedal it back toward where I'm running it in. So it can run down and end up at the beginning of the line, and then that line runs this way because eventually we want that aluminum to end up in our base. So why not build it in the direction that's going to most benefit you so you don't have to run out and get it? And it's not going the opposite direction of where you're at. So I'm always building toward the center of my base, but also leaving room so that I don't end up where the stuff is way too close and blocking me and whatnot. So we're going to run a little long today. We'll run a little long, a little extra here, try to get this stuff going. Okay, so we got our box right there. We're going to let that stuff backlog. Now we need quartz and we need sulfur, and it just so happens that I know right where that stuff is. So we're going to go and work on that just a little bit. Let's go. Now before we leave the safety of our massive amount of loot here, we're going to go ahead and edit our to-do list, clear that out. I'm going to say we're going to need 2 Mark II things, or actually how many nodes are over there? I forget how many quartz nodes are over there. Let's go ahead and hit it and see. I think there's actually multiple quartz nodes, and they're actually right over here. So they're not too far from where I'm at. They're down in this little canyon right here. Oh, way over there. Oh yeah, way up here in that canyon. Yes. So I got to get these ones here. So that looks like 3 nodes to me. Yeah, I think it's 3 nodes if I remember correctly. Yeah, and those are all pure nodes, by the way. 3 nodes there, which is the ones we tap in. And then we're going to go sulfur, which is also in this direction, which is right about right there. I always forget there's a whole gap there. I always feel like this is like right here. But yeah, we got to get our quartz there. And then right here, it roughly is our sulfur. Oh, there it is right there. So quartz here, sulfur here, take it here, run it across the current lines that we already have, and GG, we in business, everybody. And we got all of that stuff now running to our primary base. So let's do it. Now, of course, I could have done that earlier in the game, but don't really need it till right about now. And if I don't need it, I don't bother to get it. It's as simple as that. Okay, now we got to run over here. It's probably a good idea to get again geared up with our loot, so let's go ahead, clear this out. Let's see, we're gonna need 4 of those. Let's get 4 of those going. We're gonna want to run this as fast as we possibly can, so we'll go ahead and put a bunch of those belts in there. We're gonna need some stackables. We're gonna need hyper tubes, entrances, stackers, get all that stuff going. What else we're gonna need? We're gonna need some bunch of foundations, bunch of those, some ramps, no doubt. Ah, darn it! Instead of keep hitting the plusing, it keeps bumping out of there. There we go, a bunch of those ramps. Let's see what else we might need along the way. I don't know, maybe some. What the heck? Hitting that plus. Apparently I'm just not hitting it. We're going to need some power towers. We're going to need some power lines. And that's about it. That's about it. Alright, let's go in here and scroll down because I would rather see what resources I need than the finished product. You can actually just scroll that down and just look at the finished things that you'll need. Now, the biggest problem here is going to be these beams. I can tell you that's going to be it. First, I'm just going to take this line out now, so I just pick up all these beams. And then, oh, okay, we got a bunch of those. Nice. Do I need a bunch of this other stuff? Probably not. Let's go ahead and offload some of this stuff. Big old save lag there. What do I not need? Oh, wait, that's the wrong box for that. These electronics I can take out. Wire this. Bring 200 wire back in. Put that out. And what else we got in here? Actually, we got some of that. We want all that out of there. All that back out of there. Definitely want this for hyper tubes. Trying to think of what I can get out of here. I'm gonna put that thing away. I'm not using that thing. Take this away. That. See if we got any backlog. And nope. This thing's running out of there super fast. By the way, while we're busy doing that, it's been running a bunch more tickets in here as well. Now, at some point, it starts to really slow down. Usually, I find around 50 or 60 tickets. It starts to really slow down, but that's really all I need, so I'm good. Big time. More modular frames, maybe. Let's go ahead. Oh, and we're going to put this other stuff back in here because it might stack with stuff already in there. You know what we're going to do? We're going to go ahead, find out what we did with that biofuel over here, just in case we need to chop down some trees. Go find ourselves a nice little fat stack of biofuel. There we go. Let's see. What else we got in here? We got all of this we could have been using all that time. Let's get this. Grab those. What we got over here? Nothing in this one. Okay, we'll take that one out then. No longer need that one. How we doing over here? Oh, starting to backload those babies now. Why is this taking a while? Oh, look at that. The ignits came down the belt when they got turned around, and now all that stuff's messed up. That is a bummer. But no worries. We can fix that very easily by bleeding the line. We take this and we go like this. We take this line, we run it in there. What it will do is take all that excess and run it in there. And then eventually when it gets to quick wire, which I can see it's right there, I'll go ahead and just take this out. And then I can rerun it in there. And see, we kind of screwed up our production a little bit there, but no big deal. We got tons and tons of other resources as well. It's not like we're really in a giant hurry for those high-speed connectors. We're okay for now. And then I have a bunch of these ignits or whatnot that I grabbed. I'm going to just throw those in the trash because those are just going to take up my space. And what I really need is a lot of these encased industrial beams for when I'm running the lines. Oh, you can hear it running. You can hear it firing back up again. Cool. Okay, let's go get to work. Let's go do sulfur first. Now, there's also portable miner over there. Oh, it's going to get more modular frames. This is the other thing I'm going to do. None in there. Probably got some in here. Oh, yeah. Anything else? Iron rods. It'll be something, everybody. It'll be something that we decide not to bring that we're going to need in the long run. But that's okay. We can always come back. Now, the cool thing is I've already set up a whole bunch of stuff over here for what we're doing. We see we got a ramp that's going up and over there. And that's just for me to go up there and find myself some of those little booster guys, those little worm guys. Over on this side, we have another connector. And basically, I've kind of balanced the whole entire base on it. That is actually the straight part of the base. And eventually, I'm going to tear this whole thing down. The whole thing. All down. And then what we're going to do is reset up the different levels and redo all of that. But it'll be super easy because we'll have our blueprinting to do it. And of course, we'll take it to another level like we did where we build little mini factories and we'll be able to just stack those mini factories as much as we want. which I think is pretty cool. So we got a hyper tube right over here that we can go ahead and jump down on. Now what I want to do is run more lines. So I want to run 4 lines now along here. Now I can go ahead and tear this down and redo all my lines, but I've got, see the elevation of the thing right now? Basically I want this to be kind of like the Rosetta Stone of where my base is going, and eventually this will just go straight to the end and then go straight down to where the coal is and whatnot. And I've set it back because I had my hub there at some point, but eventually all of this should be redone. Because of the way that it's set up, it's not underrunning, it's not a little mini factory, and we'll need to set up those little underruns and mini factories for our forges. We'll need to set it up for our assemblers and so on and so forth. You get the general idea. One of the cool things too you can do is you can actually do the underruns separate from your manufacturer, and just put your manufacturer down and already have your underruns already set up, and you just set those down, and then you just and just connect the lines right in the back of the manufacturer, which is really cool. There's like so many different combos you could do to really make the game so much more awesome. But we'll get into all that later. Now again, you got to unlock the stuff to do it. You're going to need tickets and all that stuff to unlock it. Now I could do it right at the very beginning of the game, and I'm very tempted to start over right now. Just start over and do it a whole nother way, and just get the get all the lines run and get all of the resources at the very beginning of the game. Get the sulfur, get the quartz going, get the all of these nodes going, and working on that. But it doesn't really matter at what point you do it, because you can tear the whole thing down and redo it from complete scratch after you've unlocked all the tools. And my goal is to progress as quick as possible, then revamp the base so it's optimized and is at its most efficient. So let's go ahead and keep thinking about how to do that. Now, one of the ways that we can also run this is through what I call the wall way, and I think I could get away with it on this side, maybe. Let's see. Let's go ahead and run it the wall way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and use a wall over here. And right now I've got one that does 3 across, right? And that's pretty awesome. But I can also stack it. So now I've got 6 I can run. Now that is awesome, everybody. And what I do is I suggest you run that way at the end like this. And of course now my line is kind of in the way, but we'll fix all of that stuff eventually. But I can go ahead and grab this one, take this, run that all the way down. Well, as far as it'll let me go. There we go. And then actually start this where it ends up where I want it to end up, right? So instead of starting it from that side, I'd start it from this side and basically do that. And start it from the end. Now I can run 6 lines down here. Now how many lines do I have over here? 3. How many lines do I want to get from over there? 4. So that's a problem. That's a problem. So we're going to need to go 9 lines now right there. Now the biggest problem is that right there causing that thing to go up through that top part, right? That's the first thing I would think of, is it causing it to go up there? Now another thing that we can do is, I think there's something in the way here. Let's take this out and see. Yeah, so we've got our space elevator there, which is completely useless right now. We're going to take that whole thing down, and most likely that stuff's going to drop into a box, but such is the way it goes. And then we're going to go ahead and grab a ramp here. Oh, I'm going to try anyway. There we go, and ran that down like this, because your space elevator is just useless at this point, everybody. You're not really doing it. You got a long way to go before you get there, and it's just sucking up your resources that you could be using over here. So let's go ahead and make a box. I like to make a box because it reminds me, hey, I put a bunch of resources in that box. Like this, and what else? We can just put all of those in there for now. We can pick all this up. We can turn around. We can sort that. We can do the hokey pokey and whatnot. And what do we not need? That many of those. A couple of those. We don't need as many of these. A couple of these. We definitely need a lot of that. And we want to leave at least one space open. Anything else I can get out of there? No, it all looks good. All looks good. That's out of there. Let's go up here and see if the wall is coming up through the floor. And you can see it's not But you can kind of see, if you're looking really closely, you can see it in the thing, which I think is actually pretty cool. You can see that it's right there, and if we go over here and we look, we can see that's where it is. But now I can run 9 runs, everybody. 9 lines at the same time. Now, the other thing I want to do is stop what I'm doing right now. And you're like, Kismet, what do you mean? Why do you want to stop what you're doing? Well, the reason why I want to stop what I'm doing is because I want to automate that process. Now I know that it's that many lines high, and I'm going to have foundations at the bottom, and I'm going to run all the lines differently and whatnot. That would be awesome. And then I could have a line where I'm just driving on. I can use that line for just transport or driving. And I can basically redo all of my lines. Now, the biggest problem is having enough resources to run this many lines. Hey, thank you for the love there. I see some Panda coming in. Show him some love. What up, Panda? Thanks for that raid. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming in. My name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon. We are building out our factory and having a fantastic time. There we go. How long did it take you to get to this point? About 20 or 30 hours. You're like, no way. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, of course, I let the game run, too. So if you actually look at the load game, it's about 112 hours, but not my hours, because my time is my most valuable asset. And you're like, there's no way you did that in like 20, 30 hours. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's because what I do is I set it and I forget it. I set it up. I let it run. I get the resources. I do the next thing. I let that run. I resources and so on and so forth. And so it does most of the work for me, which is what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to be most efficient. And that is your mission from Fix-It. So hopefully you got your Fix-It cup like I do. And because you are being super efficient. I actually have it in game too. All right, there we go. Get a little slurp slurp going on. Now again, we're trying to upgrade our line runs and make them way better. Now again, the biggest problem I feel with the Blueprinter is the fact that it doesn't go as far as your max line runs. I don't know, it just seems really crazy to me that they made it square and not elongated. Because I want it to be good for my line runs that I do. But we've got plenty of extra resources, so we don't have to worry about it too much. So let's go ahead and get a triple line run going here. Now, it's kind of says you can put that there, but watch if I put that there and then try to put one on top of it. Sometimes it doesn't let you do it, and sometimes it does. I don't trust it most of the time. But all I need is one set of line runs, so I'm going to kind of put it in the center of where it is, because this just gives me more room on the left and the right in the long run. And we're going to go 3 high, and then we're just going to go to the other side, and we're going to go 3 high over there. And simply, this is all we need, right? We need this. We need this. And this times 9, right? Don't do that. That sucks. Don't do that. You always start from the top first. The reason why you start from the top is because you want to be down here at the bottom. So always start from the top. Otherwise, you'll be blocking your ability to pull the top ones. And so I also want to make sure I'm going in the right direction. So where's the front? The front's actually that way. I've actually got this backwards. But that's okay. It'll work out in the end. So let's make sure we're going the right direction. We're going this way. We're going to call that the front. Like this. So there's my 3 lines of coal. There's my 3 lines of quartz, but there's something that I know that you guys don't know. And there's actually 4 lines of coal over here, but I haven't done my sulfur yet, so I haven't blown up the rock that's sitting on the thing. So I need another line for coal as well. So I'm going to need that coal line, and I'm also going to need my sulfur line right there. And you're thinking, well, Kismet, why don't you just do the other one? Well, because I don't need to do it. If I don't need to do it, I don't do it. I don't need to go and make 50,000 iron, because I don't need 50,000 iron. Actually, I had someone come in and say that. Oh, Kismet, what am I going to do with this 50 or 60,000 iron? I don't know, whatever you want to do with it. What are you asking me for, bro? You're the one who took all the time to make that much iron for no reason. Again, my purpose is to progress in the game, right? Progress in the game and then make it look beautiful at some point as well. Again, sometimes you just go Spaghetti City, everybody. That's what I call this right here. This is Spaghetti City. You're just running it wherever you need to be to progress to the different tiers. Then when you get that done, then you basically want to get it going. You don't recognize this place. Well, that's because I built it up so much right now. But I'm building right here, one of the greatest places in the game. Over here, a bunch of pure nodes right here, really close to your oil, really close to your coal, right up in here, right there. And of course, we're going to go grab some sulfur. We're going to go grab some quartz. We already grabbed our bauxite for our aluminum, and also our cadmium, which is nearby. Those are all pure nodes, by the way. These are all pure nodes here. Most of your oil is pure node here, except for one. I normally only tap one pure node, but this time I tapped 4. Pretty sweet. And then also we're going to tap these other ones over here. Now, my goal is not to make the biggest, most amazing factory. That's not my goal. My goal, by Fixit themselves, who sent me here to this planet, my home company, is to be most efficient, right? That's the job. Efficiency first. So, how do we be more efficient? We use less time to produce the most thing. Oh, there we go. We use less time, our real life time. If we could do the same thing in 20 hours that took somebody 500 hours, well, guess what? Corporate is going to be like, why did this person take 20 hours and this person took 500 hours? That's a lot of payroll over here to do the same thing that this person doing. This person is the person who's being most efficient, right? Because that's if I'm playing a game, everybody, I like to pretend like I'm really in the game. And if I'm really in the game, the corporate overlords are going to look at how many hours you spent to do that same thing that it took me to do. And again, I've played through the games 30 or 40 times. I've played it since it originally came out. I do not play the game all day, every day, 20 hours a day, 50 hours a day. That's a fantastic way of burning yourself out on a game. I like to play through and try to iterate and basically make my bases better and faster and easier to progress as we go along. And of course, blueprinting really helping a lot on that. Now again, if you don't need it, don't add it. It's as simple as that. I'm not adding that next line. I might regret it later, but right now I'm good. Okay, so these are going to be our wall line runs. And we're going to say this is 9 right there. Actually, it's going to be 8 runs. And then we'll go in here and we'll just say our big fat line things there. There we go. And then we'll set it to the purple. And we'll save that. Now, not only, if you guys missed it earlier, we were doing blueprints on blueprints. So you can make a blueprint like this. And you can say, you know what? I want to do, 18 lines. Well, you can go in, use your blueprint to put it down on your blueprinter here. One of my favorite new features, you hit H, and you can just nudge that right into position. Now, if you don't think that's awesome, there's something wrong with you, bro. That is amazing that you can blueprint your blueprinter. And that works. We've been doing it all night long. And you put that in there, and then you can take the whole blueprint up and just, oh, God, it's in the center. I don't want it in the center. I want to put it way off to the side so I can put more of them in there. Well, guess what? You save that. You clear that sucker out. You set it back down. You nudge it over to the side. You put a couple more in on the side there, and boom, now you got 36 of them. It's as simple as that. And this is just an absolute brilliant idea in every single iteration of the game, and I've seen it since it launched, and I've seen every single update along the way, and I've played through every single update, and I can tell you these guys are second to none over Coffee Stain for iterating and making a game better than it was before. I mean, like, by leaps and bounds, not by just a little bit, not by, hey, we added a feature where you could turn a light on and off. I'm talking about blueprinting, I'm talking about trains, I'm talking about pipes, I'm talking about fluids, I'm talking about all of that stuff. That is just a giant leap forward in the game. And of course, the thing that I like the most is the way they handle foundations. Now, I wish every game handled foundations exactly like they do in here. And that's the ability to hit F, pick stuff up, and then put it however you want. You go aim toward the center, it's centered. You aim toward the edge, it's over there. You just aim toward the edge of this little metal part here, and it will put it wherever you want it to go. In fact, it'll put it way the heck over there. I can put it way over there if I want, and then I can run it all the way down the side and zoop it just like that. That's why they're so brilliant. Incredibly brilliant. Now, just so you know, when this game does release, we're going to get our mega server, and we have a bunch of mega servers. We play 7 Days to Die and a whole bunch of other awesome games, including Valheim and all of those great games. And we're going to tap every node, and we're going to cut down every tree, and we're going to process every bit of resources and drain this whole planet dry with my crew But see, they're not focusing on that right now, so that's why I'm playing a solo game. But when they focus on getting their servers rock solid, that'd be awesome. Because their servers are very unstable, I find, especially if you're playing experimental. And I've played experimental on servers before, and I feel like it's not worth it, not worth your time to waste all that time when it constantly crashes or it gets corrupted or whatever it is. That's no thanks. I mean, I'm willing to test it. I'm willing to play a little bit in experimental, but I'm not willing to spend an endless amount of time, waiting for my server to be up, waiting for my thing to run, all of that stuff. That takes up my time where I could be playing the game, for sure, or playing other games. Okay, so we got that fixed up. Where'd our little thing go? This way. Let's go get it going. So again, thanks for coming in, hanging out. Appreciate there. I lived here before. Been some time since I played. Yes, I have. I've done all the starting zones. Again, I've played through like 40 times or so. I've played it since the game came out originally. Now, okay, we don't need these walls anymore over here. Oh, we gotta be careful. We're gonna hit G to just get the walls. There we go. And then we're gonna look this way. We don't have any walls. Then we're going to go to our blueprints here, and we're going to get our line runs, and we're going to stick them right here. We want to make sure that we know which way that arrow's going, which is this way. And we want to hit H, and then we want to see how we want that to line up. I think right there is pretty nice. Now, one of the sucky things that doesn't happen, and we tested it tonight. Look at it run all them lines. Whoa, look at that. It's going to get me. Turn my light back on. Another thing I hate is when it turns your light off every time you come in and out of the hypertube. Oh, drives me crazy. One of the things you can't do, which is a bummer, is to go in and let me change this back to number 6 here, and we'll change that one around. Is the fact that you can't just connect these together. So you can't just go 7 on my hot bar here, hit H, and then it automatically figures out that that should merge together, right? That should merge together there. In fact, is that going the right way? No, that's actually going the wrong way. All right, got to be careful of your belt direction. This is going. No, it is. This is the right way. This way. Oh God, I don't know now. I don't know. I have to go look it up again. But that should automatically merge those walls and automatically connect those ends. That's what I think. I think that would be an incredibly huge upgrade to the game, where your blueprints can merge. So you set your blueprints together and it automatically figures out, oh wait, there's the same pieces there on both sides. Boom, let's meld those together, and basically it automatically works, but it don't. So what we got to do is take this sucker here and really figure out what direction it's going. Let's see. See, the problem is you can't really see the direction on here, and I never trust it. If it does tell me the direction, I get on the thing. Now it's telling me what direction it's going. So that was going that way, so that's good. Just to double check. And so, again, the thing to do now is to count back 6. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this would be 6. Now, another thing I realized with the blueprinting is you can override the thing that says, hey, you can't hang this off the side. You can do it with your boxes. You can do it with this stuff. You can do it with all sorts of stuff. Just by using the hologram, not necessarily blueprinting. You don't have to use the blueprinting, but you can just put down a box and hang it off the side if you want. Now, again, the sucky part of this is that every other one I have to go and connect. But at least I don't have to connect this one, right? So basically, I only have to do half the work, and it will do the other half. Now, another thing I want to watch, and this is good that I left one belt out, is that every time I put it down, that this side, this right side belt, is no longer there, and thus if I go ahead, and this is how you know if you got them both the right direction, if I go and I try to connect it like this, if it actually connects. Now I would never connect it at the bottom first, and sometimes I even do it, which is the bad idea. I wish they'd invest some time in multiplayer for the Viking Simulator. Their Viking Simulator? Ah, yes, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. I love Valheim, but that's a really fantastic game. It's funny because, for those of you who are new to my channel, I am a huge fan of Coffee State. They've been doing a really great job. I originally played Goat Simulator, and I thought, well, this is a stupid idea for a game, and was totally wrong. And I admit when I'm wrong, everybody, and that game is super fun. I've also played Goat Simulator 3, which you can actually beat Fallout, which is another one of my favorite series. I went in there, got him a Fallout jumpsuit on my goat. I got him a little jetpack. I shot off a nuke. Man, I had a great time in that sucker. But they really surprised me how incredibly fun that game was. And then when they came out with Satisfactory, I'm like, oh, building game. Oh, man, I love Factorio. I love all those type of building games and simulation games. And I've been playing games for 50 years, half a century, everybody. I'm old school. I'm the oldest OG you're going to find right here on Twitch as well. So we're going to go ahead and let that run. Now, I kind of feel like that's offset or something. The back one's a little offset. Look at that. Oh, Kismet can't handle that. No, 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 no. We done screwed up. We're going to hit R. We're going to take that out. We're going to hit R. We're going to take that one out. We're going to take all these line runs out. We're going to hit F or G. F and G. All right. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. We don't do that. We don't do that. We see something wrong, we iterate. We go in and say, oh, wait, we screwed it up. It's not perfectly straight. It is absolutely not perfectly straight. I can see it now. G to take that out. Take out all these lines. So you don't accidentally take out your blueprinter as well, because that sucks. Now, I don't know how that didn't line up, but probably my bad eyeballs that made it not line up. Middle mouse button. Put that right at the end here. Try that again. Oh, I'm going the wrong way too. Actually, I could do it that way, and I'll just aim it that way in the direction I'm going. But I feel like that's the wrong way. I wanted to go toward the front. This way. Even though it's going to be reversed when I actually put it down. Let's make sure we get all of our directions good. Smarter idea to run it toward the front, because then if you do that every single time, you'll always know that the front is the right direction. Just to be consistent. Okay, now that we got all our line runs back in again, let's go look down the line and see if that's more straight. Yes, more straight, looks good. That's why you test this stuff before you get too far. You test a few of them, you say, okay, I look good. Or you say, oh, wait, I need to fix that one thing. Or wait, I need to add a little bit of power. Or wait, I need to add that doorway. Or I need to add that thing. Which we've got a bunch of factories running over there. If you missed that earlier, I was showing how you can start with one level, make that into a blueprint, and then use that blueprint and then stack it up a little bit higher, and then you can do your underruns, and then you can stack up on top of that, and so on and so forth, to actually build modular in the blueprinter itself. And then when you get your final product all done, then you just save your final product and all that other stuff, which is temporary for making your way to that point, which I think is really cool. I think the fact that you can use blueprints in the blueprinter makes it even more powerful than anything else. Okay, so the arrow needs to be in the direction that we want it to run, this way. We're going to hit H. Make sure it's not... Oh, it was. Running off the side, just like I was going to say, right there. And again, the one that's on the outside. I just love to watch it go. The one on the outside here should be the one that's going. We can see it's running. Let's jump on it. Okay, yes, it's going in that direction. We can try out every belt. Now, this is the old school way of playing this game. Put a 1 in the chat if you played this game when there was no hypertubes and there was no trains and there was no nothing, and how you got around was belts. Because that's how we did it in the old school days, everybody. If we wanted to go somewhere, we got on a belt, and that belt took us where we wanted to go. Also, you can do little ramps where you could go ahead and shoot yourself off of there with a nice 780 belt. Just shoot yourself off of there, and then you go flying across your factory and use your jetpack to and land on the other side. We did a lot of that, which was super fun. All right, there we go. Let's get this down here. We got to count these, and let's see if we can get it going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this one's number 6. Again, I feel like this should be 6 long. Because belt max distance is 6 long. So I feel like the blueprinter should be longer than it is wide. It should be 6 long, and I don't care if it's 4 wide, but make it 6 long and 6 wide. I don't care. You know, for all the people who would complain about it being too long, make it 6 by 6, because that's a better number than 4 by 4. 4 by 4 really limits your ability to run max runs. And you want to run max runs. And the reason why you want to run max runs is because it takes the least amount of resources. Thus, you are going to be very efficient, right? And that's what you're trying to be. And so for our overlords, Coffee Stain, aka Fix-It, who I consider to be Fix-It, to only make it 4x4 tells me that they're being less efficient. And Kismet trying to be more efficient. But that's just my take on it, everybody. I love those guys over there. All right, let's put that down. And let's get going. All right, so we're going to run these. I hate it when I click and then it flips over like that. And then there's probably one of those little things at the end. Yeah, a little ceiling hanger there. They added ceiling hangers too, which are pretty cool. But sometimes you got to get used to the new targeting here. That's what I'm still doing, getting used to the new targeting. Now, it doesn't matter which direction I do these because they're already established of which direction it is. And that's another great thing about this is if you suddenly do it the wrong way, it'll automatically reverse it. But remember, you're in an early access game, so it doesn't always work. So what I like to do is just make sure I'm, get in the habit of doing it the right direction anyway. But this is going to be a lot of work right here. Now, what I'm doing right here is going to replace all of this stuff up above here. Now, I'm going to let it run for now because it's making me resources. But eventually, I will take all that out as well. And we'll have just this. And everything I do will start to be like this. Because this is awesome. And also, you can go ahead and enclose it so you never see it. And basically, it gives you more frames. Not only do you want to think about what you're doing, but also how to make you have a better experience doing it, right? Less frames on your machine, basically. So you can do more and have higher frames per second as you go. Now, I have a pretty beefy machine. It's an okay machine. A bit older, but it's pretty decent. So I don't have a problem, but you might have a problem. So good idea to keep it going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's number 6 right there. All right, let's go. Again, I'm doing max runs in between, and then these are only 4, which is a huge bummer. It bums me out, everybody. Bums me out. What up, Cajun? Do you think you should add a personal research so that way if you have a mega server like yours, everyone can go and do their own thing if they wanted to? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think you should have an option on the server whether everybody progresses together or whether they progress separately. Absolutely, without any doubt. Oh, we're out of encased industrial beams. Well, there's a surprise to no one. Watch this. Whee! Whee! That's fun every time. You can jump into these too and try to slide into those. Oh, it bumped me out. Whee! Didn't know you could do that, did you? Well, some of you didn't. Some of you probably already know. That's super fun, everybody. I enjoy doing that every time. Okay, we got to get back to our resources, which are up above. Where am I going? Over this way. I like to build vertically. I build horizontally in the beginning just to kind of explain the game. My style of streaming, everybody, is very like commentator, where I'll commentate on what I'm doing, what I'm thinking, what I'm going through, that kind of thing, because I find that the most entertaining personally, is to what is the person's thought process, right? And how does that differ from mine? And why did they come to that conclusion? Why did they choose to not just go build a big gigantic factory and just go build a big gigantic amount of power so you can run the thing and spend 100 hours doing that versus just progressing through the game and only spending 20 hours getting to the same spot, which is where I'm at now. And so we got to get some aluminum going in here. We're going to get that going. We need some encased industrial beams. That's what we're doing. Right over here. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Woo mama. We got a bunch of them in there. Nice. We're going to need a lot of those in the long run. All right. I need to get all of my... See, I'm going to spend a lot of time working on my transport system as well, and basically making it where I can go wherever I want to go and buy a central area. But that takes time. That's investment of time and effort and whatnot to do all of those things. And I only invest time in what I need in the moment or what I feel is going to be the most efficient in the long run. And if it don't feel like it's going to be efficient, I don't do it. It's as simple as that. I can go tap 50 other nodes right now and run those 50 nodes over here. but that's not going to be very efficient with my time. It is certainly not. The most efficient thing I can do with my time, I'm doing it right this second. And that is basically scaling up to 9 times the amount of runs that I'm running right now. I'm running 3, and so I'm going to run 9. And this is why also I don't do this in the beginning, because 1, you don't have enough resources to run this many lines usually in the beginning, especially at tier 4. But you also don't have, your walls unlocked and all of that other stuff. So yeah, that's why I don't do all that stuff in the very beginning. Though I could absolutely work on that first and get that going first instead of doing this. And try to unlock your walls as quick as possible and get that running as well. It's really up to you what you like to do. 1, 2, 3, 5, and number 6 right here. And I find this is the majority of your time right here, is running this stuff. So if you can cut down some of the time by using blueprinting, so you don't have to run as many lines, then that's awesome. Now, another way to do this, which is way more efficient, so you're not building so many of these things. I should have done the inner one first. So many of these walls is if you just did the wall. Put the wall down, go every 6, run the lines, go every 6, run the lines, and so on. But I'm trying to make it a little bit so I don't have to run the lines. At least every 4 of them I don't have to run, and then basically it comes out to less than half that I have to run myself. But, you know, hey, it's fun. We're going to try it out anyway. But again, I think they should increase the thing to 6x6 because it makes no point. It makes no sense of making it 4x4. It should be 6x6. And that should allow you to do your maximum line runs. That would be the first thing I would have done in the blueprinting, is make that thing 6x6 so I can do my maximum run, so I can do this pole, and that's as far as I could possibly run my thing. Now, it's actually not exactly 6, but most people do it at 6 because that's a good thing to do because, again, you're using the least amount of resources, a little bit past 6, but that's the way I like to do it. 1, 2... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right here. Right there. Ahoy, I'm new to this game and just starting to make blueprints. Are there issues with belts connecting properly when laid with blueprints? Yes. There absolutely are. You can't just put them right next to each other. You have to actually put a gap like this. Unless you've found a way. You let me know, chat, if you found a way to make those just connect together. I find that what you got to do to make sure that it does work is run the lines like this. So you have one stack that you already have that I already ran. And then I go 6 more, and then I run those. So it's like 6 and 4 and 6 and 4 and 6 and 4. And those are already pre-run, and they're already run in the right direction, so I don't accidentally put my belts in the wrong direction, which is actually really cool. It's like a little safety feature to keep you from accidentally doing your belts wrong. As long as you got the first one right, then the rest of them will be right. If you get the first one wrong, then you're screwed. You're going to be redoing that. But, of course, I could just hit F and then go R, and I could actually remove a whole bunch of these in a sequence, by the way. I could just take this all out, take all out, and I just have to take out the belts in between. Now, what I'd like to see is the ability to take your belts or your blueprints like this, put those down, hit H, line those up like this, and have it automatically detect that there's already walls there and detect that there's already belts there, and basically merge those together. Merge if they're the exact same wall, and you can turn that feature on and off maybe in your preferences or something, or you could have a mode that you could set that did that or whatnot, but that's what should be happening right now. That's what should be happening. I should be able to click that right there, and that says, hey, this wall's already here. We're going to take the extra wall out. Oh, wait, this is a belt, and this is a belt. These two belts should automatically connect together, and we tested it earlier, and it doesn't work. And so that's what it should be doing. But that's not what it does, so I have to live with what it does and not what I want it to do. For sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's 7 there. We're going to back up 1 right here to 6 and put that down right over here. See, my favorite thing that they added, of course, is the blueprinting with blueprinting. Oh, and we're out again. We're going to take a little walk. Actually, let's not walk. Let's cut into our hyper tube. Actually, let's just do this. Power lines make this feisty. I should run my new power lines while I'm at it, too. Yeah, I should run new power lines. All right, we ran out of resources. Back we go. Now, you're going to run... This is a lot of resources this is going to take. This is a massive amount of resources. Now, we may or may not get this done today, but you can see that we did a lot of work. Now, actually, I could get on these belts and just slide all the way down on the belts, too, if I don't have a hyper tube. But I put a nice hyper tube here. Oh, God, the flashing. To get from A to Z. See, that launches me over this one. And then up here. Now, we're going to need a massive amount of encased industrial beams to get this going. And where are we at? Over this way. Let's see if it made us a bunch more. It's only made us 86. So, what I would do at this point, and I would actually stop playing the game. I would stop playing the game. I would leave the game running. I would go to sleep. I would get up tomorrow, and guess what? You're going to have a massive amount of those in there, and you're going to be able to run the rest of those. And that's probably a good idea. That's probably what we should do. But I can also up my production of that, too, so that I know when I have a bunch more of those. Because right now I'm producing about 6 per minute. I can see that both my steel beams and my concrete are full. So we definitely want to re-engineer what we're doing over here. Now, the cool thing about this is a blueprint. So I can take that out and rework that blueprint. I actually got a little space over here, too. And rework that blueprint as well. Now, I can't remember if I fixed my assemblers. I think I fixed them today. Right, 2 in, 2 out. I've got them all lifted. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, looking good. Looking good over there. A little bit more forward. Where's our output? Oh, our output's on this side, and it's actually going that way. So it's right out. So if I wanted that to end up right there, I would want to move this way over this way. So that the end one would come out here and then end up in there. So yeah, I definitely want to move it a little bit that way. So what I'm going to do is hit R, and I'm going to take that all out. And we're going to go ahead and reset up our stuff, because this is now our highest priority. Our highest priority is to rework all of this. And let's make sure that we don't have a giant box full of this stuff right now. We absolutely do. All right, good. I'm glad I didn't take that out. Also, I see we have another... Oh, that one's feeding from there, and this one's feeding from my actual extra box over there, which I could actually just make that merge over there eventually. Okay, so we got that going. We have a bunch of lines up here that we're no longer using. Let's take all of that out. You can see we can take out some of our spaghetti here. Well, that stuff's going to start dropping resources everywhere. Hold on. Let's go over here and make this so it doesn't drop that stuff. I hate it when it drops stuff up here. It drives me crazy. Don't drop that stuff. I think it should drop on the ground right next to you and not way off in the middle of the air. Well, that's just me and my crazy thoughts. Okay, there we go. And again, let's dismantle some of this mess that we got going here, this spaghetti. And now it's looking sharp. There we go. Looking much better. Okay, now we got to get some of this stuff out of here. And let's just move it over here again. Move it on this side. Okie dokie. Grab all that stuff. I don't need that much concrete. Grab all that, and we'll see how we do. Okay, so what I need is see how many of these I want to do. Probably, see, we got 40 coming in. Let's just throw this down like right there. We want to make encased industrial beams. So we got 40 coming in, so that's going to be double this. So it doesn't matter. We only have double that amount being produced anyway. Oh, so we were fine leaving it the way it was. That's why I only have that much running, because I haven't scaled up my steel beams yet. Okay, well that's fine. Again, for us to go and do that, it would be a waste of our time. It'll only be running at such a speed. Now, I do have a backlog of them. So what I can do is actually do a double or a triple in this case. We're going to do a triple where we have an extra one. And that's why I do these in sets of 1, 2s, and 3s, because that's what fits on the thing as well. But we can go ahead and do 3 of these next to each other. It's going to be in from the right, which is this side, and out from the right. And we're actually going to go ahead and go to those blueprints again. 3, we're going to rotate it so the arrow's going that way. There we go. And we're going to try to move this somewhat close to where we want it to end up. All right, let's say, oh, I hit H. What did it do? Nope, I think it switched. I think it switched what it was. Huh, that was weird. It switched, it rotated between the things. I just wanted to hit H. That's all I wanted to do. Let's say something like that. We're back. Okay, so instead of having 2, we're going to have 3, and what it will do is burn up all my excess resources. And then we'll go from there. Oh, we got lifters coming through here. Definitely way too far this way. And, no, still too close. Okay. Try it again. Let's put this on number 9. There we go. Easier to see it from this side. H to go into hologram mode. We want this to end up where it will it'll go in that box. I'm gonna feel like a little bit further back. We'll line it up off of that one. Let's go there. Okay, so the end result is going to be right into there. Okay, then we got to tell it what to do. Encased industrial beams, we're going to copy that. And we're going to pasta. And we're going to pasta again. Now the easy part. Running the resources in. Now I'm probably going to go in here and take this. Do a couple of these over here. One of these is going to be for my stuff temporarily. And then we're going to grab this out of here. We're going to try to stop it from going in there. And then we're going to put a bunch of that down in there. We're going to take this out. And we're going to manage how we're going to run this stuff in here. And this should be going in from the right, this way. So we have our in there, and we have our in here. Okay, so this needs to go into there. Let's see. Okay, we need more industrial beams. Let's go get our stuff back. Oh my cow. And I got a little bit. Better idea. Better idea. So we can infuse this with a bunch of extra stuff so that it basically never stops. What we're going to do is we're going to backlog a crazy ton of it into these boxes. So we can go ahead and start running this into there. Let's go up here. And let's go ahead and get our level 4 belts again. And we're going to run that in there. Make sure this is a level 4 and that is a 3. We'll have to fix that all the way down. But alright, so that's going to start backlogging that resource. And then we'll take this. And we'll take this one out. And we'll put this in. And we'll double up like that. And then we'll double up like this. I could just run it the other way, but I don't really want to do that. This way it'll backlog, and what I can do is take the backlog that I already have right over here and basically infuse that right into the box. So it's just going to go that much faster. And so it doesn't have to run all the way down the thing. It can just start up at 480 right away and start running that. Now again, I have got some power running here, so I need to get some of my power lines over here. Take all this back out again. And we can just tap that in to our power right there. And then we need to make sure, oh, it's got to, this is not actually tapped anywhere. Let's go ahead and make sure that we run that, I don't know, across over here somewhere. Man, we got to redo all this power. We got to really redo this power. Let's see how we're looking over here. There's one right there. We're going to rerun all of our power more efficiently with our big power runs now that we have those. We're also going to use our cool priority power switches here. So we can turn off, like we can turn this one off, but just basically anywhere. We can just go in and turn off that priority group. We can turn it on or off right in there. It's pretty awesome. That's amazing, that little power switch thing. We're going to get deep into that. Okay, so again, I can, if I have a bunch extra in another box that didn't, that has been burnt up in this box, I can grab it all out of there and just infuse it in there if I'm not using it or I don't need it in that moment. So we take these boxes out. Don't need those anymore. And now that's going to go ahead and start to backlog that in there. And then what we need to do is, it would have been better if we fed it from that side, but it's okay. We'll get it going. We'll go ahead and put one here. And we're just going to put that up just a little bit. We'll put this one. And we'll put that up a lot of bit. And it would have been better for us to put the boxes on this side, so we might want to push that out and then did it over there. But in the long run, all that matters, everybody, is if it's working. If it's working, you did it right. And then we'll put this one up just a little bit, so hopefully they don't clip. All right, this lower one into the lower one, the upper one into the upper one. And that should make this work. Let's watch for them green lights. Let's see if it works. Yay, our lifters worked on the first try. So there it goes. So now we're adding another one, but we're not making enough of the raw resources to make it work. But we have a ton of extra resources that we are not really using right now that we have backlogged for our use, but we don't really need it anymore. So we can go ahead and infuse it into the system for it to burn that up. And because what we really need is encased industrial beams. And we want it to make a whole lot of those. So that's going to go ahead and fire that up. Now we could overclock all of this, but there's really no need because you could just add more of them. The only one I overclock are resource nodes, the actual original extractors, and manufacturers. Because manufacturers, you put a bunch of manufacturers down, you got to run a bunch of lines. Takes a lot of work to do that, and manufacturers really have trouble fitting in the blueprinter as well. So that makes that kind of hard too. But we are really cranking in here, and I've got a bunch more of these things that I don't really need. But also what I could do is put a little thing like this so I know what's in each of these. So if I do want to infuse these with whatever, I can just come over here and do that. Now I can tell you that I've got an absolute ton of concrete over here that I don't necessarily need over here right now. So we can go ahead. Oh, I need a box first. I just throw down random boxes when I need to, just to drop all my stuff. There we go. Now that's going to be traveling at 480 into there and splitting across here pretty quickly, because I've changed this from being my tier 3s to tier 4s, so all of this stuff is going to be going much faster down the line. Now, does it need to be going that fast? No. But if we have a bunch of resources and we want to jam them in there as fast as possible, so we're not waiting for it to fill the first one, we're not waiting for it to fill the second one, and so on. I'm using a lot of tight splitters and elevators that go through platforms. Well, there you go. Hey, if that's what you like, that's more power to you. My favorite thing that I'm doing right now, and it is one of my favorite things to do in the game, and I usually do it in the later game, is called underruns. Or some people call it a sandwich level. And that's what's going on in this little factory over here. Now, this little factory is a blueprint. So I can just go ahead and hit F and hit R, if it lets me, and hit R, and I can take that whole thing out. So I made that as a blueprint, and basically what it's doing is it's running that, and it's running underneath the level up above, right? So like this, and I could set it down further as well. So it's down one more level, but allows me to get in here and run through here. Maybe I'm going to the factory behind it, right? Maybe I'm going to this factory. And of course, I could be in my little car driving along, and it allows me to go from factory to factory to factory. And basically, you would think it was lifted, but it's really underneath the level above. And what we did is we built this level first, and we had it down by one. Then we built that upper level. We put it up on top of what we built down here, and then we could stack it. And then we made one blueprint of it, and now we just put the whole thing down like that, and basically have all the power connected. So we can jump up here to these constructors. And we can see it's making some quick wire right now. And then also it's going out the side down below. Let's go down here. It's going out the side over here into the next one. And so the next one over here is doing the same thing. And so we can chain these in a row. As many as we want to do. We can see up here also doing quick wire. Do I need that much quick wire? Not really. Now also, if I don't see cadmium going in there, that's going to be a little, oh God, what did I not do, right? What did I not do? Why is it not going in that one? Is there not enough cadmium or ignition? I don't know. That's a dead giveaway that something needs to go on. Now, I've made more than I have input right now, and that's okay. That's okay. But if we go check this one, we should see some green lights. Now, another thing that I did, which I think is pretty cool, is I made it so you can see the status of all of these from up above. And we have a ladder that goes all the way up on top. And we can also make a hypertube if we want to, but I just made a ladder because that's fun. And we can see how many of these are going. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then over there we can see one's working way at the end. And that's because these are starved for cadmium ingots, because I'm making more than I have being produced over on the other side. And so I can increase the production over there if I want, or I can say, that's fine. That's fine, that's more than enough, or I can make more of them, and so on and so forth. So that's really my favorite thing. In fact, we could probably increase the speed of these lines here and get them in there faster. But you can see this one's full, that one's full, pretty much full, and full. And again, now that we're running that at 240, let's see what we're doing here. This is 45. Hey, Suri, what's 45 times 4? So that's only 180, and I could be doing it 240. I could also walk over there or take a hypertube over there, overclock my inputs, basically my raw ore. I can overclock it because I've already got a 480 belt. I'm going to eventually. And then I could actually do 480 cadmium ore just simply by overclocking that. I've already got the lines run and adding more of these. Now these I'm also going to make into their own separate factory as well, which all it does is convert that resource into whatever. Now, the great thing is to make it generic, right? To make it generic so you can use it for everything. Like right now, I can use this for plates or rods or anything that just uses a single input. I can just take this factory and keep dropping it down. You can see I was also doing some line runs, and that's how I did this whole line run, by making this first and then going along and running it up over the hill there and bringing my bauxite down. Let's go over here and clear the designer. There's cool stuff in there. Oh, it got extra stuff in there. I forgot it did that. We take that out. There we go. Now what I can do is I can go over here and what if I can middle mouse button the? Oh, you can't pick up. So if I can hit R to remove it, so it says dismantling, I should be able to hit middle mouse button and it pick up the blueprint. I'm always thinking next level, everybody. But what I can do over here is I can simply just take this blueprint that I already have, take all these other ones out that I don't really need, and go in here to my blueprints and say constructors, And we want to build a in right. Want to do 4 constructors, in right, out right, and it's an underrun tower. And I can just basically put it right there, and then the whole entire tower is done. I can also rotate it to adjust my inputs and outputs, and just basically build it. You want to, at some point, you want to do this, where you have it all enclosed. You don't have to see anything that's going on in there. You just need to make sure you have enough input, and then your outputs or your inputs and outputs are matched based on how many of the things you got running. And I suggest you always do extra. Big time, I would definitely do extra, 1 extra or 2 extra, depending on how much extra resources you have and how fast you want it to go. But I always try to do at least 1 extra. And just like we're doing over there with our steel beams. Now, we could scale it up. We could get more resources. We could do all of that. But really, I just do the extra so that it burns up my extra resources. Because I only need them when I need them, right? And then eventually, I don't need them, right? I know, deep, right? And eventually, I don't need all of these things anymore. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff in there, too. I don't need steel beams anymore. Oh, actually, I got to go in the wrong box. I got to go into the wrong box. It just dawned on me. It's this box. Oh, wrong box. My bad. So eventually, I don't even need those anymore. What I need is I need those steel beams now. I don't need these beams as much as I need these beams because I want to upgrade my stuff. I'm actually going to put that in there so I can see it from the other side. Now, of course, I could put some labels in here eventually, which would be helpful. There we go. So this actually needs to go into this. Oh, this is going to be a tricky one. That's really close. Here's what we'll do. We'll take this one out and we'll redo it. At least I lined it up. Let's see if it goes in there. Oh, yeah. Now, take out your lifter. Do not leave those lifters in there, but lifters are the worst thing in the game. They're the absolute worst thing. They're always screwing you up. Put your lifters in last. All right, let's see. How we looking? Is that a merger or a merger? Let's see if this one's working. That one isn't working. I got to reconnect it. But let's see if this one's working over here. Yep, that one's working. Okay, let's get the rest of these down the line. Now, anytime you make a modification to your blueprint, when you take that out, the stuff you modded, that stuff will not come out. You have to take that out manually. All right, there we go. Now we're looking good. Now it's going in the right box. Glad I double-checked that. Glad I double-checked it. Okay, now when we come over here, there we go. We need a lot of that, everybody. We did a lot of that. Let's go back here and see if we've got any sitting in any of these boxes. Nope. A little bit in this one. That's not anything to do with it. All right, so there we go. So now we've got that tripled up. Again, this would be a great time to stop. It'd be a great time to stop, let the game run, and just let it run and run and run. And the reason why, getting back to the other thing, the reason why I like the underruns is they are incredibly efficient space-wise. A great example is when you're running your mergers and splitters. If you aim it underneath the constructor as opposed to aiming it away from the front of it, the underneath part of your thing is way more efficient if it comes down and runs than if it goes up and runs behind, because you've got that 2 gap, right? So if you're running it behind, it's running all the way back to the back of this foundation. But if you're running it like this, it's running it on the inside of the foundation underneath your constructor up above. So this is, I feel, the ultimate in space contraction and the least amount of space that you need for running your lines. Very, very cool, by the way. And I also like all the fact that you can use your wall things because it lines up with your wall connectors nice and straight like that, which is awesome. And then, of course, you can run it to the next factory and the next factory. And all you got to do is increase your input over there on that side. And say I go, wait a minute, now I want to do my aluminum belts now. I want to do my belts that are up on above. Now, also look up above, by the way, as well. Instead of having all this stuff behind your machine, back here, this is what you've got. That's it. That's all you got attached to the back of your machine. You don't have any actual belts that are being run. down, or anywhere else. Only in between the splitters and mergers. And the same thing in the front. All you got is that. That's it. You got a conveyor lift and a conveyor floor hole. That's it. This is the whole entire space is taken up. And then underneath, you got that underneath, and guess what you got now? You got a little place where you can walk, where it's not so close together. And of course, we could also make a little walkway out here and run around and do whatever we want to do, but you get the general idea. And these actually are physical things, by the way. If they actually go up, you can actually have to jump over them and whatnot. But you get the general idea. I find underruns to be super efficient in the way that you run stuff. I like it a lot. There you go. I'm using a lot of time splitters and whatnot. I found your YouTube channel, was watching your Fallout 4 mega playthrough. Some of the vids are missing. Have they still to be uploaded? Yes, Lupus, here's how it goes, sadly, when you stream on Twitch and on YouTube. First, Twitch's VOD system is the worst in the world. So I can't just take the VOD and send it to YouTube. You know why? Because YouTube sucks, or Twitch sucks, or they both suck together at an ultimate level. Because I'm streaming, I stream, 6, 8, 12, sometimes 20 hours, and trying to transfer it from one to another doesn't work. So what I do is I record, like I'm doing right now, about 250 gigs every single stream. Then I take that 250 gigs and I copy it over to my other machine. It takes about an hour or so. And then I process it over there and I put a little thing at the end. I might cut out a little bit just to make it a nicer video for YouTube. And then I upload, take that and process it for about 2, 6, 8, 10 hours. And then depending on the size or how long I stream. And then that goes from about 250 gigs down to about 25 gigs as it gets compressed and ready to send to YouTube. Then I take that video and I upload it to YouTube. Now, it used to take 8 hours per video, but of course I got faster internet, so now it takes about 8 to 20 minutes to upload each and every video. Then I upload the video on YouTube, and then I queue it to roll out. Now, the problem is that I upload and basically roll out a video every single day. That's right, 365 days a year, Kismet rolling out a video up on YouTube. You're welcome. Now, what happens is when I stream on YouTube, it immediately puts it on YouTube, which is awesome, but the ones that are from Twitch will roll out later than the ones that are on there now. So if they're out of order, that's why. But I have made you an awesome playlist over there that you can watch them in order, and then when you hit one where there's a gap, all you have to do is wait a little bit, and that one will roll out eventually. I have so many videos going right now on YouTube that they're going to roll out every single day until September. Yeah, that's like 3 months from now. So if I die today, you still get a video every single day for the next 3 months, including highlights, guides, a whole bunch of other stuff too that I roll out. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just put them all up there at the same time? Well, I don't know if you've ever been in your sub feed and have somebody like IGN or someone like that drop 15 to 50 videos in your feed, which sucks. I don't like to do that to my YouTube peeps. I don't like to just drop 50 videos or 100 videos in their feed because that's a jerk thing to do, I think. I'm old school. I don't know, maybe not. But I don't like to drop a bunch of stuff. So they're not missing, they just haven't rolled out yet. So keep watching for them. They will roll out in order. They will roll out into that playlist. And if they do get out of order, I go in there and check them from time to time and put them in order for you. But they will all roll out because I put every single stream up on YouTube, and I've been doing it for almost a decade now. And that's thousands upon thousands of videos. What best stream ever we in right now? This is, the BSE stands for Best Stream Ever, and this is 1,955. Now, I don't know if there's anyone more committed to helping their community than me, because I take it to an insane level that nobody else does. I have not seen anybody who streams on Twitch every single day take every single stream and put it in its entirety up onto YouTube. I have seen nobody do it at that level. I mean, they put highlights, they put some guides and things like that, but they never put the whole thing. So I put the whole thing up there, and guides, and highlights, and all of that stuff on top of that. And little shorts and stuff like that to make you guys laugh in between all those tough moments you have in life. So there you go. Thanks for the info. You're welcome, Lupus, and thanks for watching. I appreciate you watching over on YouTube. I'd hit the follow button over here as well. Oh, you already did. Thank you very much. as well. I appreciate you coming in and asking. That's why. And they will definitely all roll out and eventually catch up to there. But I also stream on YouTube on Sundays. Usually, this last Sunday I wasn't feeling well, but I will next Sunday, hopefully, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be back with some more Fallout 4 Mega Run. Now, of course, if you're in a hurry, you can also watch the VODs here on Twitch as well, because they're also there. And I'm also a Twitch partner. And I can't take the Twitch VOD and put it up on YouTube right away anyway, because as a partner, you have to wait 24 to 48 hours before you roll them up there. So watch out that, partners and affiliates. Watch out. Make sure to read that fine print. Because the content is exclusive to Twitch for a 24 to 48 hour period. I just wait like a couple weeks so I don't get in trouble. Because I don't want no trouble, everybody. I just want to, I want to keep my partnership here on Twitch as well as my partnership on YouTube. I'm not one of the persons that try to ride the rules right to the edge, everybody. I just do my thing, if you know what I mean. I do my thing. Why is that red right there? That thing got disconnected at some point. There we go. Get that thing reconnected. Okay, so again, at this point, we got all the stuff going. We got our box right going. It'd be great to get our box right going, but we don't have enough time. We're going to come back tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on Twitch, and we're going to work on that. Hopefully have a lot of that stuff backlogged by then. Let's go see how much we got in there now. And again, I could scale it up. I can go scale up my plates. I can go scale up all my stuff. But what I really wanted to do is burn up all the excess stuff that I have running. And I have a lot of excess, you can see there, and a lot of excess of that. And so that's piping that in there at 480. Now, I could probably double that up again. And still be fine. And that would just do it that much faster. But if I let it run all night long, it's gonna get rid of all those resources will be burnt up within a few hours, most likely. So it's really no reason for me to do a lot of extra work if I feel like it's going to have the same result as if it takes an hour to do it, or if it takes 4 hours to do it. It doesn't matter because I'm letting it run overnight, so it's going to run for like 10 hours. So again, like your time versus your reward, right? Is it going to have the same result if you put more time into it, or if you just leave it as is and let it run? Will you get the same result? Yes. Thus, why I'm always trying to be efficient, everybody. In the home office over at Fix-It, right here it says to be efficient. Efficiency first. So there we go. So we're going to let that run. We'll come back tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll have hopefully a whole box full of that. And then we can fix all of our lines, which is what I've been waiting on, to make these lines way, way faster. And, of course, run all those lines to the sulfur, to the thing. Now, we're going to start with 480 lines on all of our sulfur and our quartz that we're going to run. We're going to run 3 lines of quartz as well. And, of course, eventually unlock our 4th line of coal. And we're going to run all of those pure nodes, by the way. They're all pure nodes. We're going to run all of those back to our base and basically go to the next tier where we work on our aluminum and all that other fun stuff. And also, we're going to go in here and do some more blueprinting, and I'm going to show you how to basically, I didn't get to center pillar yet. Hold on, let's go do a little center pillar before we go. I think we got a little time. The whole point of the center pillar is the fact that you can build up beyond the blueprinter. So we're going to go do that. I was going to wait till the end of the stream, and I did, so let's do it. Let's go over here, and let's go ahead and clear our designer over here. So the center pillar basically means where you have your transport, right, to get from one level to another. Now, the problem with what we're doing here, and we're going to start with some walls, with what we're doing here is the fact that we can turn our zooping actually off for this for right now. And what we're doing here is only can go so high, right? And we want this to go to the maximum level, so we'll go ahead and turn on our zooping until it turns red. We'll come down just a little bit right there. Now, what I want this to do is I want this to go higher than the blueprinter. Now, just so you know, the blueprinter is actually offset a little bit. It's actually offset from the ground. So keep that in mind when you're building stuff. Now, what I want to do with my center pillar here is make this the center of my entire base. Oh, and of course I'm out of plates. We got any plates hiding in here? Nope. Which one was the one that we just set down? I'm going to guess this one. I don't feel like running over there. Let's see. Did it give us any plates? A little bit of plates. So what we want to do is run this to the highest level that we can. And basically make it where we can run power from the lower side to the upper side of our base. We want it to be the ability to basically go up and down from the base. Basically what I've got going right down here. You can see right here, this is what I would call a center pillar. That center pillar is how you get up and down from different levels, right? Very much like an elevator. And it also is a great way of running your power up and down from different levels. Since you're already running your hypertube up there, you might as well run your elevator up there, and you also might as well have the ability to go up there if you have no power, right? That's a very important part of that. And because I'm at the point now where I can build doors, which is really cool, I can go ahead and, oh, that's not a door. This is a door. I can also put a door right in the middle of it, and I can go ahead and make it open. There we go. And basically get in here. Now, I would actually set the door to the bottom part. So I'd make all of this door if you have it unlocked, and turn my zooping off. Door. Door. If you don't want to see in here, this is what you do. Now, you might notice that I'm not putting a floor in there. The reason why I'm not putting a floor in there is I'm actually going to put the floor in after. Now, I've got a bit of a problem if I do use this, and I'm going to just call this center pillar, just so I can show you. Center pillar. And then we're just going to say, what do we want to do it? Let's just do door. And then we'll set it to purple. We'll save that. Okay, so the problem with the center pillar is if I do this center pillar here, and I put that center pillar down, if I had the blocks for it, it is not as tall as my blueprinter, because I want to have enough room on each level, and that's just something I set for myself, to where the blueprinter is, I'm just slightly above the blueprinter. Now, what I want to do, though, is I also want to put in all my teleports and put in all of my stuff. So what I don't want to do is I actually don't want to put the bottom in stuff in, right? I don't want to put a center doors. I don't want to put all these in. What I want to do is I want this to be where it's like this. And the reason why I want to do that is so that when I put this down over here, and I'll show you on the one I just saved, but eventually we'll change it so it's the other way. Like this, I can go ahead and take this blueprint and basically stack that up on top of another blueprint, or on those things I just put down. Right, so I can go ahead and try to stack that in there. I can nudge it, I can do whatever. I suggest, obviously, to put the things around on all sides as well, but I also don't have enough plates. If I had enough plates, I could actually put this down right now, and it would fill that out. Now, is that tall enough to get above there? I don't know. That's a good question, right? That's a good question. We won't know until we test it. And then that's when I would build the lower part separate, and then I would build the upper part separate from that. Now, what I want to end up with 9 levels. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I want to go up one more, like I've done. Oh, I took it out. Like I did yesterday, where I was showing that a bit. So if I do that, I can go ahead and say, okay, I want to do 9 levels. Take this out, and then zoop it. Nope. There we go. Because it'll tell you how many you're doing. See right there, it says X9, or basically times 9. And then we can go ahead and take a foundation and see if we can run a foundation across. I don't know why sometimes it goes awkwardly sideways like that. Can we run that above? We can. So we know the basics of this is 9. We know if we do it in here, it's going to be 8. So that means that if we run it up there, 8 up, and then we go ahead and we put a lid on the top of it like this and kind of fill this in with that stuff here. Get that out of there. And fill this in, we're going to be good. So we want to go ahead and do this. Now, of course, we have no stuff right now, which is kind of annoying, but let's go see if we can find ourselves some plates. that one. That one has all of our stuff right there. All right, well, let's... Drop some more boxes over there. All right, that's the one that I needed from over there. Okay, so, again, getting our foundations. And now we can go ahead and just do our foundations around here. Like so. And basically, we're going to have this be already pre-done up above. It's so cool how you can do this, everybody. It's really awesome. Do that, and then it's perfectly centered in the thing, and I've got the whole next level already partially built. Right? So I know exactly where I'm going to go. Now, obviously, we'd want to take out the center one. Now, this is not the true center, as you can see, because the way that they have it is a 4x4. If it was a 5x5, then you could try to get a center one, because you'd have, you know, 2 on one side and 2 on the other side and do that. I would personally like it to be a 6x6 so that you have your maximum line runs. I don't know why they didn't do that. I don't know why they made it 4x4. I think 6x6 would have been a smart thing, or even 4x6 I would take. I would take whatever. I would take it at this point, a 4x6, but I think it should be 6x6. I think it's definitely too small. Definitely too small by a couple foundations. I mean, there's a lot more you could do with it, and it would be a lot more efficient if it was 6x6. And I think if Fix-It was making a blueprinter, they would not make it 4x4, they would make it 6x6, because that would be more efficient. See? Look at my logic, everybody. My logic is undeniable. All right, so now another thing that we want to do here is we want to run some power, and we want to get the ability to go from down here to up there, right? So I'm going to assume that my doorways are going to be this way. I'll just have 2 doors on each side. And then my transport will be on the sides, right? So if I want to go up or down, I will have that on either side. This way, when I'm stacking them, I can flip the stack different ways, because it doesn't matter which way I do the stack. Or I can just build alternate ones. One that's A, one that's B, A, B, A, B, just keep flipping back and forth, and I can build up as far as I want to go. And that's awesome. Now, another thing that we want, very, very much so, is a nice little ladder, because you know what? Ladders take no power. Ladders take no power, and they are pretty awesome. Probably one of my favorite things they added to the game, except for they're a little hard to see when you've just made it over the top, like that. There we go, perfect. And we're good. All the way up here. Look how easy that was. Isn't that nice? So not only can you use it for your factories, but you can also use it for setting up vertical levels for transport and whatnot. So there we go. So we've got our backup over there. So say we're running along, we want to go upstairs, or we could even leave this open so it was a thoroughfare so your vehicles could get through there, and we could just stack this up and up and up and up. Right? One of the things that we want to make sure that we do is that we stack our entrances up higher. And sometimes what I'll do with my entrances over here is I will stack my entrances up like this, where I find the right button. There we go. I'll stack them up here, and then I physically have to walk up a ramp to get up there before I get sucked in there, because that sucks when you get sucked in there and then you got to turn around and come back again. But you can always hold down S and your character will turn around if you've got enough time, and it'll go back the other way. If you don't know that, that's a big time saver. So we want that to be up by 1. Well, it just so happens that we know the bottom of this is not going to be there, right? The bottom of this is currently not there, and we're going to have to build the bottom out for us to use. Also on the ladders, if the ladders are up a bit high, you can jump up to the ladder, even though if it doesn't go all the way to the ground, and that's okay there as well. Now, what else do we want to run while we're doing this, right? So say we've got this, we want to go in our hypertubes and we want it to run up. Now, we could run our hypertubes on the outside, or we could run the hypertubes on the inside. Obviously, inside is going to be better. Why is it going to be better? Because it is going to be more self-contained in there and only use the inside. Empty space, the vertical space of what we already have. So let's go ahead and put this in here. Now just know that this is not the bottom. We're going to have another layer underneath there. Just keep that in mind. And then we're going to go all the way to the top. And then we're going to build ourselves a nice thing. Now I like to use actually the glass walls eventually way up here at the top. Now, I've got another problem when I'm up here at the top of the fact that I can't build anymore. I ran out of space, so I can't really put my hypertubes. I can't put in all the stuff at the top. So that says, oh, wait, I need to iterate on this again. Whoa, look out. I need to iterate on this again, and I need to bring this down by 1. So I can do all the stuff at the top, too. So that means the one at the bottom is actually going to be 2 at the bottom. So 2 high, kind of like this, right? So that affords us a problem of the hypertube entrance is going to be up much higher than it normally would be. And that's okay. You can just put a ramp in there, put 2 ramps in there, you can run up, and then it will kind of look like a really cool flat pillar. That would be pretty cool. And we can actually work on that once we get this done. Okay, so we want to bring this down. So we want to take all this out. In fact, I'm going to take all this out. We'll take all this out just to make it easier. Right over there. And over here. And then we're going to take that out. I'm going to take this ladder out, which should light up fairly well. Over there, we're going to take this one out. And this should now be 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or actually 7 from 8. No, that's what I meant. Brain. So that should be 7 because we came down 1 from 8. And the maximum height you can do here in the thing is 8 in the blueprint. Again, souping is awesome. This game is so precise in the way you do that. See how nice that is? That's so precise. Okay, so now this is going to be up a little bit. We'll just accommodate that because our blueprinter is not big enough. Now we're going to walk all the way to the top again. We're going to try to put another one in here, and it's going to let us put one right there. And then what we're going to do is put this in right here. But now what are we going to have the problem? Boom! Gets sucked in there again. Now it's just about tall enough to where maybe I won't get sucked in there, but I definitely will. So now what we can do again? We got to iterate on it again. Down we go. We want to make sure that we have enough room where actually we have 2 at the top. So now this one is going to become 3 high down there. And again, look how awesome this is, though. Look how quickly you can just disassemble stuff. It's so great. This way. And then we'll go ahead and get our foundations here. We'll go down by 1. Come on, mouse. There we go, down by 1. And then we'll take that top one off and make sure that looks right. Sure does. Sure does. Definitely have to fix that ladder. Take this out and this out. Top one out of there. This is definitely worth your time. Just gotta tell you, it is absolutely worth your time to keep iterating until you get it just how you need it, because then what you can do is do that over and over and over with it being right, as opposed to doing it over and over and over with it being wrong. So there we go. And this over here. And you're going to find problems with it. Doesn't matter how careful you are with it, you're going to find an issue with it big time. Okay, so now this allows me to put my hypertube up higher. And this is all to prevent me from getting sucked in there by mistake. And it happens a lot. And so I'm going to go ahead and put that right there in the center. Now I can actually try to jump and get to it. But that's actually a little bit too high, I think. So we're going to go ahead and pull it down. So just where I'm standing here, it's not right where, it's not here where it's going to, where I'm going to end up in there. But it's going to be right there where it's just high enough to where I can walk by it with low chance that I'm going to get sucked into it. And then we're going to go ahead and run our hypertube from down here, finally, into there. Easy. Now, you may not like how that runs. I often dislike how it runs its hypertubes. But you can adjust that by simply clicking down there. Go up here. You can go ahead and change the build mode to Auto 2D Noodle. I like horizontal vertical. One of my favorites because it's nice 90 degree up there and nice 90 degree down there. Most of the time it does it on its own, but pretty nice. Then we want to go ahead and have our entrances Oh, if I had some stuff. Whee! Uh-oh. There we go. I need some more stuff. No stuff in there. Now, one of the big bummers, though, is the fact that you can't actually run the power. I've tried to run the power; it doesn't work. So I usually put it right above where this is, and then you can run it straight up. And again, just a little bit above where it is. I'm just going to guess. I can always change it when I get up there, and then I can connect. I can try anyway. I find these wires actually block your ability to do it. That's why I build in ladders, so that when you're working on it and you can't actually use power, it will be fine. And then, oh wait, that's because I haven't put the entrance in yet. Helps if I put the entrance in first. There we go. So now I can just go ahead and run that. Wow, I actually run that pretty well. Run that in there, and now that's got power. So we want to go ahead and test this out eventually. But we got this side we can just come up with a ladder, and that side we can come up with our hypertube. So now we have both options, both manual and thing. Now I find elevators are so much more speedy, but ladders are much more efficient than ramps, right? Ramps or stairwells or whatnot. Ladders are super efficient. You go up and down the ladder. That's it. You don't have to go around in a spin. You don't have to go slowly. You just go straight up. And that's the way that's the reason why I love ladders. Ladders are very time efficient. Okay, now the next thing I want to ask myself is, do I want to leave this open? And the answer is usually no. I do not want to leave that open. I do not want to see it. I want it to just go ahead and then close that sucker in just like that. Now, for my purposes here, I'm going to go ahead and take this bottom one out for right now, just so I can kind of work it. Now, another thing that I want to do is be able to connect the power to these towers and actually use them as power runs across my whole entire base. So I could just go ahead and connect it from one to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. And I could do these every 4 things if I want to. Every 4 spaces I could have, or 4 foundations, I could have those. And I can, no matter where I am, I can go up to the next level, and then go up to the next level after that, and the next level, so on. But I would not do that because that is way excessive. I would just build a hypertube to the center of your base, and then go out from the center of your base, and then have hypertubes that go to the different places where you need to go. That is way more efficient time-wise, resources-wise, I think. But one of the things I do want to do is I want to have the ability to connect all of this power together and run it down a certain line. Now I can do it by the top one there, but that's going to be a little bit tougher. But I would probably do it by the bottom one, and I would not do it down that low. I would do it up much higher, right over here. Like say, let's say here across this line, it's going to be up high enough to where the line is not going to be down in my face. So let's say right there. But we can go ahead and use our thing. Now, whenever I'm doing this type of thing, if I have my double wall outlet Mark II, I will definitely use that in case there's something else that's nearby, like a entire factory that I need to connect into, or if I wanted to run to a whole bunch of things like the big power lines and whatnot that we have, which we're also going to be doing central power lines right through the middle of our base, and doing central power lines that go off the other way, where we're getting our resources. We're going to be doing all of that fun stuff as well. But I definitely suggest that you put it up higher. I could even put it up higher than this. I could put it up way up here, just to really get it up out of the way. And I could also tag it underneath there, up at the top, and then you never even see it. It would just be up along the back of the thing, and I can run it up there. But I like it to be about midway down so I can see it. So I can say, oh, wait, I got a connection there. I can run that connection down to this, that, or the other thing, right? So I do like it about right there. And then I can run this down and make sure I get this, make sure these are connected. And now all of this is going to get connected from the outside. I could also connect it from the ground and just have it come into the tower and go up. So I can do 2 foundations. I can put it on the side of a foundation and put those 2 foundations together, and you would never know it was there. And then I can run it up and connect it in the back, and you would never see those power lines at all, ever, because they would run in the foundations and not up above. Now, I like to see the power lines. I think they're cool, and when you're running along, they're neat. That's just me and my ideas. All right, so there we go. So that's super simple, everybody. Just you got your ladder, you got your hypertube, and now the biggest problem is when you stack these, right? And let's go ahead and save this one, and let's go ahead and do a little stacking as a test. Confirm. Actually, let's stack it this way. Let's get further away from our blue printers because it's going to be bigger now. Walls. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to take our blueprint. We're going to take our center pillar. We're going to very efficiently try to stack that up there. It does not like doing that. Man, I wish you could, when you're nudging it, you can nudge it vertically. Nope. I wish you could go in and just put it down and hit H and then nudge it upwards, which I don't think it really lets you do. And this actually is facing the wrong direction. There we go. And so we want it to end up like this. Let's just move it up. Over. Do not like doing that. It's an easier way of doing this. Maybe a little sub-level. Ramp. What we're doing is we're testing an easier way to just set that down on top of there. I could go up there too. That's another way of doing it because I'm doing it from down below. And let's see if we can get it to work from here. If we can get it to set on there, we could hit H. Which way is the arrow pointing? That way. Okay. And then in theory, we could just nudge it. Nudge it over. Oh, close. I was very close. And we could just nudge that over. It's overlapping the walls a little bit, which I don't like. But there we go. All right, let's try it like this. Let's go ahead and get our ladder in here. And let's get up here. Take the ladder out. And see if we can do the blueprint from up here. Yeah, somewhat. It doesn't like sitting on the wall. Trying this for the first time, everybody. And first times are always the funnest times. Okay, which way is this darn thing facing? This way. There we go. Now, why won't it just stack on top of the thing that's already there? I don't get it. It works elsewhere, but it doesn't work on this for sure. Let's say, let's do this. Yeah, it doesn't quite go the full distance. Okay, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem, and that's why we test stuff. Yeah, that's not too bad. We can do this. Again, I don't know why it won't just go over the thing. But we'll go ahead and hit H there. And we'll back it up. Oh yeah, that's how you do it right there. That's how you do it. It's all lined up. Boom, let's hit it. Boom, center pillar. Too awesome. Yeah, so that's what you definitely want to do. I want to make a sub level where I can stand on it and be able to get up to this sub level as well. That's pretty cool. That is super cool, as a matter of fact. All right, now if we did it right, if we run this across here, we grab this one and we zoop it across, it'll go above the blueprint. It absolutely does. What if we go one level down? One level down should not go past the blueprint. Boom. Perfect. Perfecto. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so now we got that top part in there, and in theory, if we go ahead and take this, we tap into some power somewhere. Oh man, I gotta really work on my central power too. Yeah, way over there. In theory, our hypertube should work. And let's hope it doesn't shoot us off the side. Perfect. Up to the next level. And then we got a bunch of stuff built on this level. And then we put another one on. And we got another thing on that level. And another thing on that level. And that is what I call a center pillar. And that's what they do in a lot of buildings, everybody. That's how the whole buildings are built around your elevators and how you're going to navigate up and down the different floors and whatnot. That's like based on real architecture. You want to figure out what the central thing is and then build stuff around that. Or maybe you're building a hotel, you build it around that, around the accommodations and how do they get from level to level and how do they get around. That's a vitally important thing to figure out. And the same thing in your base is you probably want to have one of these center pillars, which I'm going to build right here in the center of the base, but I'm going to actually start it from the ground level and redo my different levels and basically do those center pillars all the way up. Now, one of the things I want to watch out for, of course, is my central run, where I'm going to have my lines run, as well as I want to have the ability to run my cars along there as well. Now, when I get down to that level, down to the lower levels, you'll see that I will not bring the I'll not bring the belts down to the ground level. I'll actually leave the belts up, and then I'll leave room underneath there for me just to drive under there. And then that allows me to get from place to place or whatnot. I always like to leave room for me to get where I'm going, right? Whether it's with my little car or wherever else, because doing this, it basically blocks your ability to get past there and get where you need to go. But if you have it elevated and you have it out of the way, you can go wherever you want in your whole entire factory and just bring the stuff to you that you need, and all of the belts and all that stuff is up really high, up out of your way. And that's how they do it in real factories. You got to be able to get from A to Z in a factory. You don't see people in a factory jumping over their belts all day long. That would be very inefficient, everybody. Though I'm sure it probably happens in some factories, but very inefficient way of doing your factories. And the way we're doing it down here, too, is very inefficient. That should be, this should all be replaced with our thing we did over here. So all of this down here could be completely replaced with those. We could just stack those in a row. We could run some stuff in there, convert that stuff, and then we could just keep adding as many as we want later on based on how much our input is and how much our output is, how much we overclock our output, how fast our belts are, yada, yada, yada. You get the idea. So yes, that is the center pillar right there. So let's go down here. Now again, these ladders work only 50% of the time. 50% of the time does it actually send me down the thing. Okay, so we got to build the bottom. And that bottom needs to have a little bit of this. A little bit of this so we can get up there. So I like what we've got here. I think this is good. I think this is all done. And I've kind of offset it where I feel I like it. And this is good. Let's go ahead and put our wall back in. And there we go. Or maybe we want a door on that level. We could just come down. If we wanted to, we can come down the ladder if we want to. We'll put those doors on the bottom level. Okay, now there's two more things we have to accommodate in here. And man, we're running way over. But we want to get to our center pillar today so we can use it tomorrow. There's two more things that we need to accommodate here, and that is navigation. Navigation up there. Now again, that's way up there now, right? Instead of it just being where we can jump, we'll eventually take all of this level out because this won't actually be a level. It's way up there now. It's like 4 up in there. And so what we can do is instead of doing this, we can just go ahead and leave this out. and leave this out and put that at the bottom level, right? So the bottom level is built out, so that comes down. So all we have to do at the end is basically just connect the two hypertubes. And then the whole bottom part is done, and the whole top part is done. Now another thing I would do is I would redo my power here as well. I'd have this power on the bottom side, about 3 up, and then I would have the hypertube at the bottom side as well. So let's go ahead and make those adjustments here on our blueprints. So we're going to take this out. We're going to take our hypertube entrance out, and we're going to take our wool hull. And that's why you want to test it, so you can iterate on it. Say, okay, I don't want that, and I don't want this, because I'm going to put that on the bottom part that I'm going to put down first, and then I'm going to put this on top of it, so that it's bigger than my actual blueprinter, because my blueprinter is too small to accommodate it going big enough to go past it. And this way I can put my blueprinter on any level. And there we go. So we got all this up here. Now what I could do is also go in and, you know, kind of fancy this up just a little bit. And put all this in. And then maybe if I want to, I could put in a door right here so we don't have to look at the ladder. And then this. Now I want to leave the top open because as I stack more of them on top, I would definitely want to leave that open and whatnot. Now the real trick is if you can build it where you could stack this one on top of the next one on top of the next one. Now if I'm really smart, what I do is I put 3 levels at the top and then at the bottom I don't. So I can have one piece that will keep stacking as high as you want, right? So all I'd have to do is add one extra thing because now I've got this on the top, right? So I have this 2 on the top. I would only need to stack 1 more, and that would be above my blueprinter, and then I'd want to stack the thing on top of that, right? So we've got the lower stacking, which is the very first time you stack it, and then we have the upper stacking, which is going to be different than what we're stacking here, right? So that's very important to get that gist of it down. And the smarter thing for me to do is to move this down by 1. Then I'm incorporating the 3 at the bottom. I'm incorporating the ones at the top. And then all I got to do, and the easiest thing to do, is these ones right here up at the top, which are basically just walls, right? Just basically just walls there. I just add those walls. So I have a little piece. I add those walls. And then I stack this again on top. And then again on top, and so on and so forth. And we'll work on that next time because we only got so much time to do it this time. So let's go down the thing or fall down and die, one or the other. Yeah, there we go. Whee! He's got some good arm strength, everybody. So again, we'll keep working on those center pillars. We'll come back to all of that. But we want to go ahead and save because otherwise I may not make it back for some Fallout 76. God, this game is so good. It just makes you want to keep playing and playing and playing. Again, I've been playing for about 7 hours, everybody, and it feels like that. It feels like just time went by like it was nothing. That's how you know you love to do that thing. Now, I got something cool before I go, to show you here in just a moment. I don't want to forget again how we look at. Oh, yeah. See, look at that. Now we upped that production. It burned up all those excess resources. And we looking sharp. And look at this. We clear out all of this. No, we got to take this out of here. Uh-oh. That might have... uh-oh. We got to make sure that didn't feed back into the system. Let's go check over here. See if any of these are blocking. Because that would suck to walk away, and that ended up in the system where that was running down the line. Better look at all of our lines over here. Now, one of the tricks to the lines is you can run on the edge of it. If you run on the edge of it, then you don't go zooping down the line or zipping down the line. You can do a little parkour like I'm doing right now. Oh, missed. That sucks. All right, I don't see any. Well, that doesn't mean there's not any in there. And it would be in this. It would be in this thing if it was. Let's put a bunch more of these back in here. It would be in here if it was. Kind kind of feel like we just want to tie this back over here because we did take this out. These here, which means there's probably a box up above of these. As I was doubling these up. Oh my God, yes it is. Okay, awesome. So let's merge. And when that box runs out, it'll run that box too. Yes, we're going to have a whole lot of that, everybody. We're going to have a lot of that. Yes, again, so what I did is I fed back my excess back into the loop, and now that's going to be running for a long time. For a long time, and we'll probably have a whole box full of that to finish all of our line runs tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right. Let's go ahead and stop right here for Satisfactory and do something else fun real quick, and then we're going to head out of here. Let's go. All right. You were 7 when that movie came out. Yeah, 1992, I was 12. I was 12. No, I was not 12. I was 22. I don't know why I said 12. I was 22 at the time. See, I was way older than the target audience of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But I think the art style is just absolutely off the charts. Awesome, everybody. Just amazingly done. Absolutely crushed it. So yeah, again, I probably will watch that because you know what it reminds me of? Also the Spider-Verse. And that's why they did that art style. I know they are. They did it like that so they could capitalize on the Spider-Verse stuff that it actually got more popular in the theater, by the way, the Spider-Verse did. It actually went down and then came back to be #1 again. Again, with that same awesome art style, because what happens too often is everybody tries to make everything super realistic. Great example, The Lion King. The Lion King, the original Lion King, has heart and soul and really wonderfully done, incredibly well animated. Basically everything that's going on, the emotion that you can feel of each and every character, you start to care about every character. And then they made that live action version, and I feel, this is my opinion, that it drained it of all of its awesomeness. Just because they wanted it to make it look more realistic. Realism doesn't matter if you have the right story and you have the right characters that people care about. If you make something and people don't care about the characters, you've already failed. If you make an RPG and no one cares if those people live or die, or if you make an MMO, New World, and you don't know any of the characters by the time you're at the end game, then you haven't made me care. You haven't made me care about the game. You haven't made me care about the story. You haven't made me care anything about it. By the end, I still don't know what the name of those characters are. And it's been years. So yes, you gotta make me care, and that makes me care because I like the art style. I like the humor of it. I think it's pretty well written there for that style of thing. Now, it ain't Shakespeare, everybody. So don't go in watching it going, hey, they're not, this writing is not up to the Shakespeare level. Go in with knowing that's what it is. It's a fun time with silly turtles, and they're going around running being ninjas. I love the art style, though. I'm going to watch it purely for the art style as well. For sure. So there you go. You guys enjoy that. And again, let me go ahead and give you guys some love. Thanks to all these people scrolling by the way. Thanks for all those follows. Thanks for that sub and sub love. I'm going to go ahead and drop some Kiz Caps on you for the next giveaway. In the future, there you go. You save those up and you use them to buy tickets here in my stream. I literally give away thousands of dollars worth of free stuff. Not kidding. In fact, I got a whole bunch of stuff still to send out over there. Sorry, everybody. My bad. I'll get that stuff out eventually. But that's it for me. I'm going to go ahead and take a break here and go to sleep. Get up and do it all over again because I'm going to be coming back right over here if my schedule wants to come down. Let's go schedule. What's going on? What's going on? Schedule. No? Not today? Not today, not ever? Boom. All right, there we go. There we go. Basically, there's my schedule right over there. You can go ahead and join me again later today. Wednesday, I believe it is. Wednesday now? Yes, Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be playing some Fallout 76. And then at nighttime, of course, back doing some more Satisfactory. We're going to be doing our center pillar. We're going to be doing all of that other stuff where we're going to be running all of our lines and taking all the rest of the resources we need to get us past that tier 7 and then on to tier 8, finishing the game. Maybe or maybe not. Maybe I'll leave the employee of the planet until some future playthrough. I don't know. I really feel like I want to start again and run all the nodes first, run all the resources first, and then build it up to the different tiers. Very tempted to try that. But again, if you run all those lines and have to end up changing the lines anyway, or maybe go and get my tickets going first, get my quick wire. And again, I'm always thinking of how to make it more efficient. If I go get the quick wire first and I run the quick wire down, then I can basically run that into the Awesome Sync and then get my tickets very quickly in the early game and then have those wall things to run the lines instead of having to use my stackers, right? So there's like 50 different ways in which you can improve even upon what I'm doing, which is fairly efficient, that I could do next time to be even more efficient. Now, the problem is the further away I get between playthroughs, the more I forget that kind of stuff. So we're definitely going to write that down. We should write all that stuff down in this playthrough, and then in the next playthrough, we can try that stuff as well. So very, very fun. I love playing through Satisfactory. Satisfactory is fun to play through every single time. Every single time I play it, and that's a real tough thing to do in a game, everybody, to make it awesome every time. So again, back on both Wednesday and Friday, or Wednesday and Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Satisfactory on Wednesday night, 10 p.m., and then Friday, 1 p.m., and then Thursday at 10 p.m., we're going to have Night Crew of Fallout 76, have some fun doing that. And then, of course, Saturday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, some 7 Days to Die. So you're going to have lots of fun. So feel free to go ahead and help out the stream for free. Popping over to youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button. Pop on over there, which is basically the follow button here on Twitch. Go over to twitter.com/KismetBP and hit that follow button over there so you know when I'm go live. Also, all my schedule and all that stuff is up there. If I have any updates on if I'm going to be streaming or do a bonus stream or giveaways or job openings or whatever I find, or giveaways that I find that are not even from me, maybe from other people, I do put them up on Twitter, now called X, by the way, which is really awkward and stupid, but there we go. I know when something's stupid right away, everybody, and that's stupid, but whatever. And then, of course, discord.gg/Kismet. You can check out the my community over there, say hi to everybody over there, and, of course, see a whole bunch of other stuff, free loot over there, discounts, all that stuff under game deals. Check those out. And, of course, you can check out the website, kismet.gg, and see all my computers I got running back here. And, of course, the best way to help support the stream, the best thing to do is pop over to patreon.com/Kismet and help support over there. All right, that's the best way to help support the stream and also support all the different places in which I post videos and do highlights and guides and shorts and just 1,000 other things that I do and all of that stuff. But that's it for me. Again, I'll see you guys later today, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for more fun with my crew, the Teamwork Tycoons, in Fallout 76. We'll see you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.
Hey, thanks for watching this video. Help support more videos just like this one and keep the Kismet love train a-going by dropping by my Patreon and showing your support. Big thanks going out to Resident Spike, Rotisserie G, JC Hunter, AMZ, Carlos, Jeremiah, the Notorious TDK, and Scriptlin. Click to watch more videos, and I'll see you next time.